indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
Here.
Mayor Morrison,
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Council, thank you all for being here, Mayor Pro Tem, and all in attendance today. The public participation portion of the meeting, if you intended to speak from the public or you're online participating, we ask that you please raise your hand. We'll recognize you. Treat anyone here who'd like to speak to please come forward. We do ask that you fill out a card. I do not have any at this point. And if anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and shift over online. See if any hands are raised. I don't see any hand raised online. So with that, we'll close public participation. Bring it back to the items for discussion. We have 3 today and 1 informational item. Number 1 in items for discussion is to review vision statement, mission statement, and organizational values and provide possible changes or affirmation to city staff. City Manager, if you'd like to kick us off here, we
Yes,
are
sir,
ready.
thank you. I would,
Please, thank
and welcome everyone, and thank you for being here. So City Council has for several years had an annual strategic retreat, planning retreat, and was facilitated by a third-party consultant. And the nice thing about a retreat is it provides this opportunity for council and staff to get together in this kind of informal environment to talk about a lot of these important higher level things, but also it's meant to inspire discussion of maybe what are those things that we haven't talked about that we should talk about in terms of how we want to prioritize our focus in our budget. This is the first part of the budget. This is the first step in our budget. So it's about fresh perspective. During the retreat, council and staff engage in open communications, share insights and viewpoints towards our shared vision for the city. Structured yet relaxed environment strengthens bonds and teamwork among council staff and the community. At the conclusion of this, our goal is to have clearly identified actionable steps to address challenges, implement strategies, and achieve citywide objectives. But we're not going to be making decisions here at this workshop. We're going to be developing our thoughts that will go into the budget. At the 2023 retreat, City Council approved a follow-up workshop, and that was only to review CIPs. And at that workshop, the CIPs were reintroduced and reviewed again, and that was helpful for us last year. So we're learning and better ways to do this every year. Council feedback was provided for each item at that follow-up retreat, and each item generally fell into 1 of 3 categories. There was consensus for the item to be placed in the budget, maybe tabled to the future, or just cancel it altogether. But then after that workshop, while we were having our budget meeting, City Council elected not to have an annual strategic retreat in 2024 as a cost-cutting measure, but instead only to have a CIP workshop, which is what this is. So we can always go back in future years and do a strategic planning retreat if we want to, but if we like what we're doing here, we can continue doing this. So accordingly, this is that workshop. We're going to focus on some things that we did in the retreat: vision, mission, organizational values. We're going to look at strategic pillars, and then we're going to look at the CIP presentations. This will not include a review of the consultant-sourced insights into the larger view of the state of the nation, trends in municipal governance, and the results of a SWOT analysis. So the first order of business is a review of our vision statement, mission statement, organizational values, and provide possible changes, affirmation to staff. Next slide, please. You have the, we should be into the item 3 attachment. Daniel, if we could. Yeah, there you go. Yes, next one. Vision statement. It was last amended by City Council in 2023 by unanimous vote. Our mission statement and organizational values were established several years ago and have undergone very few changes. But our vision statement is our North Star. It motivates our team and it guides our city as it grows. So That's our vision statement, a warm, inclusive beachside community that embraces its small-town feel and enhances the beauty and integrity of its natural environment, promoting resilience, safety, sensible mobility, with an emphasis on pedestrian needs, business-friendly development, and responsible community stewardship, through a shared commitment to a balanced, respectful, and neighborly philosophy that inspires future-ready essential civic services and quality-of-life amenities. Each of the words in the vision statement were carefully chosen to define our trajectory. It's where we are, acknowledging our most important assets, our destination, acknowledging our needs and desires by what we choose to promote, and how we plan to get there, our commitment. Next slide, please. With this in mind, certain words have been bolded. We call these our buckets, meaning that as a community, we agree to the idea that the actions we propose, which can be justified by one or more of these words, are likely appropriate actions. But maybe more importantly, actions we might propose which cannot be justified by these words may be inappropriate. Next slide, please. Well, I should probably pause there. Are we good with the vision statement, or do we want to possibly amend any part of it? Mayor.
Council, any comments on the vision?
I'm good with it.
Right now, I see no need to make any changes to it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Jackson,
I think it's good. At this point, I don't see any reason to change anything.
thank you.
And I'm good with it.
Me as well. I appreciate everyone's feedback. I think, City Manager?
Thank you. Okay, next slide, Daniel, please. Mission statement. The mission statement is why do we exist? It serves as a guiding beacon articulating our core reason for our local government's existence. The mission of the City of Cape Canaveral government is to provide excellence in municipal services by supporting a high quality of life, fiscal responsibility, and environmental stewardship while celebrating diversity and fostering innovation. And we should pause there, Mayor, and see if there's any desire to change our mission statement or affirm it.
Council, change or affirm?
I would affirm also.
Affirm.
Affirm.
I affirm too, and my comments on vision and mission, I think we can all see maybe little things, but for now, I think we move forward, and this is really our first year coming off of adopting this. Have we even been a full year under this newly?
It was I don't think the mission changed last year, but the vision changed last year.
Thank you.
All right, we'll record consensus there. Next slide. Actually, there are 4 of these under organizational values. These shape our culture and differentiate us as an employer. They provide guidance and help us attract and retain talent. Our values should resonate with our citizens and motivate our staff. So the first is accountability. We have a responsibility to one another and the public to perform our jobs effectively, transparently, and efficiently, and we take that responsibility seriously. Civility, we treat all persons with kindness, dignity, and respect. Commitment to excellence, we believe our role is to make the City of Cape Canaveral the ideal community for our residents, businesses, and visitors. Communication, we communicate openly, transparently, clearly, directly, and in a timely manner with one another and the community. Dedication, we are dedicated to performing our duties to the best of our abilities and going above and beyond to achieve high-quality results. Diversity, inclusivity, we believe there is value in diversity and celebrate our uniqueness within the organization, the community, and the world. Fiscal responsibility, we are responsible stewards of the city's resources through professional management and transparent financial practices. We accrue the highest benefit from each tax dollar. Fun, while we take our work seriously, we cultivate an environment that includes humor, friendship, and camaraderie. I think we had that at lunch today, it was nice. Innovation, we encourage thinking outside the box in search of new and better ways to provide quality services to the community. Integrity, we strive to make decisions and take actions based upon what is right rather than what is expedient. We are honest and we own up to our own mistakes. Internal strength, a reinvigorated corporate culture has inspired greater unity among staff and increased productivity. Proactivity, We actively seek to identify and plan for issues before they arise with the aim of averting problems rather than having to solve them after they occur. Personal liberty. We respect the balance of personal liberty with the interests of all. Likewise, we recognize that by protecting home rule authority, we respect the liberties of the city. Teamwork. In recognition of the worth of each individual and their contributions to our mission, we value and honor one another and are committed to a culture of teamwork across the municipal organization. Value. We commit to the development of collaborative, trusting relationships with community stakeholders. Vision. We look toward the future, generating goals and strategies that make the city of Cape Canaveral an even better place to live. And that was it for organizational values. Mayor, if there's any comments, change or affirm?
The comments are, all of these, I think there's roughly 16. Could be wrong on that, but they're all titled organizational values.
Yes, sir.
And I think the agenda, so there, sometimes you'll see core values, outlined or highlighted within the organization. Like these 3 are our core values, and then these are the organizational values. But the ones, I think the agenda might have cut off at diversity and inclusivity.
Yeah, we did cover that one.
Well, I think the agenda summary,
Yeah, it got cut off.
those aren't, there are no other values after that, but there are more, and these aren't separated. Was that just,
I think that's the way it printed. The paper copy stopped after diversity and inclusivity. There's no more after that
okay,
in the paper copy. But what you see on the screen is the full one. What you saw on the screen before was the full one.
okay. So if you're looking at the screen, there's the values in the agenda, which goes from accountability to diversity, and then there
They continue after that.
are other ones that the city manager just went through. Do we want to amend or affirm or change any of these, council? Thank you.
I think the words are good as they are. I think our actions need to step up and meet them as a whole.
Thank you. I don't think it's for today. My comments would be that we do think about, out of these values, which ones we hold the closest, right? Which are sort of those values that we're not willing to compromise on. I think, vision is where we're going. As the agenda summary says, talks about the North Star. Mission is what we're going to do to reach that place, what the things we're going to execute on. And values is really how we make decisions, that we're filtering all these values through as many decisions as we can. And I think those core ones are the ones that we should try to identify maybe next year between now and then, and tag them as core values that we try to over-communicate. Those are my comments, so I don't think changes today are necessary, certainly willing if needed, but thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
And I see the vision, mission, and values, and you look at a lot of this, and it seems like it pertains mostly to city staff. Is this for, generally, the values that we should be showing to the public? Is this what we're anticipating, as far as for our city staff? Because I'm new, this is my first time to do this, so I just want to make sure I understand. Some of these definitely look like they would be more staff-related versus, what we're holding out to the community. So what was the thought process on this?
Sure. All 3 were developed by staff, the vision, the mission, and the values. And they were presented several years ago through the strategic plan and retreat process, but they're always presented to council to affirm or modify. That when we finish with this, if we accept this, affirm this, we all look to this document for our guidance as a staff. So we're taking that cue from council's affirmation of it or changing of it.
Okay. And see, when I look at it like that, just myself, a lot of these things we should be doing regardless. I mean, so what do we want to hold out? If we're holding this out to the public as our organizational values, some of this almost relates to, and it looks like it would relate internally mostly. Like the fun. Well, the citizens really, they want us to have fun events and that sort of thing. But that's really more of, to me, like a workplace environment type of thing that you're looking for. So I look at some of these and it just looks like there almost should be separated out because some of them look more human, HR related versus what we would look for in communicating to the community as far as our values as a whole.
Well, there are organizational values, the values held by the organization, which is council and staff.
Yes, when it says the we is our administration, city staff, directors, and I think Councilmember Jackson, you're saying, today we don't really have identified values for we, the people of Cape Canaveral.
Well, what we're projecting to them, I mean, when you look at this and you look at an organizational chart and you look at who's doing what and that kind of thing, if we talk to our citizens, do they really care if we have a fun work environment when they're having problems with some issue with the city? Probably not, right? So then you look at innovation, absolutely, that would be, we want to be innovative for our citizens. We want to put that out for all of us. So some of these things look like they would be more HR related, like do we really have to say that we need to include civility to our citizens? Of course we do. That looks like a more of an HR directive to me versus a directive for us as a council to the community. Then same thing with commitment to excellence, that would absolutely be one to the community. Communication, yes. Dedication, yes. Diversity and inclusivity, that looks more like a HR one to me. Fiscal responsibility, community. Fun, HR. We want it to be a fun environment for our staff. Innovation, community. See, so I'm having a hard time with this because, or not having a hard time, but I questioned this because of that. Some of these are not necessarily applicable. They seem more like to me a staff thing versus a citizen thing. So I was trying to determine how does this apply. That's why I asked that question.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
I think what you were saying about deciding on core values as an organization would kind of address what Councilmember Jackson is saying. There's some that are actual core values that we have as a council and a responsibility to our residents. And then we have organizational values that are important to the staff. And so I think if we separated the core values, like you were saying, Mr. Mayor, and then kept these in there, but made a list of 5 core values or 3 core values, and then
And
listed
I
the other
agree
ones.
because truly, we're giving direction to staff and our citizens from this. And these are what we're saying our values are. So we need to be clear, and that's a lot of value-driven statements for staff to try to follow versus if it's in an HR format, that is then something between Todd and staff. But as what we're putting out to our community,
Right.
I think we need clear and concise, and this is a lot. This is saying we're going to have a lot of core values.
Well, I think like commitment to excellence, fiscal responsibility, that's what's important to the residents, things like that. And the other I say, you fall into place for an organizational value. I agree.
And integrity. That's a
Integrity,
that's a
yes.
big one for me as a citizen. I want to deal with people with integrity at all government levels, which we see in our world these days isn't always the case. So I think looking at core values is a good thing. We might as well have something that we can hit for our citizens instead of such a broad group brushstroke that we could miss part of it. And then look at what we want to have for our staff's work environment so they enjoy their job under HR types of policies.
Thank
Thank-
you. Well, thank you. Councilmember Willis or Davis?
I think it's organizational values, it's organization, it's staff, it's city council, it's everything we do with anyone. I think they stand as a whole. I think they need to be at such a high standard, we can never attain it. We've got to keep striving for it. So I don't want to water anything down. I don't want to separate anything out. I want everybody to strive in how we deal with each other, how we deal with staff, how we deal with the public. And I think we need to keep it as is and push everyone to adhere to it.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
I have no problem keeping it the way it is. I agree with Councilmember Willis. I don't see the need to separate it. I do agree we have to treat staff with respect and each other with respect on this dais. So I'm good with the way it is, so I confirm.
Thank you. City Manager, I think we all went through. Anything you want to speak to?
I'm trying to gather consensus here, and I may be mistaken, but it seems like there are 2 council members that are affirming as is, and 3 council members asking for some changes. Am I reading that correctly?
I think, yes, the idea of potentially, and I'm not necessarily saying it needs to happen this year, is we might want to move towards identifying the values out of the, I think it's over 15, that are core to who we are. And so we have core values, and then you have, those are the things that we possess today already. And to be a part of the administration, to be a part of the council elected by the people, we typically can identify these exist today in the people, and that's why we are who we are. Then there's, as Councilmember Willis was talking more to, what I call aspirational values. So some of these, such as fun, as Councilmember Jackson, is something we aspire when appropriate, when time, to have fun in all that we do. And I remember being a part of these. And so one thing is the we in here, who is that? I do think that we is city council and city staff, and at minimum should be, because there should be good, strong alignment between the values of the council and the values of the city staff. There should be strong aspirational values towards those. And so my hope is that, I think we're 1 or 2 years off of these. We went from no values
Well,
to,
we had values. We just had no
I
printed
didn't mean it
values.
like that.
Have them documented.
No written values that were voted on in a meeting. And so I think that
Right.
we went from a blank piece of paper to having some standard that we all agree. And I think this is the one where we could not necessarily take away, but sort of group, the really important ones.
Yeah,
So-
just change the grouping.
Yeah, and I think Councilmember Jackson put it in a way that I think I understand best, that there are some that are HR staff column and some that are community-facing column. Is it the desire of this council to segregate those out into 2 lists? And we can present them in next year's document, but present them as 2 different lists.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I think that the perception of if staff has a different set of values than council, I think that's,
Well, it would be in addition to.
but the council should value that as well, is my point, is, and so
Maybe,
when we tag it, this is, I don't like the idea of saying these are necessarily just for city staff.
right. It's a good high-level discussion to have, and maybe we could agree to not make a decision on it this year, but come back next year with some other ideas, how we might amend this.
And one thing, just off of that statement, what you were saying with, our mission statement is that we're going to take care of our community, fiscal responsibility, all those things. And as a city, we are going to have accountability to our community. We're going to treat everyone with civility. We're going to have a commitment to excellence to our community. We're going to try to openly communicate with you and have the dedication that you need. And we're going to be fiscally responsible and have integrity. And in doing it, while we're doing that, we're going to try to work to be diverse and inclusive. We're going to work to be a fun environment for both staff and council. We're going to use our innovative abilities to make sure we're bringing things to you the way that we should. We're going to have internal strength to get those things done for you as a citizen. That's kind of how it's like, where it'd be multi-layered versus stripping everything out or anything in the way that we communicate it, because I think they're all great, being proactive. We support personal liberty, but I think you have a core group that covers us all, and then including our community, and then under that, some of these are how we're going to do it, what traits we're going to use to provide those things. So maybe multi-layered versus two separate breakouts.
Are we okay with leaving it as is today? I think obviously Councilmember Davis and Willis are. I think that's fine for the
Yeah.
sake of the bigger picture here. I know we've got a lot of things we need to get through, but
And
thank you for letting us talk through that.
I think it'd be helpful if I also met with Councilmember Jackson to get more of her ideas. Maybe for next year, we could put together an alternate proposal that works for everybody.
That's fine. Happy to
Okay.
help.
Thank you.
right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. That's it for that one. Next slide. We are on the strategic pillars. We're moving on to the item number 2 in the agenda. The strategic pillars were introduced by Doug Thomas at our first annual strategic retreat, which he helped us with a few years ago. And the idea of having pillars are to form the foundation of our strategic plan. Each pillar is reflective of themes identified in the vision statement and those that emerged in the 22 revisioning project. Accordingly, all city projects and initiatives are assigned to a particular pillar based upon the nature of the activity. So if we could go to that, Daniel, back to that attachment. Yeah. So the first one I want to discuss is the sense of place. In sense of place, we pursue proactive measures to preserve and enhance the community's appearance as a distinctive small-town coastal community with open and natural environments, green spaces, parks, benches, cultural assets with distinctive and progressive design standards, and appealing public spaces for multi-generational recreation and gathering. So that's how things look, how the community perceives us. The next pillar is economic vitality and development. And in this one, it's about enhancing the appearance of the city's infrastructure and appearance to stimulate investment and employment in support of the local economy and provide fiscal stability, revenue diversification to the city by encouraging economic development and redevelopment initiatives to address the needs of residents and visitors who are drawn to the community. The next one is the, we went to a different slide, so we're going out of order now. Can you go back to where you were? First one. There you go. Oh, there you go. Multimodal, that's encouraging opportunities to implement improved, safe, and attractive modes of transportation systems accessible by all generations and physical abilities to connect neighborhoods, public facilities, recreational areas, and commercial centers throughout the community. And what was the next one? Resiliency pillar. And that one is lead by example as a community that embraces sustainability and resiliency in the design and operation of its facilities, infrastructure, programs, services, budgets, and development through forward-thinking policies, ordinances, and education. And then I believe lastly is community engagement. Strengthen relationships, trust, and confidence in city government through the proactive use of two-way communications using face-to-face, surveys, and technology to encourage the civic engagement and participation of our residents, businesses, community-based organizations, and visitors. And those are our 5 pillars, Mayor. So what we've done is grouped all of the CIPs that you're going to be seeing in item 3 under one or more of the strategic pillars. And that's just an overview of those pillars. I don't know if there's any questions or comments, Mayor. If there's not, we can move on.
Council, any questions or comments?
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 3, this is the meat of the workshop. CIP is a capital improvement program. And we're going to do the presentations of projects, programs, and initiatives and updates. Each year, these are programmed into the budget. Now, your departments have carefully assessed their needs, community needs and desires, and also City Council may have items to bring to this workshop, the blue sky items. We did send an email out to Council a couple weeks ago about if you have any of those blue sky ideas you want to present into this slide presentation, please do it. But we didn't receive any. That doesn't mean you can't present them here live. There will be a time for that. So what we'll do is just go through, Mayor, if it's okay, we'll go through the slides first, and then we can talk about each one. And then when we're done talking about them, we can get into the blue sky, the ideas that the City Council may have.
Well, thank you very much. And before we do that, I want to recognize I do have a speaker card from Dr. Shannon Roberts. Would it be your desire, we did close the public participation, to speak now? I see that you wrote it was on the vision, item number 1. Would you like to come forward now and speak? This is a workshop, so. Yes. Come forward and take your time. Thank you. Council, we're okay with that? Thank you.
I apologize for being late, and thank you for the opportunity now. I did want to thank you all for doing this, because it is a follow-on to last year. One of the concerns I've got, that you look at the vision and you look at the key words in there, that's what we usually professionally trained to do, and that's what concerns me about the vision statement. I know that right now is not the time to pick in along that line, but I do think that it compels me to write something up to council and to staff as it relates to some of the concerns I've got. One of the missing words from my perspective is residential. We talk about, in this case, business friendly. I think we need to also talk about residential friendly too. I'm very concerned that I've talked to staff about the fact that we keep having the proliferation of hotels, and it makes me wonder if we're being business driven as a vision and a mission for the city, or if the residential driven needs of our community are being considered. I agree with Council Member Jackson's concern about the core values. When I read that strategically, you're looking at the city as a whole. What are our values for the city as a whole? You can do an internal strategic document, which the council, the staff could do. But I see this as not being community written for the community in that broader sense of the word. So I just wanted to mention that. Suggestions are to maybe think about adding maybe an advisory committee called the Residential Development Advisory Committee, like we have a Business Development Advisory Committee. I just think the residents are getting lost in this. And, I made the observations to several of the council members in a separate forum that even the Cape Center, I just was concerned that we're not thinking about the residents when we talk about that being a destination for our residents, visitors, and so forth, because in my opinion, it was so dearth of Cape Canaveral-driven items in there, something that walk the community through it, et cetera, things like that. So my suggestion, accessibility is another issue. I would have thought that we'd have an accessible Cape Center just from the get-go, but it's not accessible for those that are mobility device driven. So I'm just using, if you don't mind, I'll just mention that as a separate resident, I'll write some of my observations. They'll be just as a resident to the council and staff in terms of my concerns about the way in which this is organized and communicated to the community, because I agree with Councilmember Jackson that I just didn't look at it as a city-driven document. And also, I look for metrics, measurable. When I look at warm, are we talking about the temperature, or, things like that? I'm just using that when I look at each word. And I didn't see residential in there. To me, that would have been a key word right up front. And instead, we're talking about business. So to me, that's conveying a different message than I think was intended, and so forth. So I'm just mentioning that. I'm sorry if I was late. Thank you for your understanding, and I'll write up a separate document with my observations instead of taking the time here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I know you're saying just a resident, but thank you for your service on the city council, and it's valued, to me at least, to have former council members helping contribute who's been down the way, and you've always continued to do that. So thank you again for your comments. I believe that was all I had. If anyone else intended to speak, since we did open it up, I will say if anyone online would like to speak before we get into the capital improvement projects, please go ahead and open or raise your hand, and I'll make sure to recognize you. Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close it and bring it back to our city manager.
Thank you,
Council,
Mayor.
are we good to move forward as you request? Thank you.
And I did receive a text from a member of the community right now. He says he's on the CIP meeting. He has no sound and no sound using the phone call in number 2. So I sent a message to our IT manager to get out to work on that. Moving on, so each year, departments carefully assess and present. As in previous years, we will proceed with presenting items in this order. First is an update on completed projects, programs, and initiatives. Then we'll do an update on ongoing projects, programs, and initiatives. Then we'll talk about new staff proposed projects, programs, and initiatives for council consideration. And then, of course, new city council member proposed projects, and then open discussion and next steps. So we're going to start that with completed projects. Next slide. These are from the 23-24 current budget. So what we finished is the bike lane striping, the sidewalk completion project in the non-presidential streets, stormwater infrastructure GIS mapping and inspection, water reclamation facility with supervisory control and data acquisition system. In the community economic development, we have completed the C5 resiliency upgrades. In Parka, we've completed the Canaveral City Park Little League field lights and the Cape Center grand opening recently. In Public Works, we completed the Canaveral City Park hardware upgrades. Next slide, please. These are the soon-to-be completed projects. We didn't include updates on them because they're just wrapping up any day or week now. Center Street drainage basin improvements, Center Street pump station, Veterans Park bioswale and rain garden, Veterans Memorial Park under capital projects. In Parka, we've got the Civic Hub Phase 2. We've got Manatee Trail repairs and upkeep, and Public Works Services, the Clarifier rehab, and Lift Station number 5. All those are wrapping up and will be done before we get out of this fiscal year. So that's what's going on and what's been finished. So now we have the new items, and we're going to start with Chief Sergeant just because he can get called out in a moment's notice. We wanted to put him first. And Dave's got a couple items to present. If we can go to the next slide while Chief Sergeant's coming up.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief Sergeant. Thank you.
I have 5 minutes, so. What you have in front of you is for the next 5 years on our staff vehicle replacements. We keep our staff vehicles for a minimum of 13 years each, and we rotate them through because of mileage and switch them out with different people. Staff vehicles also include the battalion chief's vehicle that you see going with the trucks most of the time, and any other vehicle we use to transport the beach wheelchair and stuff like that. So we keep those for 13 years. The next slide is that one, the replacement of the trucks, the pumpers. The pumpers are replaced on a 20-year rotation. We keep them for a minimum of 20 years. And the ladder truck is replaced every 10 years. The ladder truck that we replaced or we bought last year that we won't see for about another 3 years, that was bought with 1.2 million from the state and half from the port and half from the city, the additional 400,000 approximately each. And that truck, you did not have to pay anything for the truck prior to that because we got that on a Department of Homeland Security grant. So all of these trucks, we reach out to try and get grant money for, and they're not getting any cheaper and they're not coming any quicker. So if we're ordering a truck because it's 18 years old, it's because we're waiting 3 years for it to be built. Those are the only two things the city manager asked me to present.
And you see the pumpers, one is proposed for fiscal year 24-25, and the second one is in 28-29. And I'm assuming they're similar vehicles, it's just inflation we're acknowledging there with the price difference, right, Dave?
Yeah, and the one in 24-25, we pushed that out from last year because we also did the ladder truck.
Right.
And so we do, right now we have 2 trucks on order. One's replacing a 32-year-old truck, and, I'm sorry, 30-year-old truck, and the other one is replacing the ladder truck that'll be 12 years old when we finally get the new one in.
Any questions for Chief Sergeant, Mayor?
I do not. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. When I read this CIP, it says 2005 Pierce Quantum. That's the existing today, and that's what you're referring to as the 30-year. That's
the 20-year one, that's correct.
the 20, yes, thank you.
And we're ordering it in 24-25, and we'll see that in probably 28.
And of course, as Chief Sergeant always says, the port pays for half of these things, the city pays for half, because we both use them.
And Mayor, to go just a little further, I want to thank Chief Sergeant because these are big ticket items and the chief goes out there, gets these grants, and in addition, like last year, you know, it might have cost us, can't remember the exact number, 400 and some thousand, when in the end it only cost us 300 and some thousand because the chief was able to get out and get us monies from other entities. So that saved the city a lot of money.
I have to give that credit to the port. The port went after that 1.2 and got it for us.
That's great. Council, any other? Go ahead, Chief Sergeant.
That's it.
Any questions?
I just want to clarify, so we said that we would look at ordering it in 2025, and then you would see it delivered when?
About 2028.
Okay,
Hopefully before that, but right now it's 3 years out.
okay.
Yes.
The part of the city that's Avon by the Sea is county.
That's right.
Do they participate in the purchase of these
No, they provide our dispatch and 911 services for us.
Oh, okay.
We do not want to get in that business.
Thank you.
One clarity, so that, just to make sure I understand, the 450,000 in the CIP item, that expenditure is projected to come out in this next budget, 24-25 fiscal year. But we will not receive that inventory until a few years later for the replacement pumper?
We typically get a discount by prepaying for it that way.
Quite a bit of a discount if we prepay.
When would, a couple of years later, though, you said we would receive it? So, and then the one that's slotted for 28-29, the 500,000, that one will be a couple of years out as well, when we actually receive the,
We hope it goes back pre-COVID, because we only waited 8 months prior to COVID for a fire truck to be built.
okay.
So,
Supply chain dynamics.
you call it what you want.
Yeah, it's probably some hot topics. Well, thank you. Councilmember Willis or Davis, anything for Chief Sergeant or?
No, just thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate all you'll do.
Thank you, Chief Sergeant. We're moving on then, Mayor. Next is capital projects. Tim Carlisle can be on the hot seat for this one. And Tim's going to start by talking about Oak Lane improvements, which have been kind of pushed back. A familiar story as we're waiting for utility pole work to happen.
Is this the hot seat here?
Yeah, yours isn't so hot.
Watch John move down. Are you moving down?
Take it away, Tim. Oak Lane, please.
Can you hear me? There we go.
Yes, sir.
I got this. All right, so this project was slated to be done last year, this fiscal year, but due to power pole removals and relocations, it's been pushed another year. I have been informed by FPL that the power poles are bare and they're ready to be removed. I'm not sure how fast FPL is going to get in there to remove those poles, but the sooner the better, and we can get started on this project.
So they had to relocate the poles, so they installed new poles, to put the utilities on the new poles. Now we're just waiting for the old poles to get removed.
That was to make way for the road.
So you said they have been removed?
They are still there, the old
Scan-
ones are, but
Okay.
they've already transferred the old utilities to the new utility poles, which is on the right-of-way lines. We're just waiting now for FPL to come remove the old poles that are now bare.
And the entire project, it started really, I think, because there were some stormwater problems at the Cantina Restaurant up there, and the frustration of the business owner of where can the stormwater go? And there's really no place to put it unless it was conveyed to the Canaveral ditch. Well, the Canaveral ditch is behind the last east or westernmost Oak Lane property, but you can't really put in a stormwater conveyance system with gutters and curbs if you don't have pavement. So you have to put the pavement down. So we had to build the road to have the stormwater system. So that's kind of like how we got here. The residents of the road were, and I'm saying this mostly for Councilmember Jackson because she wasn't here when this was done. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum worked very diligently behind the scenes on this one, talking with the owners of the road along the road who originally were not in favor of having it paved, but through talking with them, meeting with them, some public meetings, I attended some with her as well. She brought a sense of peace to the whole thing, where all the neighbors said, yeah, we do want this, but one thing they don't want is sidewalks. They said, we do not want sidewalks. So there's no sidewalks in this project. They also said they wanted reclaimed water, so that's included in here as well. Tim, did I miss anything?
No, the plans are pretty much been finalized, and the bid package is ready to go. We're just waiting on the pole removal before I go out to bid for this project. So we're just ready to go, but, yeah.
Is the FP&L poll situation the same situation on Fillmore? Is it the same people that removed that poll?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
It is FPL.
I mean,
is there a way that we could move it forward?
I can talk to Brian Babcox and get with Dave Dickey. I think Dave Dickey's working on that project. And Todd, I can get with them to find out.
And Michelle Murrell with FPL, she's also very helpful.
Okay.
She's the government affairs liaison.
No, the original plan date is 2017, 2018, and
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there was another delay also when our city engineer retired and the plans weren't fully finished. We had to get them finished by the next city engineer.
Yes.
So that's the time frame for it. You see it's coming from two different CIPs, Stormwater 6 and Infrastructure Maintenance number 7. And both of those are the next two slides, Daniel, if we could go. So this is Stormwater 6. You see 300,000 coming out of the Stormwater Fund, Enterprise Fund. And the other one, Daniel? IM 7, this is construction support, 550,000 coming from the general fund, and it is budgeted. It's just, it won't be finished this year is the thing, so it'll be rolling into next year.
That was one of my questions. So any of these budgets, this one having started in 2017 or 2018?
Yeah.
We just keep rolling it to the
Yeah.
next year until it's completed? Okay.
That money that's sitting in the budget this year won't be expended this year, it's just gonna move into next year's budget.
Thank you.
another question, I know we talked about this before, but Oak Lane is in the CRA. Why couldn't we use funds from that to, instead of taking the 550,000 from the general fund?
John, have your thoughts on the CRA contributing to this? I know the CRA is gonna be hit heavily with other items coming up.
That's it, and this has been figured out to be part of the general fund because the funding is there, and like Todd says, the CRA, especially when the determination is made with the presidential streets and whatever, the CRA is going to pretty much, the funds will be evaporated probably through the first presidential street. So as we go for planning on in the CRA, the $2.6 million maybe that might be available in the CRA this upcoming year, 24, 25, a lot of it could be consumed within presidential streets, depending on how far we get. I don't know where the design's gonna be or whatever. And there's other things happening in the CRA. So the Oak Lane not being included in the CRA was done, it was done in the general fund because the CRA could not accommodate it based on what we had proposed. There were other projects in the CRA, and that's basically, yeah, it's basically looked at the total funding, and that was not doable.
Right, but
Yeah.
this is the same question I've had for a couple years now.
I know, we're getting old watching this project, aren't we, Mickey? Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
this is a project that started in 2017,
Yeah.
2018. Okay, now we're committing the CRA funds to the presidential master plan, which needs to happen, absolutely. But this has been trying to happen since 2017.
Right, but funding was
Why
never
doesn't
the
the
issue.
C-
Funding was never the issue, though, in the general fund for Oak Lane. It was never the issue. There was plenty of money in general fund for this and in stormwater. So it wasn't because of the CRA. I think it was because of well, Todd could speak to this better than I could, but a sequence of events of everything that was happening on that road with the flooding and with the residents and the resistance that council ran up against with the residents a few years ago. So this wasn't held up because of funding within the general fund or the stormwater. This has to do more with all those other issues, which is not for me to talk about, it's for council to talk about with the residents and what have you, so, yeah. It's been going a long time, though, you're right. But it had nothing to do with funding in the general fund or stormwater. There were other issues that, yeah.
Well, I think the residents, it took a long time to convince them all
Exactly.
to be on the same page.
Exactly, and that's why
And
this,
they've been there for a few years now,
yeah, yeah.
and we're still working on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that's it, but I think it's important to note and let council know that this was not a funding issue, this was the issue you just said.
These are all proposed with certain funding sources, and you don't have to make any decisions on any of these today. We're just looking at all of them so you have the totality of the picture, and after today, you'll have been exposed to all of them, and then you can start making those decisions about, well, I want to do this one, I want to push that one back, I want to fund this one with that, and whatnot. But great question.
Well, I just think, as a council, we need to look at the project start dates on some of these so we can, move forward.
Well, and when you talk about that, project start dates, but also just being a new council member and feedback from what I'm seeing, we may need a regulatory person that follows up on these things with FPL and the utility providers, because we have two things that have been on a major hold based on that. So we need to keep a handle on anything that is involving the utility and do continued follow-up with that. And I don't know if it needs to be someone's responsibility. That would be something you'd determine, Todd. But I know that when you look at public providers of telecommunications, internet, and other utilities, they have one group that deals with us and the government to make sure things are happening for municipalities. We may have to do the same thing for utility,
Yeah,
just the opposite direction, because we seem to have some bottlenecks there.
If I may, Councilmember Jackson, I have a slew of emails and communication between FPL and myself that dates back about 1.5 years, and it's nonstop. If you want me to provide those to you, I can.
Well, and I'm not,
I've been on them to get this done.
Yeah.
But not to fall into the rabbit hole a little bit deeper, but there was a lot of issues with this project to do with property line movements. It actually got taken to court. There is a lot of history down the street that I had to dig into when I took this project over, so.
thank you. And
Yeah.
in no way do I mean that you guys aren't
Yeah.
following up. I'm meaning anytime you're dealing with utility vendors, you have a whole new element of things to deal with.
Sure.
And their internal groups are broken out to where every group within that utility handles this much. And then when you get past that, the roles and responsibility for that much that I handle, you now get to deal with 25 other people to get anything done. So it slows down tremendously. And I know just from what you all have said, there were things that took a while for the residents to get on board. There, you just mentioned a court case, but then when we get to the point where all of that has gone past, if we're still having utility issues, sometimes it takes escalating on our side for us to reach out at a higher level to get anyone.
And
any
in the
movement.
earlier days, like Tim was alluding to there, what he's talking about, Mickey, back there, was those multiple surveys where they got multiple entities, trying to get a valid survey. I don't get into all the specifics, but that was a long road there.
But that didn't really have anything to do with paving the road. That
No,
was a property.
It's still held up.
It had to be
It's still
done
held
first.
up to work. It's still held up to work, yeah.
Because you couldn't get a plan without a survey. You have to have a survey, a
Right.
proper survey to get a plan, and that's what nobody could agree on was the survey. So until that survey was adopted and voted in by the council,
And how long ago was that?
17, 18.
No, it was after that.
Well, no,
think
you
it
go
was
back
19.
to 17,
I think it was
18,
2019.
19.
I know when I started, when I brought this to the council.
Your question, was it 2019?
Yeah. When I started on the council in 2019, I brought it to the budget meeting that
Yeah.
we wanted to do it. And the property thing was already done.
Okay. And also, I was given about a month ago, Brian Babcock from FPL did tell me, we expect it to take 6 months to replace these poles. It's taking them a month. So they're actually 5 months ahead of schedule, which is, I'm breathing a
lots of
relief,
trucks down
a sigh of
that road,
relief.
so.
Yeah, I'm like, good, we need to get this going, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, we can move on to Thurm Boulevard improvements. Tim?
All right, so Thurm Boulevard is another pretty big project that I'd like to take on. It has been in the works since 2021. We were waiting for some impact fees to come back from the county. Dave Dickey and me went up to the county and got, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, $1.2 million, I believe, in impact fees. And we're going to use this towards this project.
Yeah, that's on the, not the next slide, but the following slide, one more. Down there at the bottom, impact fees, $1.2 million. Those are collected from hotels that we're getting back in our city to put towards this.
Right, so this project also was a previous engineer's project, plan-wise. So I am now having to submit the plans to another engineer for them to take over the project. They're reviewing what John Picard had come up with, and they're gonna give me a price quote on how much it will take to finish up the plans and everything. But the projected cost is still yet to be determined due to a older engineer's cost estimate, which was in this amount. So I think the price will probably end up going up.
From the 1.48, 1.5 roughly?
The total of $2,080,000. And again, I will go after any grants that I can find for stormwater and any road grants that I can possibly find.
So will you give me that figure again? I'm sorry. 2 million?
Yes, $2,080,000.
Is everything okay? Oh, okay, I didn't know if you need some help. The funding, I guess, so the $2 million could go up, and it says waiting on funding from Brevard County impact fees. Do we know roughly how much that is?
I
going
think
to be?
right now we have 800,000, I believe.
Yeah.
I'll let John speak
Yeah,
on that, but
800.
we're supposed to get another
We have
400,000.
800,000, I believe. We got the 400,000 already, Dave? Was that the one we got last year? So we'll have 1.2 million when we do this project. We do.
In impact fees?
Yes,
Yes.
in impact fees, yes. We were awarded that back in August of last year, probably earlier than that. And, yeah.
That are not part of this.
But in answer to your question, Mary, we will be getting $1.2 million in impact fees towards this project. But it will be imperative, if it could happen, and that's what Tim's talking about working on, is if we can get additional grants, because he's still pursuing, getting his arms around the whole thing, and as time goes on, the cost rises, and obviously, the sooner we could get to this project, the less it's gonna cost. But if we delay a year or 2 years, this project could be very expensive.
And that was one question I had, is what type of formula do we use to determine the inflationary rate if these are going into years away from when they're budgeted? Because there's no way with cost of goods increases that have happened in the last few years that these projects can remain on target with what we're projecting if it's several years out. So how are you figuring that?
How am I figuring that? Those things are unknown. There isn't anybody in this room that knows what's gonna happen that's gonna influence the costs. Just like we did with the community center and the Cape Center, when we got a loan in 2017, didn't start doing anything to 2020, right? And what would we do? We got a loan for 5.5, it was a 6.2 million, I believe. 6.2 million, and then, the cost of, because it took a couple years, the ending cost was 7.9 million for the both. So, yeah, it's okay, you asked me an impossible question,
Well, I wasn't sure because I know that with things that I've worked with before, they will use an inflationary rate that's a guideline that the government gives out. But the problem with that is everyone, based on who you talk to, thinks inflation is different. So I wasn't sure if there was a formula that we use, because these that
No,
go
but-
on this many years are concerning.
No, but staff tries to be as aggressive as it could in closing the gap by getting grants and things of that nature. It's the only way, Dickie gets us the impact fees through the hotels and what have you. Tim works on the grants, and then when I look at the residual, I see, how we're fixed in stormwater and things of that nature. And then also, ARPA might help fund some of this, okay? We've basically, Mayor, we've basically obligated all but, and the projects for ARPA are gonna start, I wanna bring that up because it's important, but we've all but obligated about $400,000 in ARPA money. So we're gonna definitely be having to use that money towards some of these projects, and this could possibly be one of them. But it's definitely a moving target, so. Therm's gonna be an interesting and major venture.
So, I'm sorry, I have one more quick question. So is this meeting, is this the one that serves as identifying these things that are taking longer, where we might expect budget increases in the cost of the project completion?
These CIPs show what staff knows to be what the costs are at this time, but then there's continuing work to be done to see what we could do to close the gap, but to also anticipate to do the legwork, to see when we go out to see who could do the work, what the costs will be, because the costs could be, significantly more at the time when we go to execute this. And God knows what the bids will be, right? I mean, everybody's like, that's a thing you can't control, with the people just bidding you out the butt, honestly,
Now, I left myself a loophole on this project, knowing that it's probably gonna be a 2-year project. If you read the description, it does say completed plans will include an engineer's opinion of probable cost of construction, which will be reflected, updated for the fiscal year 25-26 CIP. So if it is additional, we will put it in through the next fiscal year of what that addition would be. And of course, like always, I'll go after grants and everything that I can.
Okay,
to
thank
save.
you so much.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
appreciate your educating me on those.
And I wish we could rely on engineers' opinion of probable costs. I mean, even Veterans Memorial Park just shocked us. What
No,
the
I
bid
just was
for.
curious if we kept up with that as a city on outstanding projects and inflation, doing periodic calculations on what we might expect on projects that are pending. But, I mean, that's certainly something I can do, as we go through, so.
But this is something that
myself.
we do want to see done. The Thurm Boulevard would look like West Central Boulevard looks like, essentially. We know that the residents are just going to love it. We still have plans for our council goal is to have a lighted intersection where Thurm meets with Astronaut Boulevard. They're doing a lot of utility work out there right now in preparation for development there. Dave, are you allowed to say what's supposed to come in at there at that intersection? A Starbucks is planned for right there, where they're doing all the utility work. So if we get a light right there and a Starbucks, I mean, Thurm Boulevard just would be perfect.
There'll be a light at West Central and then a light at Thurm.
Yeah, the council has already put that in their resolution a couple times now, and TPO is well aware of that.
Didn't we talk about a light at Columbia?
I think we talked about a crosswalk there, Don, on TPO. Is that right?
Yeah, we did, but,
They're putting a car wash in.
right, but FDOT said the traffic didn't support a light there. So,
So our goal is a lighted intersection at Thurm still. And that'll help keep traffic slow on A1A. If there's no, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I have one question. In the Cliff Note version, John.
Cliff
Yeah.
Notes.
That 1,200,000 in impact fees. How is that, I mean, how is it impact fees or impact fees? How do they designate it to one area and why?
I can help with that.
Go ahead, or Dave could do that.
Sure, I can help with that. So in this case, these are from 2 hotel projects. When the hotel gets a building permit, they have to pay the city certain impact fees, sewer and wastewater, yeah. But then the county also collects an impact fee from those hotels for transportation. It's an artifact from when the county had most of the roads in the cities, but they haven't let go of their ability to collect those impact fees. And it's not just our hotels, it's anybody that builds in the city of Cape Canaveral has to pay the county transportation impact fees. They can spend those impact fees anywhere in the district that they're generated. So this $1.2 million could go anywhere in District 2, Commissioner Goodson's district, anywhere. But what John is saying is that Dave Dickey has gone to the county and said, hey, we want those 2 hotel transportation impact fees to come back to the city. They say, why? We say, because we've got Thurm Boulevard we want to do, and it's going to cost 2.whatever million. And they say, okay, that's a good idea. You're generating them there. We'll go ahead and give them back to you for that. And that's done through an interlocal agreement.
Right, and then that interlocal agreement contains all those specifics to say that, where the impact fees are coming from and how we justify it with Thurm to get those.
Yeah, if we didn't have a project, they would have said, we're going to keep it.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on, next one is Canaveral Drainage Basin improvements. I know we focus a lot of our efforts on the Center Street Basin, and we rightly are doing that. But there are other basins that are in need of improvements. This one has been pushed back, and we're still not ready to do it in this next fiscal year. This is actually going to be projected for the following fiscal year, 25-26. Tim?
That pretty much sums it
Tell
up.
us what the improvements are.
This is for the north end section of the canal, over by Southgate Mobile Homes, and then onwards to the south up to West Central. This is just to get the water to flow better in that area. to get it out if we have heavy rains, kind of like what we're doing on Center Street right now. We're just trying to move water a lot faster out to the Indian River Lagoon. So this was just a project that me and Jeff had started on, and it was not a rush project. So I kind of this year just kind of pushed it another year out just to give you guys a heads up. Hey, look, here's a project that we might be able to do next fiscal year if you guys are on board. With that being said, that's pretty much it.
And why are we not doing it this year?
There are a lot of projects going on. I thought since there were so many that we had on our plate right now, or that I had on my plate, that I'd be able, this wasn't an emergency item. And
So no flooding or anything when it rains real?
No.
When we get those gully washers, sometimes the ones at the end of, what's that road?
Gosh,
Anchorage.
yes.
They have some flooding in the streets back there, and we help them out as much as we can, and we clear this for runoff as much as we can. And they're very grateful for our assistance, but that's the one that's impacted the most, and there's, I think, maybe 10 residential units down there that are impacted by that, as opposed to like Center Street Basin, which has so many other residents affected potentially by flooding.
Have we done anything in that lagoon or whatever that is?
I've done
Canaveral?
a tremendous amount of work. I had the north side totally cut back and dredged to expand, the capacity of it to hold more water. I don't think we've got any heavy rain since I did that. We also went on to the south side of Central and dug that out and
That's
dredged
behind
it.
Life Storage.
What's that?
That's behind Life Storage SpaceX. That was recently done.
Yeah, but closer to the Central itself.
Yeah.
We had a contractor come in, and normally that's an area where it likes to build up sand. And what it does is it takes up volume capacity that stormwater could inhabit. So we dug that out. They took it, hauled it off. And of course, I have cut a little bit more debris off the back of Life Storage and stuff. Just so that was going to be in my next phase of the canal. Because so far I've done north, and then I've maintained part of the south. But my next main phase of the south is to go ahead and dredge it all the way around the corner up to our actual right-of-way line.
But it hasn't been tested yet.
No, I'm excited because
Well, rain's
we
coming.
took a lot of sand out of there. We took a lot of debris and stuff, and in the long run, I've seen it dramatically help with flow, and getting it out a lot faster. So the pump station, they're going to rerun. I believe Tetra Tech is doing the study, and they're going to rerun their numbers after they see some future flows. We have a tidal gauge there too as well at that area on the head wall. So we're going to run some more numbers to see what actually is needed. They kind of gave us 3 scenarios of what we could do, 3 projects, but I wasn't comfortable with the amounts they were saying, and I said, I think we can do this a lot cheaper, and I think that you guys need to run the numbers again. So I'm looking out for the city and how much we pay on this, so.
Council, any other questions on this one?
Thank you, Mayor. Moving on to the next one, Mickey, this is your neighborhood in Harbor Heights. There's an old stormwater pipe that's been rusting for 60 years, and it's the last thing to be replaced there. Tim, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, that's pretty much, I think all the pipes have been replaced in Harbor Heights. It's the one right on there on the corner, as you can see where the car is, all the way out to the main. I'm not sure exactly the size. I should have put the size on here. But that last corrugated aluminum pipe probably needs to be changed out to concrete. And that should finish up Harbor Heights.
And that's on Harbor?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, it has to be with that. Well, I guess nowhere else.
This was started in 17.
Well, we've had pipes actually replaced since then, too.
The green portion will be replaced, or the
I'm
yellow?
ready to get started on these projects.
Mickey would like to go back so we could tell you why that happened for 60 years.
I can't speak to that.
So Tim, when when this rusted metal pipe is replaced, everything will be RCP, reinforced concrete pipe out there now,
Corrected.
Yeah.
Out
Cor-
there.
Correct.
out there. And
Do we know citywide how we're doing?
I'm sure there's metal in other places. Yeah.
I
this is-
got, the GIS was just finished this year,
That'll help us
and
know.
it tells you what each pipe's made out of, how big it is. Oh, it's a beautiful program.
Age?
The age, and yeah, it will tell you if it needs to be replaced. As you can see in this picture that's on the slide,
Yes,
you see how some pipes are green,
yes.
and then there's other yellow pipes. Yellow means that they're nearing their end of life, so they probably should be changed out. Green means they're in good condition. So as you can see, that main right there is yellow. So if I go to the GIS coordinates on the map itself and click on it, it'll give me a brief explanation of, have some pictures of the pipe, what condition it's in, and so on and so forth. So I'll be able to tell, hey, we might want to look at that pipe a couple of years.
So green is new pipe?
Green's just saying it's in good condition.
Okay, new condition.
And that is now available and done, ready for you to utilize?
Yes.
That's great. Thank
Yeah.
you for that update. That was a CIP project in
Yes.
itself that I think you updated on. And is that, and so this is one of the older pipes, but when you said that will make all of them out there, are you talking about on Coral and Harbor Drive only?
all of Harbor Heights.
In
Oh,
the
yeah.
entire subdivision.
Yeah, Coquina, and
Yeah.
sorry to leave Coquina off there. Okay, that's great, thank you.
And Mayor, if there's no other questions on that one, we have a more generic catch-all of roadway repair and replacement is the next one. Tim talked about what you want to do over the next 3 years with this.
All right, so when I was in infrastructure maintenance, I had a continual replacement of crossovers to the beach ends.
Oh, the
And-
roadway replacement.
What's that?
Are you on roadway
Yeah,
repair?
yeah, I'm
replacement?
just using that as an example.
Okay.
Todd had brought to me and Dave Dickey and said, what if we had something along the lines for roads to do the same thing? So this is where I got it from, and I'm like, that's a great idea, because right now we're concentrating on presidential roads, but we're not concentrating on all the other roads throughout the city that are dilapidated. So with this is just this isn't a full removal and replacement as in going down and doing all the underground utilities. This is just a simple mill and resurface. So as it says in here, it's gonna include any curbing that needs to be removed and replaced that are not within our presidential streets. So the first one that I had put down on here was Long Point Road. This was on a CIP last year. It was pushed forward to this year. And this is just to mill and resurface and redo any damaged curbing that's done. And as you can see in the future, Cherry Down Lane, which I believe we own now, would be the next road that we would mill and resurface, and then Harbor Heights possibly mill and resurface for the next fiscal year 26, 27. Now, as we find more roads that are non-presidential, we'll put them on this list. And then if you guys agree with getting them repaired and replaced, we'll go ahead and get them done. If they're pushed, if they're voted to be pushed out, then, or, moved around, that's okay too.
I have a question. On the Long Point Road, does this include any of the swale at the end of the street?
I would have that included into the project, so when they would start at the A1A, they would go down all the way to that dead end part, and I would have them clean out that swale, clean out the gutters, re-pour the gutters if needed, if they need to be repaired, and bring that back up to its original.
Is there any way to prevent debris from filling that back in?
Well, I can get an engineer to give me some options. I know that stormwater, they have some neat, I like to call them toys because they're just cool things to keep debris out of areas. But I can see if they have any new toys that I can implement into the end of the road. I think a lot of the issue down there, which I've heard, is that there's debris being blown into that area.
Yes.
And that's filling it up. And what's gonna end up happening is years and years of people just getting rid of their stuff down there. It's not gonna even act as a reservoir for stormwater anymore. It's just gonna flood. So,
Exactly.
yeah,
I know you and I have been out there several times and
yes.
walked that, and it's,
But I would like to include that into the scope of work. And on Long Point, I actually also wanted to include work with Molly in Parks and Rec, because I know she's redoing Patriots Park. And we discussed if we're going to go ahead and repave this road and mill and resurface it, what are the odds of us being able to get some parking areas over at Patriots Park, right there at the entryway next to the lift station? So we're also looking at that.
And this Long Point is strictly east or west of A1A, not the little strip of Long Point where the VFW is on the east side of A1A?
Correct.
Doesn't it? Okay.
Correct. This is from A1A to dead end.
Thank you.
And Tim, I just want to stress that we do look for anything like a gravity line that might need to be replaced, like in the Harbor Heights, you know.
Oh, sure,
We don't want
absolutely,
to have
yeah.
to cut up a new road because we didn't do this first.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, if they start finding things, that's normally when change orders come in. If they start finding things, or if they know something's really old in the ground, we'll either add it to the CIP, add it to the project. And if it ends up coming a little bit higher than what we anticipated because of that major repair that needs to be done or minor repair, we'll just do a small change order and get that done.
Thank
Might
you.
as well while you have the road open, right?
Amen. Yes.
I hate cutting up a brand new road.
Yeah, I know.
Breaks my heart. Anything else on this one, Mayor?
Not for me, council. Good. Thank you.
Okay, that's it, Tim. Thank you very much. Next up is Community Economic Development. Dave, who do you want to put on the hot seat? Zach? Zach's got it.
We can proceed. This is workshop. I just need to step out for 2 minutes. I'll come right back if that's okay, or does anyone else need to? If so, we could take a quick 5-minute break. Is that okay?
Sure.
It's 2:23. We'll try to be back before 2:30. Okay. Sorry, Zach. All right, everybody, it is 2:33 PM. I call the meeting back to order. We are at our City Council CIP workshop meeting. Took a brief recess there in between presentations of the CIP. Our city manager, I think, was about to roll into the community and economic development.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, sir, and we'll start with Zach. Zach, if you want to start with your first one, which is the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, Cape Canaveral Precinct Rooftop Solar Array, and this is an update.
Yeah, I'm going to hand this over to Commander Keck now. Just kidding.
That was good, that was good, that's good, that's good.
So, Council, this is an update. This is not new. This was taken to Council last year. This is basically to continue our efforts to install rooftop solar installations at critical city facilities, the next of which being identified was the Brevard County Sheriff's Office building, which the city does own, but is used by Brevard County Sheriff's Office. This project and some of the ones you're going to see on subsequent slides are part of a grant initiative, actually. After Hurricanes Ian and Nicole, FEMA, through their hazard mitigation grant program, allotted money to each state, and then the states down to the counties. Brevard County got upwards of $5 million for Hurricane Ian, and about the same for Hurricane Nicole. The city is a part of the local mitigation strategy committee, which is done through the Brevard County Emergency Operations Center. It's a committee comprised of local first responders and city staff that review projects that are submitted for this pot of money and select whether or not they should move forward. This project was selected to move forward. This particular grant was looking for projects that can boost energy resilience. We consider this a two-phase project one day. This will be, when completed, the largest rooftop city solar array in the city at 53 kilowatts on the east, south, and west sides of the building. Perfect building to do solar on, great orientation, good roof. And it will be built to be battery ready as well, to tie into the building's existing diesel generator to accentuate that diesel generator's operations and prolong off-grid capabilities if necessary. We'll also get a lot of cost savings out of this. We estimate upwards of $378,000 over the 25-year lifespan of the system, with the first year having over $10,000 in savings, and also a 99% reduction in carbon emissions for this particular facility. We have not heard yet back from the state. We are just waiting on them to hopefully award us on a 75-25 basis.
Thank you. Do you want to pause there, and if there are any questions, is it like
Yeah,
we were doing, is that,
You can ask any questions if you have.
and you finished?
Yeah.
For now? Council, any questions on the BCSO rooftop solar array for the precinct? Yep. Mayor Pro
do.
Tem, Councilmember Jackson?
Right ahead. I have a question. Okay, on this particular item, and also with the solar array on the multi-gen facility or C5, do we have solar panels set up in inventory in case of breakage from hail or wind or anything like that?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so we do.
They're under a 25-year warranty.
Okay,
So-
but do we keep spares?
We don't, but the company has them on available.
Okay.
And the particular company that we utilize is based in Maitland.
Oh, okay, very
Very close,
good.
yeah.
That's good to know, thank you. So they keep spares.
Yeah, they're all, it's a modular infrastructure system, so if any one panel were to malfunction or break, it could be easily popped out and put into place in a relatively short amount of time.
Right, okay, and then the other thing is, how did we calculate, you're gonna love me, right, Zach? You know my questions. How did we calculate the utility savings as well as the total estimated of $378,000 over the 25-year lifespan? How did we come up with that figure?
So we sent in about 5 years worth of utility data for the building to come up with that, and then that cost also included a estimation on FPL rate increases of 3.5% on an annual basis.
Okay.
That was thrown in there. Yeah, pretty much. So it's just using real world data that we've already experienced on the utility figure. And then it's calculated against how much the solar panels would offset on their production. So it's important to note that they would be, in the current configuration the system would be constructed, it would be sending electricity back to FPL's grid to offset. It would not be used to directly power the facility. And then that offset is where you see the savings occur over time.
Okay, so, and that's important. So I'm gonna repeat that, make sure I understood. So what we're doing is collecting the solar power and it's being sold back to FPL for the reduction on our actual electric bill.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that leads me to one more question, and then I'll leave you alone possibly for 5 seconds. So, what would it take for that to be powering our own battery center where we could be powering our own building using our solar versus getting a reduction from FPL?
So that would require the installation of a battery energy storage system. That's not scoped for this particular project. But we did intend it to be built to be battery ready, as it's called, where it could be upgraded. There is space for this to happen if we wanted, and that is a very large solar system that would definitely supply a lot of power for backup capabilities if needed. And like I said, the cool thing about this is that we would be using the best of both worlds, of diesel and battery, to accentuate the life of the generator that's already there, which could probably go for 3 or 4 days fully fueled. But God forbid, ships hits a bridge, power goes out, and we can't get fuel onto the island for some reason. The batteries would kick in during the day, supplementing power from the rooftop solar array, and would be powering the building. They would die, generator kicks in, keeps it going overnight, the cycle continues.
But currently, with what this is projected for, we would not have that capability.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And see, to me, it's very important that, well, just for council, I'm really focused on continuity of government and emergency disaster processes. So if we're looking at doing this, we need to look at continuing power for emergencies, hurricanes, that kind of thing, and consider that. Because if FPL goes down and we're still down, what has that done for us? And after you run out of diesel, you've run out of diesel. So
I would definitely consider it, if you wanted to look at it in the broad spectrum, this would be phase 1 of a 2-phase energy backup project.
Could we scope out the storage piece for the next fiscal year and put that into this next CIP?
We absolutely could.
And for me, emergency, I'm certified in disaster recovery for utilities. And so for me, looking at making sure and ensuring that our emergency services are up in case of the worst. We saw the worst of worst with Hurricane Ian and Fort Myers. If we have to ensure, if we're looking at projects like this, it's important to me, I don't know about the rest of the council, but I think that it behooves us to look at making sure that we are up if we had extended outages since we're on a barrier island.
I completely agree. I can't change it in the scope of the grant since it's already been submitted, but I definitely think, should we see approval, that would be the next step.
Well, and knowing that we can do that in 2 phases and that it would not be included in the first phase just makes us better aware as a council for looking at what we may want to do going forward.
Correct.
I think it's a great idea to put in the storage piece in the following fiscal year. Thank you for that.
For sure.
I have a quick question, Zach. Would that not just be a replication of IM10?
Pretty much.
Okay.
We might be able to make it bigger, depending on the exact size and the system modularity. Those systems are getting more advanced all the time. The energy sector has really put a lot of R&D into that. The system that we saw, Councilmember Willis, at Florida Institute of Technology, probably be a little bit bigger than that, but something of a similar vein that they're using on their alumni center.
And following up on, thank you, Councilman Willis. I just found that IM10 from you saying that. So we've got it in budgeted in capital improvement for the C5, but we don't have it budgeted for our emergency services.
Right, so Do you want, should I keep, that's a different slide, should I keep going?
I think we can kind of talk about them together, if that's okay, Mayor?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
So, yes, what you see on the, oh, that's actually the next slide.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect. So, this project is also a grant-funded project if we receive it through the same funding cycle of hazard mitigation from FEMA. This was done for the community center. Part of the grant application, the budgeting office that looks after HMGP funding is looking for facility improvements that can handle critical facilities and also facilities that can outwardly help residents after a disaster. That was the thinking behind the community center, and also its ongoing transition to become an overall resilience hub. Should something ever happen here post-storm, for people that remained or people that are coming back and need assistance, the community center can be used as a space where we could assist with that with other departments like Brevard County Sheriff's Office, Canaveral Fire Rescue. Right now, the community center does not have a backup system of any kind, diesel or battery. Space is relatively limited to have a traditional diesel system of the size that would be needed for a building like that. So the energy storage system via the batteries was much more effective in terms of its small footprint and modularity. With this particular project, we'd be looking at, in conjunction with the existing rooftop solar array, about a 4-hour usage time during the day to utilize for everything but pretty much the HVAC. We could bring in mobile, smaller HVAC units, cooking supplies, communications, and things like that. And then this would also be funded on a 75%, 25% basis, should we be awarded, which we hope to hear back this fiscal year.
If we didn't have water breaching the dams that we've just ordered, or
Correct.
the doors we just ordered, all of that could happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're looking, the building was built to be solar ready, which is great. So a lot of the conduit has been pre-laid. There's space in the utility room. There's also consideration to perhaps put them on the second floor. There's a closet directly above the utility room. The closet space would be fireproofed up to appropriate code to handle this, and would keep some flooding incidents. I will say though, I'm not sure exactly which product we will go to, but Tesla does have one of the best, as you see on the screen, and their most recent Powerwall was built to be submerged in operation, which is fantastic. Knowing that these could be used in a space that could be vulnerable to something like flooding. So it really improved the technology. But yes, that is the gist of this project.
So both of them are HMGP grant reliant at this point, and when do we expect to hear something on those?
Hopefully this fiscal year, it is the state, so
And
I'll leave it at that.
but these were approved by Brevard County HMGP.
Yes, through the LMS committee.
They're just waiting, Brevard County's waiting for the money.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Zach, I got a question. As far as the funding goes, so like Councilmember Jackson was asking, so if you needed to get another storage system or whatever, is the pot endless in the grants that could fund these with the 75, 25, whatever? You can go to the well again and see if you could get that?
That application cycle has ended.
That application has closed.
Okay, so the city would have to fund what Councilmember Jackson's saying?
Unless another grant opens up.
Right.
And that's what Zach is saying he'd be looking for.
All right. And Mike, the reason I'm bringing it up is if that doesn't happen, and not to sound like a broken record, but it's important that we use these ARPA funds, that if we delved into more of these, that I would suggest this is a valuable thing to use for ARPA funds that are remaining, okay? If we can't get a grant, even if we have to pay the 25% that's remaining, we don't impact the general fund, and we use the ARPA money, because it's there.
I think that's a good idea. So as we scope the storage piece for 25, 26, we tag it to ARPA, Zach, while we're trying to get grants.
Yes, and the reason I'm bringing it up is because we got time, but time is moving along, And I want to use every penny of these ARPA funds. They're free, it's free money.
We've
That's-
already started investigating a new National Science Foundation grant with the Florida Institute of Technology specific to Resilience Hub development, similar to the one that we just completed with the Rain Garden, with the Civic Innovation Challenge that they released. This one is looking also for resilience enhancements, so that would be a great fallback grant to do. We have a track record of success with NSF funding, 1 for 1, so
Nice work.
thank you.
Zach, I have one question.
Yes.
You said that the batteries would be good for 4 hours a day.
Yes, at full charge.
So how many days would that, like if we were,
That's a good question. So the solar array at the roof would continue to feed them and recharge them as needed during the day. Post-hurricane, it's usually actually very sunny, so we
Yeah.
could keep it going for quite a while. And the rooftop solar arrays themselves, they are always spec'd to withstand wind speeds of 165 miles per hour. That is what they've been engineered to handle.
so with these, we would be able to open that facility, God forbid we should have a bad storm, 4 hours a day for
Yes.
however many days it takes people to get back in
Yes.
their homes and
Yes, we would never do it before. We do not want to encourage people to
stay on the
stay,
island.
correct. There should never be there are no shelters on the island during a storm for safety reasons, but after, yes, this would be the rallying point for residents where they could experience some type of relief as they're trying to assess their own personal situations.
Zach, I got a couple of questions.
Yeah,
The 110,000, city's portion is 25% of that, or is the 110,000 25% of the total? Like, is it
oh, that,
440,000?
the total budget is 110,000.
So we only pay, oh, no, I'm sorry, saying out of the general fund. But where was I reading? Yeah,
Down there at the bottom of the slide there.
$110,000
Total.
total.
So it'd be 35,000 us, 75,000 hazard mitigation.
And they provide those funds up front? Or do we have to spend it and they reimburse, sort of?
I don't know offhand, but we have this money budgeted in case
Okay.
that's required.
So
This
we
is
have
already in the budget.
110,000 with the hope of getting a grant. So this council is really looking at this as, hey, 110, cross your fingers, 75%, that's a lot, comes back. Do you know the size of this battery?
Yes. It is, I just have it.
In terms of kilowatt hours and then KW?
Yes. Hold please. 68.4 kilowatt hours.
68,400, I
Yep.
would think, kilowatt hours?
Yes.
So
68.4,
68.4.
Yeah,
And does it say what the kilowatt is? This just
I do not have that on.
like it's, okay.
We did a high-level overview, but we could get more specifics if we want to drill down
And
further.
do you know the brand of that battery?
No,
Just that
we kept it open.
generally that amount of, that capacity of storage would provide 4 hours of runtime for the C5 without AC running.
Right.
So a non-air conditioned, that load, that's what it's sized.
Yep.
The hearing Councilmember Jackson, and I think overall, I think that is really that's the direct benefit that we understand and I think would help the community understand. And so if the sheriff's department, if we were to have grid failure in a disaster recovery, I think the question we want to think about so that you can do the best job you can is how many days would we want our Brevard County Sheriff's Office to operate in the event there was no power? So in terms of hours, I would think more in terms of days for them, not hours, and think this would be a larger investment, but paired with the diesel, like you said, and their capabilities and their needs, and certainly what BCSO is involved in this, I think that's a really good goal, is say, hey, we're working, and that might take phases, but in this year, next year, we invested in at least one day of, no grid dependency, was completely relying on it. And then, by adding on batteries over time, we might need to add more days, but at least starting in those terms, because, we'll kind of get lost up in the battery sizes, and some of them are more efficient than others. But I know that most, like 10-year warranties, which are really good, and the space for it, I think is important. But those are all ideas that I support too, and being able to move on that even sooner than next year, in my opinion, because I know that right now there are a lot of grants and funds, and those step down over time at the federal level, as we know, some of them, or there's just a limited amount of funds, and all the public institutions across the country are competing for that. Now, it's a lot of money, but eventually it will be all utilized, and so thank you.
And we've had experience with our storms here where certain spots within the city were out for 3 days or a week. So I think looking at outages from past storms to determine where we're vulnerable, if BCSO and our fire department locations are
Yes,
vulnerable, so that we
absolutely.
can have real empirical data instead of analyzation of that would be good, because we want to be able to make sure that these guys are up and running. I know that we also partner with the port on the fire department and emergency response, and can possibly look at that as alternatives for locations if we had outages. But I think looking at actual storm data would be a great thing to ensure that we're doing something that is meaningful.
And I do like the C5. I mean, it's centrally located. It provides a larger space that even our first responders might be able to utilize, as
True.
we've said.
To use the Little League field I was at the live training session yesterday that they had, and we were in discussions about, what are the medevac areas that you use in the city. The Little League field is one of the designated medevac areas where they would come in and land a helicopter because it's behind a secure fence line. So that's important to know. I hadn't previously known that. So having that be a distribution point to where even our first responders could utilize the facility would be, like you said, important.
And under serious disaster, Health First Hospital moving,
Right.
our nearest facility, is there a path that the city could look into or pursue about what it would take to convert the C5 into a facility where doctors, our fire, medics, sheriff
Right.
can utilize to provide, so we're not actually having to fly them out.
Right,
We
right,
can
right.
treat them right there
That
at
would
that
be part
space.
Of, that would absolutely be part of the development. So
Might open up more grants
Right.
too, because we're willing to be a qualified facility of some
Exactly.
sort.
So with the Resilience Hub concept, it's really in two different buckets. You have your infrastructure bucket, because without that, you can't really do much programming inside of it. The building can't keep itself going during calamities. Then you have the programming side of it. So that's where you start getting the partners involved: Brevard County Emergency Operations, Canaveral Fire Rescue, BCSO. And we start developing internal programs and policies and procedures to say, during this specific scenario, this happens with the facility. During that specific scenario, this happens with the facility. That has yet to be developed, and that, as we're going along, that is what we'll be doing. So,
Multi-gen was something we always used to talk about, multi-use now.
yeah, exactly.
And
Thank
we'd
you.
want to definitely, potentially, based on if council comes to that decision, we'd want to look at what type of equipment needs to be there for BCSO to provide emergency dispatch, things of that nature, if that's going to be their backup location. 4 hours in that case is not going to help us. So we'd have to look at expansion of that to go fully into it if we're looking at a phased approach.
Yeah, the great thing about battery technologies is they're very modular. They can
Absolutely.
be added to with relative ease as long as there's space.
Thank you. I think that all that was around the justification, which is an important part of this. And so the beginning of, I think, hopefully some more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Next one.
I will hand it over to my colleague, Kyle Harris.
This one is the presidential streets, and we've been looking forward to this one. This is a multifaceted beast of a project that's been a couple years in the making now. And Kyle's getting ready to tell us about the April update that council could expect at the council meeting. Kyle.
Yes, so this is just a little break from Zach. You'll hear more from him soon. Don't worry. So yes, this is some good timing. The Presidential Streets Master Plan. There will be a presentation at the April council meeting by Kimley Horn, kind of tying together the Presidential Streets Master Plan, both phases 1 and 2, the Civic Hub Stormwater Feasibility Study, and the Center Street Basin Study, just kind of tying together these different projects that we've looked at over the years, and give us a good foundation to start moving forward for this fiscal year to have a street that we're going to start surveying, outreach to the citizens on that street. And then, so we've budgeted to kind of do that again next year for a subsequent street, but also get into the actual construction and get underground and look at everything. So, yeah, it's obviously a huge project that has many moving parts. But we're going to be funding it through the CRA for the most part. There's a small portion that's outside of the CRA at the beach ends, but this should be funded by the CRA. And then we also still have grant services through Kimley Horn. We've been speaking with them actually this week, and they are helping us secure some grants. So we'll get some money that way.
A question, and maybe a question for Dave on this. We know that the CRA can only fund the portion of the presidential streets that's in the CRA, and that ends at Ridgewood Avenue. So anything east of, actually anything Ridgewood and east cannot be CRA dollars. Could that qualify for transportation impact fees from Brevard County?
Dave, do you know that? Put you on the spot.
I just want to say
I'm
thank
not
you
sure.
for that question.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. This is what, that's sort of where the presidential streets originated. Really started on the east side of Ridgewood.
Yeah.
And then we,
In this way?
for the CRA, but
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, what we have had to do in the past is we've had to go to the county with a really pretty detailed scope on how we're going to spend these transportation dollars that we're getting back. And they've been very thorough in the research of what we're doing with these dollars. As the council knows, we've been spending these mostly on streetscape projects or complete street projects. I think if we can fashion an argument that these are complete street projects, we may be able to at least go to the council, go to the county and ask.
Because when it comes to complete streets projects, we've got Therm, we've got West Central between A1A and Atlantic, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
There's no other ones we're planning.
Not right now.
So I'd like us to keep an eye on that, because we know these presidential streets are going to be more than a decade working on them.
Yeah.
Just keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I think the components are there for a complete street project on our beach ends. So yeah, I think that's a very creative thought. We'll definitely, I'll talk to Todd about this, but maybe I'll reach out to my county contact and just take a temperature on what the staff person at least thinks about that.
Yeah, and
We can discuss that.
because when the council makes some decisions after hearing from Kimley Horn on sequencing of presidential streets, and we have I'm going to call it our game plan laid out for the next many years, that plan going to the counties, taking that plan to the county and saying, this is how much money we're going to need over so many years. We'd like to continually plug transportation impact fees into this as they come in. Maybe structure an agreement around that.
Yeah, as you said earlier, the hotels are one pot of money, as you indicated.
It's also any
in the city
project.
are
Yeah.
generating that pot of money, or filling that pot of money. They're not as big, but over time, every little bit helps. It's about $2,000 for a single family home for county transportation impact fees. so, you know, every little bit helps, so that's a good idea. We'll stay on top of that.
So Dave, I think your first word there is the key, scope, right? I mean, if we could do therm and they could give us 1.2 million for a project that might be, let me just say 3 million. And now we're gonna do a presidential street that's 3 million. Well, can't they give us those impact fees or whatever, 800,000 for that part that's the Ridgewood side on the east? I mean, it's
I mean,
maybe it could be justified.
We've got, as Todd indicated earlier, we've got 2 hotel projects that we haven't really nailed down yet on how we're gonna spend those impact fees, 800,000.
Yeah.
So we do have to go back to the county and ask them to reallocate those dollars back to the city, so that could potentially be our opportunity to funnel them into the presidential streets.
Yeah, and
That-
let's not lose sight of the fact that our CRA board tasks the Business and Economic Development Board to also weigh in on funding the presidential streets. We want to get their thoughts on this as well, because they might have some other creative ideas. When's that meeting scheduled for, do you know?
Next Thursday, a week
Okay.
from tonight.
Okay, so that works out nicely for the April council meeting. We're going to have our heads full of information about presidential streets after the April council meeting, it sounds like.
Councilmember Willis, did you?
Yeah, I want to throw a wrench in this, because several months ago, we discussed impact fees as it relates to A1A and possible pedestrian crossings.
Oh, that's true.
So I don't want to lose sight of that either, so.
Yep.
Because I met with FDOT, Lexi Miller and the TPO met with FDOT at the facility in Cocoa yesterday, and they are coming around. That's basically all I can say right now, but if we are willing to put a little more skin in the game, we might get a few things. So,
That's definitely something to keep in mind. Thank you, sir.
Good point.
Any other comments on this particular project?
The update from Kimley Horn will also include the results of the one-way analysis?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
The update from Kimley and Horn will also tell us what streets they're talking about starting with, or is that?
Yeah, so they'll present what their recommendation is, and then council can discuss what they would like to do.
They're definitely looking at it from a triage basis. I'm certain of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Anything else on presidential streets, Mayor?
Not at this time, no, thank you.
All right, moving on to Banana River Park Shoreline. I think this is Zach.
Okay, so for the last few years, we've been experiencing some pretty significant erosion events on our shorelines where our city-owned shorelines at Banana River Park and Manatee Sanctuary Park. We experienced erosion after Hurricane Matthew, Ian, Irma. So we've been throwing around this project for quite a number of years now, just internally, and this is the first time we're actually going to try and bring it to council to see what you would want to do. Anticipated cost is $100,000 to the city. This would be specifically for a shoreline stabilization and enhancement project at Banana River Park, probably in the area that you see in the photo, the upper photo there, where there's little to no vegetation, because you can see where there is vegetation, the shoreline is much further out. And where there is not, we're experiencing consistent shoreline collapse that is slowly encroaching back towards that fence. This would probably be in collaboration with several local partners, including the Brevard Zoo and the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program. Part of a living shoreline design is twofold. It would be to stabilize the shoreline and recruit sediment so that the shoreline actually gets extended further out into the lagoon instead of being pushed back. And also for habitat quality improvement. The Banana River Lagoon has been one of the hardest hit areas of the overall Indian River Lagoon system in terms of algae blooms and species die-offs and seagrass die-offs. We don't know exactly what the project final design will look like. It would probably involve some type of green infrastructure and some type of shoreline or in-water devices that would mitigate wave energy before it hits the shoreline. That would also accentuate the local habitat by providing places for recruitment of species, including seagrass, which there is little to none in this area. If this was to work out, we would consider moving the project or expanding the size further down the shoreline. And also, because once you get into the water, you're really in state land, and you have to work with the state and the St. Johns River Water Management District to get this type of project permitted. We could begin to go out and protect other areas of the city. Because a lot of our flood projections actually show that some of the worst flooding that we could experience in a major storm event is on the lagoon side and not the ocean side, which sounds a little counterintuitive, but this is what we've seen. So that's basically what that project is. Anybody have any questions?
$75,000 in grants, and where do you see that sourced from, Zach?
That could be a number of things. I honestly don't know yet. We proposed $100,000 for the city, just in case we got nothing. Pretty confident that there are grants out there through the Florida Fish and Wildlife, IRL NEP, Brevard Zoo, St. John's. There's usually a lot of stuff for this type of project, as well with the aquarium coming. They'll be experiencing similar issues that we do if they don't enhance their shoreline. So I imagine there would be mutual interest in extending protection down the shoreline, those few thousand feet to our city, because this is the type of project too where if you do it and some areas are unprotected over time, it could hurt other areas. So it's definitely something we would want to broaden as we move forward.
Thank you.
My question is, the cost is, it says for a living shoreline, is this for the plants, the trees, or is that labor and
It would be all the above.
any sediment?
Yeah, it would be all
Like
the above.
actual,
It would be for plants, it would be for wave attenuation devices, it would be for liners, labor, construction. It would be a fairly small scale project, probably a few dozen feet in length, enough to cover that area that you see in that upper picture, maybe a little more, depending on the exact type of system that we've scoped out.
so the goal is to close that gap between, roughly through those two trees in the upper picture?
Correct.
But it's also establishing a methodology that we are going to hopefully be proving out that could be rubber stamped at
Yes, we would
everywhere.
be copying and pasting it down the shoreline. Manatee Sanctuary Park is another great place to do this, where there's a boardwalk that's in close proximity to the shoreline. In some areas that has minimal vegetated protection.
And then some private properties might also emulate what we're doing based on our lessons learned.
Exactly.
My final question is, if there is any data on what we've lost, or is it just visual observations, but maybe in between the meeting, being able to see that? Aerial photography.
Come to my house. No, I'm serious. If you want to see erosion, you come to PDR.
Zach, I think we could easily get Brevard County Property Appraiser aerial historical photographs to prove what the mayor's asking. Let's see.
I'm not asking to prove, I'm asking to see what was the rate of erosion.
Yeah,
Because that's the, if this is just covering a small segment, I know, I've been out there enough to see all that got washed out. The little ramp, I remember having to redo that. But yeah, what is the rate, and then what does this investment do for us as far as extending the life of that shoreline? The cost of doing nothing is, at the rate it eroded, just say it was 1 foot a year, for easy math, we know that not making this investment in 3 years, we theoretically would lose 3 feet of shoreline. And so by putting this money in, we hold 3 feet for, do we add 2? Do we decrease the loss? And if so, for roughly how long? Because I agree, that's a small section. If there's erosion happening elsewhere, it'd be something I think we all want to look at.
Yeah, there is. We saw a demonstration project at the Marine Resources Council Lagoon House in Palm Bay. Excellent place, highly recommend. They have a living shoreline design where they put in basically these, what they're called sills, which are these rocky encroachments that mangroves are put into. The rocky sills break up the wave energy, the mangroves clean up the water, and sediment is recruited behind them and sure enough, they had 10 to 15 feet of extra shoreline built back, all with nature doing its own thing once it was given a chance. And then they planted on that new recruited sediment to shore up that shoreline and build it into a very thick mat of roots and vegetation. So it worked very well, and it worked in as little as 2 years.
That's great.
Yeah.
So that's a
Very
good
quick.
case study. Where's that, down in South Brevard?
Yes, in Palm Bay at the Marine Resources Council Lagoon House.
Oh, I know where that,
Yeah,
okay.
beautiful trail system. You can walk down in the water and see it. And then you can see where they stopped it, and there's nothing, and it's at least 10 to 15 feet back. It's pretty striking.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor?
Not for me. Anything else?
Well, I did see Cocoa Beach had done something along the Banana River as well.
They did.
Along one of their parks, and,
McNabb.
yeah, McNabb Park, and it had arrested some of the erosion, so.
Yes.
But it was not a large-scale project.
No.
And there's a number of associations along the riverfront who are looking to combine efforts to seek some grants as well. So we may, several of them have been in contact with me, so we may be trying to find ways that we can do that as well.
I'm also pleased to say that in the yard back at Public Works, we have 3 artificial reefs that were donated to us that were 3D printed with concrete that are waiting installation that would probably find a home in this proposed project to test how they do and see what they do. So they look like cabbage reefs. Very cool.
That is cool.
I have 2 questions.
Yes.
So I know basically where this is, I believe. So I have one question is, this is not addressing the shoreline at the water department.
That's a great thing to bring up. So let's talk about that real quick. Because that's, yes, park, water treatment plant. Water treatment plant. Sideline. Currently, the city is going through a very important design study with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I'll call it a grant. It's not really a grant, but for the sake of simplicity, it's essentially a grant that the city was awarded to work with the Army Corps of Engineers through their Section 14 Emergency Stream Bank Restoration Program. This is a program that's designed to protect critical utility assets from erosion, and we qualified for that. And with that, we get $100,000 of federal funding that the Army Corps will use to do a design study and analysis of the treatment plant's shoreline, which they started on February 16th of this year, and it lasts exactly for 1 year. Part of the program would be moving into a phase 2 that would actually see infrastructure implementation to enact what the design study says should be done. That is capped at a $10 million budget that is split 65-35. 65 federal, 35 city. Doesn't have to go up to 10 million, that's just the cap the program ends at. So that is a super critical project that is ongoing right now. We're working with the Army Corps to get shoreline measurements, do surveys. We've done a lot of drone flights with Embry-Riddle University to get current photographs and to monitor the erosion out there. So we, a little $100,000 living shoreline project at the treatment plant won't do much good. So we brought out the big guns and we brought in the Army Corps of Engineers to see what we can do out there. So that design study will be brought back to council once they're complete for your review.
Okay, and
Because
it started in February?
Correct.
16th. So 2025, February 16th, it should be.
Or sooner. That's just when it would, by the program's statutes, has to end. And you would be reviewing that because there's no obligation to actually move forward into the stage 2 infrastructure implementation. It would be with council's blessing that we would, depending on what they do. And I'm pleased to say too, because traditionally the Army Corps has been very seawall. We are exploring a hybrid design that would ensure some type of green-gray infrastructure to ensure that erosion is stopped or reversed. Because there are sections of the treatment plant that are relatively close to the lagoon. So that's not something we want to see wash away.
And then my second question probably is more for Mr. Dickey, because that is in regards to any existing property on the Banana River that may want to do building and what they can do to their yards, what they're allowed to do to their yards. So I know that many people that build, or in a lot of places within our city, have been coming in and knocking down older homes and wanting to rebuild. And when you're on that side and you take out all of the plants that are along the shoreline, you are more, susceptible to erosion. So have we done anything to prevent that, since we're seeing erosion in certain spots along the river? Or is there, or has that already been addressed, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, we have some, I'll call them legacy ordinances that the city's had around for a while, and they're setbacks from high water lines, which would include the Banana River Lagoon. So we have some stuff in place that people can't go right down into and build and alter and modify these areas. But could we do more? Yeah, I think we certainly could. Obviously, we start dealing with property rights at that point, and that's kind of a, that's a sensitive issue. But I think that, I'm thinking about that, what's the name of that subdivision right there on Thurm? It's a beautiful little subdivision right there on
Angel's Isle?
Manatee Bay.
Manatee Bay.
The last one on the.
Yes. Yeah, if you've ever driven back in there, we've got 5 or 6, maybe 10 homes along that canal right back there. And we've worked pretty closely with folks. Most of them, they've wanted to put pools in. And so we've dealt very closely with them on what they can and can't do within so many feet of the high water line. So yeah, we've got some standards in place where we can address that. Also, if somebody wants to get down in there and alter some of those areas, I'll call them jurisdictional areas of either St. John's or Army Corps or whoever. There's obviously, those agencies have their own permitting process above and beyond what the city has. So I'm not familiar with any, how can I phrase it, permanent damage or real serious negative stuff going on with redevelopment activities. So I think we're okay, but we certainly can take a look at.
Dave, I have a question, and I think this is a great line of questioning.
Yeah.
The City Council recently held a joint meeting with the P&Z and the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council about strengthening our codes for resilience. And one of the things that was focused on was, at the time of redevelopment, certain codes come in. Could this find a place in that effort? The shorelines, specifically the Banana River Lagoon shorelines, as far as a code that would be addressed?
Yeah, I mean, we can't, there's no planning, there's no legal term. Anthony can opine on it much better than I can. It's called rational nexus. There has to be some rational reason or purpose for your ordinances. You just can't willy-nilly come up with things and just because you want it. So there has to be some purpose for these things. But yeah, I think as far as our resiliency standards and goals and aspirations go, we could certainly take a look at that. Yeah, and I think we could work very closely with the Regional Planning Council. They do a lot of this work around the central part of Florida, a lot of coastal communities. So yeah, we could certainly do that if that would be the wish and the desire of the council.
Well, and I'm a fairly common sense type of person, but if we're looking at restoring this much of it while over here it's being destroyed, what are we doing? Why are we even doing that? Why are we even addressing it? It needs to be more of a coordinated effort that ensures that our entire, water line there is being addressed. We didn't take Florida and do a coastal zoning line on the outside, where the Atlantic is, and stop in one city and say, you do whatever you want. We took a overall approach to that. And so it doesn't make sense to be restoring a small section like this, to me, if we're allowing things that cause degradation in other areas.
Yeah, if the council remembers that gentleman from UF who was here at the workshop, one of the things that I think it was a big part of the conversation was, what can the city do for our own properties, and what can we ask private property owners to do? And so that's kind of what I think we're talking about here, is kind of a two-pronged approach. And yeah, we certainly can. We certainly can do something along those lines.
Then there's the aquarium.
And then there's the aquarium.
Yeah.
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 And that's
Yeah,
good.
they're gonna, that's gonna be a something else.
I will say real quick too about this particular project, we have it set within pretty firm boundaries of the park, so I'm confident that it wouldn't exacerbate any issues surrounding it. And then I was also gonna say, for residents that do live on the lagoon, we do have the Adopt a Mangrove program, that residents can get mangroves from the city, about 2 to 3 years old, red mangroves, about 2 feet tall, that they can plant as they please on their shorelines if they feel it would help. So that is available. We get the mangroves from the Marine Resources Council.
Thank you, Zach. Mayor, if there's no more questions, we can move
No,
on.
I think the big takeaway here is, sounds like a really good project for us. And I think want to zoom out a little and say, hey, here's all of our shoreline. We're going to knock this one out. But I think there is an appetite for more shoreline protection if needed.
Absolutely.
So thank
Yeah,
you.
And usually when these projects are done, I wouldn't imagine a continuous linear line of like infrastructure. It would be specific targeted places where you see, and then you let the green side of it appreciate the project over time, instead of like with a seawall that depreciates over time through failure and whatnot. So, yeah, one of the only infrastructure projects that compounds on itself. Interesting.
All right, if we're ready to move on, Mayor, next
Sure.
one is Canaveral Fire Rescue Station 53 Enhanced Lightning Protection System. Zach?
Okay, so this is pretty simple. This would be the last facility that we would install one of our CMCE devices to dissipate lightning within a 375-degree area around it. All city facilities are complete with such a project. This would be CRA funded. The device itself would only cost about $12,500, but we budgeted $16,000 just in case. We have talked to Dave Sargent just to make sure he was okay. He was okay. So, yeah, it would be either mounted on the top of the radio antenna behind the building or on a ballasted mount that's over the pitched roof at the dead center of the building.
Which will make the 4th facility or the 5th facility?
Fifth.
5th, yeah, that's great.
I am super pleased to say that since installing these, there has been no on-property damage from lightning strikes.
Don't they come with some sort of a guarantee? How does that work again, Zach?
There is a $500,000 no-strike guarantee
Yeah,
Wow.
and a 10-year warranty.
thank you.
It's almost paid to get hit.
Thank you. Any questions on this one, council?
We perform regular maintenance on these too, in the form of just checking the ground connection. So before we go into every lightning season, we know that they're up to snuff.
Okay, moving on, Zach, Resiliency Division Fleet Vehicle Upgrade. You've got 2 items about vehicles.
Yes. So the first one is to replace 2 existing city vehicles that have kind of seen their course. We're looking to acquire a Ford Maverick hybrid pickup truck to provide staff with better utility capabilities and more reliability. We've had several issues with our Chevy Malibu, may it rest in peace. But, and then our Ford Focus, also Kyle hits his head on the door every time, so we just have kind of outgrown.
Is that why it's no longer functioning, the truck? Or the
Yes, yes.
What about Kyle's head?
So Zach, this will take care of 2 vehicles, this one?
Yes, we would like to replace both with one vehicle. We could get this vehicle through the Florida Sheriff's Association at a pretty minimal cost of for less than $25,000. That 26 is just to allow for some extra add-ons like safety lighting and telematics use. So that would be really good. With the bed too, we can start to use it to go to do more city events, show off the vehicle in terms of our electrification efforts, and then also just, I think it's prudent for the city to be utilizing vehicles that have a little bit higher profile, given flood situations and whatnot, so that it could be used during inclement situations if we needed to address certain responses to storms and whatnot. So Great gas mileage, over 40 mpg.
And it's hybrid?
It is a hybrid, yes.
And how long can you go on all electric, or is it just regenerator of the charging as it breaks?
That would be regenerative braking. It's called an HEV, hybrid electric vehicle. It would go to battery mode at very low speeds, probably 20 miles an hour or less, which is great for around here.
It is.
And then when it's at idle. And then
So you could put around 20 miles an hour on fully electric?
for quite a while, yeah. Put around, I like that term.
Yeah.
We'll put around.
Officers are here, so we're just putting around.
Put around.
Yeah, so thank you. I think that's, well, 24, it's a 10-year-old, the Chevy Malibu, is it year 10, is that not operating anymore?
It operates, but it's, you know, it's gonna,
It's become a money pit.
Yeah.
There's things going wrong with it.
Maintenance.
Constant maintenance. It's time, yeah. It's over 10 years old and
And do we have as far as fitting in the back, the mobile pumps where we have flooding sometimes, I think?
we have other vehicles set for that, a larger.
But could it
larger
work on
utility.
that one?
There could be a hitch added. I'm not aware of what the tow capacity is. It has some tow capacity, but I don't know what it is. But we usually use our like F-250 vehicles for that type
The
of.
bigger thing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? See none?
Okay, moving on. Next one is Resilience Operations Utility V2X. I'm probably not saying that correctly.
You are.
Okay.
It's more vehicles. So this is another hazard mitigation grant-funded project, still outstanding. It's in the current fiscal year budget to support the 75-25. These vehicles would be probably put in public works. These would in fact be all-electric Ford F-150 Lightning pickups. And I'll be honest with you, I don't have much confidence that we will actually get this grant because the funding cycle calls that vehicles can't be included, although the city made the argument that these are in fact mobile generators, which is how they are built by Ford. In this picture, you can see them being utilized for such operations. These have a massive battery system inside of them that can be utilized for on-site usage for construction or whatnot, powering lights, tools, charging devices. And also included in this cost would be the implementation of V2X technology, which is vehicle to everything. So these can actually be plugged into a building and used as backup generators to power the facility for a few days on full charge. 3 days of an average sized US home at full charge. Rationing could go up to 7 days. We would have 2, so we could intermix the vehicles. Yeah, that's pretty much what that is. The city of us and the city of Titusville applied for this project. So I don't know how many vehicles they asked for, but we asked for 2.
Now, if we were to win that and purchase those vehicles, they could power the BCSO.
We could install that technology to do that, yes.
I don't know
I
if
do
they
not
would
know, I do not
do
know
a
offhand.
full backup.
Yeah,
I don't,
I don't know. It'd be something, but I don't know offhand how much that would be. Something like the Public Works Services Administration building where they would, stage after a disaster to coordinate public works efforts. Certainly a building of that size.
I think, hopefully, yeah, they see it that way. It's a battery with wheels.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
it happens to look like a pickup truck.
Are there any anticipated reductions in that price based on the fact they're doing those layoffs?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yes.
We went for the price is a little on the heavier side because we also went for a more premium version. Since we figured most would be paid for by the state,
Right.
Why not go for broke and try and get more? This specific variant was what the city of Orlando purchased, and we were able to view that, and it seemed like a good fit, so that's why we went with that one. But there could be a reduction by the time we would go out to get one.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm thinking that there may be, because there's kind of some changes going on with them. Thank you.
Zach, when will you know if we get this grant?
I really hope I can tell you in the next few months. It should be this fiscal year, but with the state of Florida, I don't know sometimes.
And does the Public Works Administrative Building have the solar?
It does not. At this time, it is, if the grid goes down out there, there's a massive backup diesel generator that kicks in to keep the facility going. This could offset some of that and keep that specific to critical pumps and whatnot, and the outlying admin buildings and whatnot. Offices could utilize this technology.
That would be the biggest
Yeah.
project if we were trying to offset the electricity consumption at those facilities. That's like 80% of our electric bill.
By
And
far.
when you add all the facilities just there. But boy, that would be quite a project. You see them covering the clarifier or the tops of the, but still not enough. I mean, there's a lot of power coming out of there. And I think being able to keep that operating is good, but it would take a lot of trucks, I think,
It would take
if
a lot of
even possible. The demand is so high.
Yes, to increase energy security at the plant, I would vouch, I think the existing diesel generator does a really good job. But any more supplemental additions could be additional battery storage systems. There are treatment plants that have done that now, but we're talking battery systems that are the size of shipping containers. It would be a very big project. But I do think the plant is up to snuff at this point with what its core critical elements. These would provide additional capabilities and reduce that load every little bit we can reduce on the main generator is great.
And this was for one truck?
Two.
Two. That's what I thought I was looking for where I saw. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, council?
Hearing none, Mayor, we'll move on to traffic safety public art installation. Zach, is this you or Kyle?
Yes, last one. So this one is a project that was sent our way by 321 Millennials. Mayor, I think they might have contacted you for, yeah. So this is something that we're looking to do with funding that would be provided from 321 Millennials, which is basically a youth group that provides education and outreach to communities, try and enhance communities overall. They're looking to do, in collaboration with us, some type of crosswalk art design, which I think is very cool, very placemaking. Somewhere within the city, we wanted to budget a little bit for being able to pay for design costs from perhaps a local artist. I don't know offhand how much the 321 Millennials would be able to give, but we thought this would be a pretty cool project to do somewhere perhaps in the presidential streets, maybe on a street that we know won't be done for quite a number of years, or somewhere perhaps around Cape View Elementary. I think that would be an awesome educational piece. And it would be done probably also in collaboration with the Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization. Kyle, do you want to add anything about that? Or?
No, I was just going to mention, we had talked to them about Cape View, one of the roads around there, and possibly, getting the students involved somehow and, voting or some element of that. So it's just kind of a fun thing to create a sense of place.
Yeah, this kind of thing, I think, could be thought of in future upcoming presidential streets design. Also, other areas of the city where could potentially that's a good place for that. And just as an aside, it looks like they're playing an A-sharp diminished chord on the piano one there. I really like that one.
Maybe they could put Elvis on there too.
I think doing it down by Cape View, there's many crossways where the kids cross to get to school. That would be a good place. And then, we're going to tear apart the presidential streets. Why paint it and then tear it up? So doing it down there would be something I would
It'd be pretty unique for Brevard. I'm only aware of one other in the county, in Cocoa Village, in front of the Playhouse. There might be another, I don't know, but we'd probably be one of the first to have such an installation, which would be cool.
Do you have any idea how long it would take before it need to be repainted?
I do not.
Because I know the sun's intense on things like that.
That would certainly have to be considered in the cost of the project over the long term. What would be the ongoing maintenance of it? But this is this is very high level. We haven't really explored that much. We wanted to at least include it so that you could be aware of it and pick and choose. And because 321 Millennials had expressed interest in working with us, so.
I'm wondering, Zach, if there's like a coating that can be applied like every year or so to help keep it looking fresh?
Tim, do you have any experience with striping or coatings of this type that could? Cool.
What do they have, Tim, to help preserve it over the years from fading? Okay.
How about vehicles leaking oil or something like
Yeah, it would be a protectant from that. Yeah. Zach, can we get some follow-up information on that? How we can protect and preserve this? I think that'll be helpful for our council.
Sure.
Yeah, I remember them, and I did not, I think, was it Lexi or you, or I can't even remember, just took it and ran with it, and so
Lexi, yeah.
I'm happy to see this is coming back. I think my comment would be the Community Appearance Board be involved in this, and just make sure we're really talking through, what it is. I love Cape View Rockets, right there, wherever it makes sense, but I think the other thing we have to ask ourselves is, once it goes there, will there be a desire to do more? What is the cost? And I remember the Polk Avenue plans that sort of floated around a few years back.
Yes.
And they did a sort of more of a timeless, not as artistic. What was it? It was a design at, one of the intersections that was pretty significant. And it was very appealing, if I recall, but that idea about beautifying the intersections, I think ongoing, it will be really important. Because once it starts to, fade, as we know, and now you've got a lot, and so I thought that's why city manager was going to go, well, that's why black and white, piano keys, very simple. But yeah,
We
they're
can do that ourselves.
And I think we
keeping
need,
up with it.
yeah, we have to, as we look at things like this that beautify our city, we have to really ask ourselves and our citizens, how much are you willing to pay to keep this going? Because every project that we bring in that adds something to our city has to be paid for over its lifetime. And so maintenance is a huge thing to me. What is that going to cost, in the long run? So I look at long run and big picture. So where it's really gorgeous, and I can see a peacock at some intersection near Harbor Heights,
Yeah.
Mickey. I can see the peacock. We have to keep it beautiful, because as you add all of these things, and also I would think that city branding, we would want to make sure we're staying in line with city branding if that's been defined.
So in addition to protecting and preserving, let's bring back up information on O&M on an annual basis for, say, one intersection.
Sounds good.
I know we could get it right. We'll figure out.
Yeah.
I think it's beautiful to do. That is a peacock right there, isn't it? In Tampa?
Yep.
Yeah. Some cities have done these on a temporary basis too, understanding that it would be incurring long-term maintenance, so they would get a grant or some donation for a local artist to do it on a temporary basis to raise awareness for various issues. So that could also be some type of exploration too.
Cool. Thank you.
That's all I got for you.
And Mayor, we're ready to move on to the next department unless you wanted to take another break.
Council, we keep going, or do we need? Good? Do you, keep moving, I think.
If it's okay with you, Mayor, I can step out for my break and we can have Jessica come up and start. Or
Yes.
Molly. Molly's next, I'm sorry. I don't think Jessica wants to submit Molly, so present. And Molly, you'll start with the Canaveral City Park concession stand idea. I'll be right back.
Yes. And it is workshop, if anyone needs to step out, obviously, informal. We're we're still here with you, Molly.
If you have like financial questions or high-level questions,
Understood.
oh, Lisa can help, so, all righty.
When they come back, we should just say, all right, that was great. Thank
Right,
you.
yeah, yep, adjourned. All right, so the first one we will start with is not new, it's not an update, it's actually a reboot. So as we have talked about a couple different projects that have taken longer than expected, this is one of those. We had a couple different challenges. We knew there was a need for kind of an updated space at the Canaveral City Park ball field to do the the announcing for the games, and a space where they can actually have a brick and mortar place to do concession sales, which is, as many of you know, pretty important to helping to fund different youth athletic organizations. So the first time that this project was proposed, which was, I believe, fiscal year 21-22, that was before I took over in this department, there were some unknowns, and there was some challenges with the site that required us to kind of take a step back from what was originally being considered. The original idea was to install a prefab building, kind of a drop-in-place type of structure. And the more we considered the needs that both the city and Little League had for the building, and the harder we looked at the space that building needed to fit within, it became apparent that a drop-in-place structure like our outdoor restroom facility at Canaveral City Park wasn't going to fit. There's trees that would have to move, there's modern-day setbacks that we would have to accommodate. So we also had to consider timing in anything that we do regarding the ball field, because we need to have it completed in between seasons so it doesn't interrupt their games or their access to the field. So with Todd's help, you can see from your slide there that we've got a good rough design, and it's a unique design, and it not only adds a little character to the space, but it also helps conform to our codes, because part of that tight fit that we had there is it's already on a corner, it's kind of placed at a 45-degree angle to the corner, and we have setbacks that we can't block, so we couldn't build out too far into those setback areas. I believe we have a 2-foot maximum where we can exceed that, but you barely have that with the cone of visibility at the intersection itself. So whatever we put there needed to meet everybody's needs, needed to meet the needs of the space, and still be something that that was useful. So if you noticed, the design itself is shaped like home plate, and it's the angles of that extended roof structure, which would be a covered area where people could, come up and get their concessions. That's what helped us fit within that very narrow corner. So the updated costs will include design, engineering, and demolition of the existing structure. And this will be very much a design-build project where the person that will be doing the work is going to flesh out the designs that we have already prepared and give us an updated scope of what that's going to look like, and then we go from there. Any questions?
Molly, on page 53, what I'm seeing is for electric vehicles. Do I have something wrong on the financial piece of this?
I think there was
Okay.
a couple updated pages.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That helps me.
I have a couple questions, or a couple things to say anyway. This is one of the projects that has been kicked down the road several times. And I hope that in this budget, I know that once we get to the budget part, there'll be cuts and things we'll have to do to maintain our low tax rate. I hope that this is not one of them. You know, it's a sense of place, definitely in the right pillar. And I think it's a real important part of quality of life in our city for the children. You know, we say that that area, C5, is a multi-generation center. You know, we need a concession stand there. We've missed out on opening day ceremonies for this baseball and parades and stuff that add quality of life to our city as well. The one thing I don't understand, and I guess I don't know, but the old, you know, we've taken things away from, we took the concession stand away, we took the other baseball field away. The old concession stand was definitely blight. It was horrible. This announcer's booth is blight. Horrible, needs to be done. I don't understand how a lightning rod can get funded by the CRA and not a concession stand that's in the CRA district. That is definitely an improvement. I don't understand that. And the delays, again, has brought the cost extremely high. You know, we were hoping to do something, like you said, Molly, prefabricated. Obviously, it didn't fit in the dimensions that we needed it, but I think we have waited so long, now it's $300,000 for a concession stand.
Even the prefabs back then came in much higher than what was originally outlined in the budget.
Right. But I mean, delays. And this is my whole beef on, is now that we have new projects, Civic Hub and all things that absolutely need to be done, but why do they take precedent over something that we took it away, a concession stand. We need to replace it, put it back for the residents of the city. So, you know, I'm just hoping that council will see that this is a well-needed thing and fund it this year. And again, I do not understand how a lightning rod gets funded through CRA and not a blighted building that's in the CRA. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Molly, for this. It's a great plan. I hope it comes through and it's well needed. It is a sense of place for our city, a great place to go get a great hot dog and watch little leagues play baseball. It's part of our small town feel, so thank you.
Any other, I have some comments on this one. So the design and engineering is 10,000 budgeted roughly.
Budgeted.
Demolitions 5. The timeline to get engineering, did you go over that or did I miss that? What are we thinking? It wouldn't really start until,
This would be a design build, so I would work with Tim and Todd to put together a full scope for the bid package, and the person that will be doing the design is going to be the person that's going to do the building.
so we would internally share, you know, we want this in concept, and then they would bid on making that a professional design and actually constructing it.
Yes.
My thought was if we could just hit the gas pedal and get the design done soon and not make it a design build and just say, we just need engineered design plans. We can get those earlier because that would allow us, I think, to still do the same thing, I suppose, maybe paid a little bit more, but I think, well, this is an update. This is something last year, I think, really supported. Or
This
did
got,
it get cut?
it
got
was
cut at
removed
the
last
end.
year because we had so many things to work out, and as far as because even after we started to find a building style or a mechanism to fit within a reasonable budget, then we had to step back and look at, okay, what does Little League need this space to do for them? What does the city need the space to do for them? And how can we make it meet codes? Because currently that building, I mean, it's literally built from old telephone poles. So it's obviously in need of some modern attention.
And this would, the goal would be that it's a fully functioning concession stand with enough electrical, hot water, all the amenities to serve up
The one thing you won't have is air
a hot
conditioning.
dog at the ball game, you know? Get it?
Yeah.
The one thing you won't have is air conditioning, though. There'll be fans, passive ventilation, but no air conditioning.
What's the reason for that?
We just didn't think we needed it here because the windows are going to be open a lot of the time when it's in operation anyways.
Okay, just making sure it wasn't due to, it wasn't capable. I guess you could always come in with a tower unit or something after.
Oh, sure.
I think it's split.
Another thing that we did with W&J when we were doing that cast-in-place concrete bathroom out there, we had to run sewer and water to that. We had them stub it out, the sewer to the north of that, so that will just continue to run up behind the stands up to this area. So we have sewer serving this building.
That's great. I'd like to do whatever we can to see this get finished. I know, heard your comments about, the taxes and being able to support. I'm happy to see this. Of course, it's more, but we really don't know a whole lot yet. Going back to the design, and this is all I want to say, if I was looking at that aerial on the actual, if that was laid over the property, is it going right behind the backstop where the existing or
Yeah.
redeveloped?
Yes.
I mean,
I
just,
actually
just like
have
a
that on
big
my
home.
computer right now. If we want to go upstairs, I can show it to you.
Yeah, it's like a big home plate right behind home plate.
so that nose is directly in line with the home plate in
Yes.
center field?
Yes.
Yeah, the point of the home plate part of the building is actually pointing towards the intersection, because one of the issues we had was the setbacks on that intersection, so we had to slim that side of the design so
Yeah,
that we
it's
met
a
those
very
setbacks.
tight site.
Oh,
You've got sidewalks going down both sides there.
Sidewalks,
To meet
a
the corner.
stop sign, trees.
so if you were to
And are
put
we
it,
gonna have to move any of the trees there, or is this gonna fit in the?
It might, there's palms in that immediate area. Those would be the only ones that would potentially be
Moved.
moved.
And another question, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
Mayor.
you're fine.
The poles that it's built on now are not owned by FP&L either.
That could be the big surprise that holds it up even longer if they have to come back and remove those.
the top of the nose of the plate that, in this design, is that oriented facing the intersection or facing center field?
Facing the intersection.
Okay, so it
Because, yeah,
fits the
so-
contour and the shape of the diamond.
Yes, and then it fits also within the setbacks that we have on either side of those.
Okay.
That way
And the
it's not.
visibility triangle and all that
We
is okay?
comply with that. It's a very custom building for a custom tight site.
So it's like the home plate, it's facing, it's back to back. Okay, okay. Interesting. Thank you. Whatever we can do to get it moving, I would support, but this is just to present, and
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. And moving on, Molly, your next one is
Canaveral City Park
Park
redevelopment.
redevelopment. Yes, sir.
All right, so this is another one. It's been on the books for a few years now. With last year, if you put your budget book from this year side by side with this one, you'll see that we've kind of rearranged the phases. One of the reasons for rearranging the phases was that with some other more pressing priorities for this particular upcoming fiscal year, and then obviously the one that we're in now, the question from council was, can the playground be pushed out? And at that time, we said, the replacement is coming, the replacement needs to come relatively soon, but yes, we can make it another year or so. So, following that year's workshop, we pushed it out so that we could focus resources to address other issues that were based on community feedback, which is some lighting on the inside of the park so that people can kind of see in there when the park is supposed to be closed, to see if there's motion, to see if, law enforcement needs to be called. And then also completing that fencing. So the lights arrived, I think, last week, and we're on schedule to do the fencing, so that'll be completed within the next couple weeks. And that leaves us to what is now called Phase 2, and that's proposed for the upcoming budget year, and that's going to help us facilitate events and activities in that big green space without having cords running across sidewalks, without having to take every rug out of the C5 and Nancy Hansen to make sure that there's no trip hazards, because at this point, there's only 2 power sources on the exterior of that entire space, one of which is the pole over by Sandpiper, and the big tall pole, I'm not sure what purpose it served in the past.
Outdoor lighting?
The big, I think that was left over from the old ball field lighting,
Yes,
maybe.
softball.
And then you have the plugs that are attached to the building. That's why if you've ever noticed when we're doing events out there that require power, we're either up against the building or we're up against the playground. We don't have really any options in between unless we're running miles of power cords. So that has been proposed for fiscal year 24-25. And then the playground equipment and resurfacing, that has been proposed for 25-26. And when we get to that year, it'll be one of the main priorities on this property, because we're already having issues getting replacement parts for the existing equipment, and I don't anticipate that we're going to be able to get those for much longer. So if you don't have the right parts to fix the equipment will become unsafe and we'll have to remove it. And I don't really want to take anything away until I'm ready to replace. So
Is there funding available for playground equipment?
there is, and by having this situated in fiscal year 25-26, that gives us the grant stuff for FERDAP, who's paid for the majority of the city's parks, and specifically playground elements, benches, stuff like that. That is getting ready to open so that I can start looking for that, and we might even, depending upon, as Zach said, it's the state, depending upon how they decide to fund things, if some other state-level priorities come up and they kind of scale back on the FERDAP, we could have 2 grant cycles before we would ever need to actually, issue the PO to order the equipment. So there's advantages in phasing things. I do it in my own house, and I try to do it here as much as possible.
I've got a statement, question, concern that I've heard from the public regarding the C5 area. When we have events out in the green space, can we not orient those events so that anyone with any disability or mobility issues can utilize the sidewalks to get to them? Because anytime we have an event, it is focused to the middle of the green space, which makes it difficult for anybody to get around to it. And we have so much, it's great looking landscaping, but it prevents anybody from getting in as well.
And that's one of the things that I've really wanted to address in the coming budget year that I was planning on putting in my just general building and grounds is the design for that landscaping looked great on paper, but now that we've been in the building for about a year and we're trying to navigate through it, it's like I'm having to jump over bushes.
Yeah.
So we need to have some clear pathways, and one of my plans and working on this updated budget is to work with IM and kind of reimagine some of the plans, because obviously some of them didn't work out. We had to change our irrigation in those areas because of the state requirements for the splash pad. We use reclaimed water. They weren't a huge fan of that potentially getting into the recirculation system. So I don't know, I wasn't part of that planning part where they discussed landscaping versus irrigation, so I don't know if once they changed the irrigation, they updated what plants they were going with. But either way, we've got some non-survivors. And those are, in my mind, making opportunity points for where we can build some connectivity where it's easier to get from sidewalk to event space.
Well, just so we can look at it and make it a little more accessible, and even on our handicap parking as well, see how we navigate that. I think that might need to be looked at again.
Any other questions on this one? Thank you, Molly.
Okay, moving on. Civic Hub, and I know we are going to get a presentation from Kimley Horn again at the April council meeting on this as well.
All right, so you've got a pretty good recap as far as the history of the project, going back to the 2021 strategic planning retreat, the demolishing of the old structure that was there at 7404, and this particular project, as we've already mentioned it, I think 3 or 4 times in the different departments' presentations so far, that this touches a lot of things. This touches stormwater, this touches, definitely touches on the presidential streets because there's a presidential street on either side of this property. And the focus for the upcoming fiscal year is settled firmly on the stormwater designs and getting our ducks in a row to make the necessary stormwater improvements. So for that, if you have any specific questions on that, I'm going to have to tap my friend Tim to help out with any of that.
Molly, I think it would help if we talked about the phases. If we go to the next slide, Daniel. So this is how we're breaking it into phases. The phase 1 was the preliminary. That was the purchase and the demo that Molly talked about. Phase 2 is the conceptual plan, the pretty pictures. That is what is going to be delivered by Kimley Horn in April for council acceptance. Then phase 3 is the underground stormwater phase, and there's 2 pieces of this. There's the design of the underground stormwater. On that one, the current approved fiscal year 23-24 budget includes $150,000 for demolition of select elements in preparation for the stormwater project. It's proposed that instead, this $150,000 be utilized towards the stormwater design in 23-24. And Kimley Horn has indicated they can come in under budget with that. Then part B to that would be the next year, underground stormwater construction. The approved 23-24 budget includes $1,050,000 programmed for the next fiscal year for construction of stormwater improvements. So our recommendation is that remain as is and be unchanged. Then the final phases are the above ground improvements. There's the design is A and the construction is B, and that we are putting status to be addressed in future budgets because right now we're just wanting to focus on getting the stormwater done.
Thank you very much. That last sentence you read, the approved fiscal year 23-24 budget includes $1,050,000 programmed for 24-25. What do you mean? What does programmed mean?
It's already in the current existing budget for 24-25.
It's in the CIP.
Yes, sir.
But it's not in the current year budget.
Correct.
Right. Okay. But obviously it's 24 now. This budget season coming up upon us.
Right.
It would essentially move into this year's.
In the upcoming budget, yes.
And we would then vote for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, council? Comments? As far as time, we are at 4:06 p.m.
Okay, Mayor, if there's nothing else, we can move on to the next one.
Good. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, next one is cool little golf cart vehicles. Molly?
All right, so this is kind of another ongoing one. Going back to last fiscal year, which was 22-23, this department set about a plan to replace 3 of its aging vehicles. And the first one we replaced was an old maintenance truck that was inherited by us from Public Works. I believe it was a 2006, I'm not sure. That was replaced with a new Ford Hybrid F-150. For this budget year, 23-24, we replaced or are awaiting delivery on the replacement for Ian's maintenance vehicle, a 2014 Nissan Frontier. And we're getting the same thing, only a 2024 Ford F-150 Hybrid. And that leaves our little 2014 Jeep Liberty. One of the challenges that we have with the Jeep Liberty right now is it doesn't get driven as much as it needs to stay in good maintenance. We do our oil changes, we do everything we're supposed to do, but when a vehicle just sits, it's not good for it in the long term. So when I took a step back and looked at what would be a more useful vehicle for my team to run between buildings, to pick up deposits, to move equipment, to run speakers and podiums from one event to the next event within an hour, and with the adoption by council of golf cart procedures for the city and areas that we can operate in, it made more sense that instead of getting one $30,000 to $40,000 vehicle that may not get as much use, to get two smaller electric vehicles that we can bebop around town in that don't have the large-scale vehicle maintenance needs, the fuel needs, and all of that. And we can use it to haul people, we can use it to haul staff, we can use it for a variety of things. And having two of them, both facilities will be able to, both parts of the municipal campus will be able to be traveled to without having to have one person walk over to Nancy Hansen, grab the Jeep, and then go run to wherever they need to go. And the price that's set, that appears here, the $40,000, is for two of them, and that is built out with all of the full specs that would make it not only street legal for the city, but also include roll downs so it can be used in rainy weather or anything else.
Molly, would this be a low-speed vehicle or a golf cart?
I don't really know.
So the low-speed vehicles have to stay licensed with the state, and they can go on any roadway that designated speed limits. Golf carts, not approved by the states, not licensed by the states. It's our program that we have, can only go in those roads designated for golf carts. That's all you need to go is on the roads designated for golf carts.
Correct.
So this doesn't need to be a low-speed vehicle.
Not technically.
Okay.
If we ever needed to, and I don't remember because there was so much back and forth, can a golf cart cross at Central?
There's no crossing.
There's no crossing? Okay, then if we ever needed to take one of our vehicles to go to Manatee, to go to Banana or the plant, we would just use one of our maintenance vehicles or the van that we purchased for our camps.
That's one of the limitations of golf carts is they can't cross A1A unless they're on a trailer.
And we have solutions for that, so.
Molly, I have a question. If you say, like, to move equipment and everything, my question is, would it be better to buy one six-seater and then one with a utility bag?
Both of the ones that I'm looking at, the back seat folds down so you can hold, so you can carry things, because, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be a piece of equipment and not a person.
Right.
But
So
I'd
the
like the
back seat
flexibility,
folds down
it folds down.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I don't see anywhere to put my golf clubs.
You might have to fold down that back thing.
You can't get to a golf course from here.
That's true, that's
Oh,
true.
yeah, we also don't have a golf course.
I have to walk to the putting green now.
The CIP for golf course isn't in this year's budget.
I don't know what kind of land redevelopment we could do to get a golf course, so.
You 3D print it right out in the living room.
Right.
Right. Good one. Thank you, Molly. Any other questions on the exciting topic of golf carts?
Moving on, we're
Thank
at
you.
Manatee Sanctuary Park and infrastructure upgrades.
All right, so in my conversations with Todd, and how I'm kind of strategizing my capital improvement plans, my projects going forward is, like I said earlier, I do try to phase things. And we have facilities that are always going to need some level of maintenance. There's a lot of facilities, especially after 2 years of pandemic, that didn't get all the attention that they needed. And there's some things that are just plain old. So what I've got on, as far as like the next 3 years vision forward for Manatee Sanctuary Park, as you may recall, in the last 2 years, we have done the structural repairs that were needed for the boardwalk. We have repaired the root damage along the pedway. We have resealed the top coat for the entire pedway and did some minor cosmetic upgrades that were really needed in the bathrooms. There's still more work to do. Our environment, even in enclosed buildings, are not kind to plumbing fixtures, faucets, anything like that. So those corrode very quickly, and when they fail, they leak. When they leak, they cost money, and it's better to just try to stay on top of it. So the current, what I see as the most pressing need in that scope for that park is our parking lot light fixtures. The lights that were installed out there were installed in 2013. These same lights, from what I have learned from infrastructure maintenance, have been replaced in other areas of the city as well. We are getting increased frequency of reports of them either not coming on, not ever being on, and so forth. So I worked with Zach to get some quotes, and we determined that $30,000 should more than address the replacement of the fixtures out there so that we have proper lighting going forward. The next item that I'd like to really examine is some of the park furniture, mainly the picnic tables, and I'd like to include in the new purchases additional ADA accommodating picnic tables. I think currently there's 2 over there, and I think we could do better. And then lastly, the replacement of any electrical components that are rusted out, and to include the conduit that's visible from inside the pavilion. What was installed once upon a time, I think, back in the 90s?
No, it was early 2000s.
Early 2000s was steel, so it's pretty well rusted through.
It would be replaced with rigid plastic conduit and fittings.
But that's my vision for future maintenance, major future maintenance needs at Manatee Sanctuary Park.
Mayor.
Great. Any questions on that one? Comments?
Okay, moving on to Banana River Kayak Trail Master Plan.
All right, this is kind of a fun one. Much like everything else I do, it kind of overlaps a couple different departments, a couple different projects, and a couple different needs. First and foremost, I think the idea of this kayak trail came long before me. And one of the things that it really tied into was some of the plans that have been discussed for the aquarium. And one of those things that the aquarium has discussed doing is adding a kayak launch there. So we have a kayak launch immediately south of that property at Banana River Park, which is very well utilized. And the idea that this came from was to connect additional passive parks along the route south to make a state-designated trail along the Banana River that actually led you down to Cocoa Beach, where there was periodic stops along the way. When this plan was presented to me, it occurred to me that this could also help me deal with a couple issues that I have both at Manatee Sanctuary Park and a similar issue that I have at Center Street. One of the issues that we've always had at Manatee is that the boardwalk occupies the entire length of the property. And then there's some fairly thick vegetation, which we know is very important to maintain said vegetation, to maintain, you know, the integrity of that shoreline. But that doesn't stop people from ducking underneath the pavilions there and going out and fishing off the rocks, which is obviously less than safe. Never mind whatever's living underneath the boardwalk, but then you're standing on raw coquina and, you know, fishing, casting nets, whatever you're doing. So if people are gonna do it and there's no way I'm gonna stop it, one of my thoughts was to create a space off that boardwalk where people can have access to the water in a safe manner, and maybe they'll stop ducking underneath the boardwalk because they're leaving trash under there. You know, if they're messing with the rocks, that does threaten our shoreline. And that's something that ties into Center Street Park, where we do have a constant need to refurbish and check on that shoreline right there, because there's not much to it and it does erode frequently. And that's another place where people are trying to access the water, and it's not really designed for people to do that. It's more of a nice place to sit, a nice place to reflect, and a nice place to look out, but it's not a nice place to try to launch a kayak, and people are still trying to do it. So if they're just gonna do it, then especially at Center Street Park, that gives us an opportunity to do some shoreline reinforcement and to protect what's there from further damage from misuse.
So in 26, 27, you'd have $150,000 for Manatee Sanctuary Park to create that space that does both the kayak launch, but also a place where people could do whatever they're gonna do anyways.
Do whatever they're gonna do anyways, in a safe manner and not standing on rocks. And I inflated some of these numbers a little bit because I really didn't know what I was going to be looking at, because obviously any improvements of this nature do need to go through St. John's, and they just sound expensive. So I threw a little bit extra in there for permitting. But this is obviously a ways out. I don't have anything proposed for this until 26, 27, but I thought it was important to put on your radar and kind of include it in the thought process as we look at different shoreline solutions, because it's not just the environment we have to protect ourselves against, it's also people wanting to use that shoreline, and it's not really in a good position for them to do so safely, for the shoreline or themselves.
In the following year, you talk about Center Street Park engineering, permitting, and also construction services. I'm assuming that's the 60, yeah. What's happening at Center Street Park? What are people doing out there right now?
I make signs, no one reads them. We've had issues with primarily people trying to launch small boats and kayaks out of there. We've received complaints. We do have a local franchise holder that has delivered out there, and we even had to approach him and say, hey, you know, it's on the sign. You guys have basically one place that you can actually launch kayaks from that is on city property, and it needs to kind of stay like that until there's actual infrastructure there to make that safe. So between that and then, of course, whenever we have a good storm, we get a lot of washout right there and end up having to go back in and fill in the holes or push the rocks back in place, because the rocks there are actually relatively small.
And Molly, I apologize, this isn't a gotcha question, but it just occurred to me. The Manatee Sanctuary Park was FERDAP funded, and there are significant restrictions on what we can and cannot do there. Does this fall within what we're allowed to do at Manatee Sanctuary?
Yes, it doesn't involve charging anyone. As long as we don't start charging to use the kayak launch, it won't be an issue.
Okay.
It'll only be expanding what the park has to offer in terms of recreation.
And likewise, Salon on the River donated the property that is Center Street Park right now. I don't believe there's any conditions on that one.
I don't think
No
there's any
grant funding for
current
that.
conditions.
Yeah.
The only thing that I ever heard associated with Center Street Park is that, and this is probably decades ago, is that there was supposed to be some planting of seagrass in the vicinity. That's the only condition that I've ever heard out there.
Thank you.
Any questions on this? Thank you. It's very high level. This is the first year, I remember talking about, this concept, but really we're looking at this stage, Manatee Sanctuary Park and Center Street Park, roughly $150,000 for the engineering, permitting, and bid, and then $75,000, I guess the construction, just doing a 50/50. And then the same enhancements at Center Street. And then it would be, the aquarium, I think you were saying would,
That would be like
Participate.
the northern point, yeah.
that's great. Any questions, council? Thank you.
And hopefully then we can get Cocoa Beach to play along.
Okay, moving on, Mayor. City Park Tennis Courts proposal.
All right. So I was asked to present this one as a possible project for your consideration. And this actually came out of a multitude of feedback that we got during our Civic Hub outreach sessions. This would help to provide a dedicated space for both pickleball and tennis and alleviate the demand conflicts that are ongoing at the Nancy Hansen Recreation Complex. It could, obviously everything is conjecture, but it could help us build our current tennis capacity, if you will, and attract more teams. It could help us build our pickleball capacity by having dedicated and separate courts for separate areas for those two. And the reason that we leaned towards tennis at this facility and not at the Nancy Hansen was there's currently one problem that this city doesn't have with pickleball when you look at the issues that are going on nationwide that councils like yourself are having to mitigate for recreation districts and departments. And that's, we don't really have any complaints from residents about the noise of the paddles. And if we were to introduce pickleball in the middle of Canaveral City Park, we would add one more problem to our complaint list because it would just reverberate off of all of those houses and could be disruptive. So we lean towards tennis in this. There's a lot of engineering that's going to be involved to prevent impact on the exfiltration system below, but Kimley Horn gave us some preliminary calculations, and they believe it to be a feasible project for this location if you decide to explore it further.
In a little further context I can add there, as Molly said, there was quite a bit of feedback about pickleball and tennis, and the conflict generally can be described as the tennis players don't want the pickleballers there, and the pickleballers don't want the tennis players there. And they both groups have said, we want our own facilities. So we're trying to please everybody here, and we know you can't, when you try to do that, you can't please anybody. So we looked at, well, where could tennis go? And we looked at all of the facilities that we have, and we recognized that there's a limitation that we have to have at least 3 tennis courts because of what, Molly?
The current, if we're just looking at our current needs, we need a minimum of 3 for the USTA teams.
USTA teams. And the only place we can fit 3 tennis courts is at the C5 Canaveral Park event lawn. So we already know that it would be pushback potentially from the neighborhood there too, to introduce tennis there. So this is a tough one, you know.
Sounds like we got ourselves in a pickle here.
Play ball. The green space could, in front of the C5, where we were talking about events earlier and
This would
running
be
electrical.
the initial discussions is for this to be towards the south end of that.
In the large,
Closer to Harrison Avenue.
Yes.
in the large rectangular space?
What about the vaults underneath? I was told a million times that we couldn't put anything on that green space because it would stop the water from flowing in.
That's where Kimley Horn and their engineering magic is going to have to come in because it will require some substantial engineering work to be done to make sure that those are kept
And it's not so
safe.
much, I'm sorry, Mark, it's not so much the water flowing in, because the water flows in from the streets and goes, and also from the, put in from the reclaimed water. It's the concern about the weight capacity on top of it. So whatever's designed here has to meet the loading weight limits of that. And if there's any concrete put into the ground for fence poles and lights, they need to be in places that do not conflict with vault locations. So that's the engineering we're talking about.
I think after Kimley and Horniman's presentation on the civic code, that would involve this idea too. Decide to keep tennis courts over there or however we work it out.
That may be what we have to do.
Yeah.
It's just, the community asked the question, so we put it to the council. Is this something we want to look into?
And another question, it's the time of the year when the snowbirds start going home. Do we still have the pickleball problem during the summer as well?
We actually are, I can't even imagine going out there and playing on that court in July, but we just had another tennis team approach us from a USTA league to start up a summer league. Usually, well, at least in years past, obviously the pickleball thing really emerged, out of the pandemic and people needing to get outdoors and things like that. But it's like the summertime was almost their safe zone because a lot of the tennis teams didn't play at that time. They usually take a break in the summer and then they take a break around the holidays. And now we're going to start having more conflicts over the summer because, I mean, that was basically almost free game out there for.
Another summertime storm of ruin.
Yeah, yes, hurricane pickleball.
Though, I mean, even in the off-season.
Well, there's more older, the older people, there's more older people than younger people, and they're playing, and they all want to play. I mean, this is big. This is getting people out, like Molly said. And I was reading some stuff on this, and it is amazing the number of people who want to now just play pickleball.
And
that's what they want to do.
And if you looked on any of our follow-up from the paddle battle, one of the things that kind of struck me about the photos, and even though I stopped by that day and I watched a couple people play, when I saw the photos of the group photos of the teams and the winners and all that, the age group has expanded, and there's a lot more younger people playing. So our demographics there are changing. The sport is growing, and we just need to figure out how best to accommodate, everybody.
And it wouldn't work out at Banana River Park?
Couldn't get the 3 tennis courts out there.
Plus, wouldn't you need staff to be in proximity?
Right.
It's a preference. There's mechanisms that you could put in place, but it's preferable to have a staff presence there, at least to control the space.
You said 3 tennis courts.
Yes.
Is that what it is?
The minimum for USTA is 3.
The minimum to accommodate our
they
current
would
USTA
cover-
teams.
How would they be oriented on the proposed space? That's a rectangular green space.
East to west.
They'd just be
So if
stacked
I was
up.
playing tennis, would I face the beach or face west, or would I be facing north-south?
East-west.
Okay. And they would take up,
About two-thirds of that space, maybe a little more.
so
So
it would
literally-
remove 2/3 of a green space.
Yeah, so literally the west side of that space, on the space where we have the sidewalk, it's the green space opposite of the park, the playground, right?
Yes,
And we'd take up 2/3 of that.
just about, if not a little more.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an impactful project. That's why it's coming to you.
It would be controversial.
It'd be interesting to see what the expense is for the engineering to put that weight on that field.
Something to consider. If there's no other questions, Mayor?
No, sir. Thank you.
Next up is Center
There's
Street,
lots to be said.
Center
This
Street Park
one's-
upgrades, easier.
Yeah, this one's a little less intense and definitely not as controversial. So, like the upgrades proposed for Manatee Sanctuary Park, this plan looks to address an approaching issue, but it's a rapidly approaching issue. And this issue happens to be the primary piece of infrastructure in this park. The current gazebo is slowly succumbing to the salt environment. From a distance, it actually looks really good. When you start actually getting up there, and for me, I'm short, so I actually have to zoom on my camera, it's not good. It's, a lot of the hardware pieces have been rusted, replaced, and now are rusting again. And it borders on eyesore, but eventually it will become a safety risk. The proposed plan will replace the structure with something with a little more longevity and a lot less maintenance. One of the ideas that has been in the back of my mind for many years, as soon as I saw the condition of it and really realized what it meant for the future of that park, is if you're familiar with the gazebo in Mertharp Square, where it's constructed a little bit more like our pavilions, where there's a little more wood, there's a lot less metal. I mean, this thing is literally all metal, and if you actually look at the seating in it, it's like bleachers. So it's like a whole bunch of little pieces. It's been Frankensteined a little bit over the years, and it's time to get something that's nice but manageable. And then if we're looking to do more shoreline stuff there, if we actually move forward with the kayak launch, we'll want something that's a little bit more substantial and less concern when it comes to rusting out.
So is this for the gazebo, to rebuild a gazebo?
Mm-hmm.
For 25, 26.
And how large, how many feet across is that gazebo?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
12 foot, seems like estimate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a golden hammer to me. Because I know someone that had one done and $20,000 did it. So boy, this is a huge amount to me, but I don't know the specifics. And I know design goes into it.
And I don't know what design we're gonna land on, because there's a lot of research to go into it, and I'd rather aim high because we've learned our lesson about aiming low. And there's a gas line that runs directly underneath it. That's probably gonna be super fun. So
You're gonna have some
there's underground infrastructure there, and as you know, they're actually working on a tidal valve?
Tidal valve.
A tidal valve pump that actually has more infrastructure, so whatever we put in that space, we're gonna have to install rather delicately.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With the,
Makes sense.
my thought was with the installation of the tidal valve and the pump and all the things we're talking about around that area, would that have already required this to be demolished for any, or did
I believe the tidal valve is not going riverward of the baffle box, correct, Tim? The tidal valve is landward of the baffle box, right? Your leg fell asleep?
Someone yelled boo at Tim's leg.
And that was something that I approached Tim with when he was telling our group about the tidal valve. I was like, oh, what happens to my gazebo? Do you need to move it? So.
right?
All right, so the tidal valve actually, everything's gonna be underground, and the pump is actually gonna be where the lift station is. So when we're done with what we're doing, nothing's changed. It's all underground.
So it's all landward of the baffle box.
It's going to be on the south side of the baffle box. There's an 18-inch, or I think a 16-inch pipe.
The pipe
And then
will
it's
be.
gonna back where that tree is, the oak tree with the bushes around it. That's where it's gonna tie back into the 54-inch pipe. And then that's where just behind where that ties in is where the Waypro valve is gonna be.
So that's west of the baffle, or east of the baffle box.
That is west of the baffle box.
Okay.
So it is in the park vicinity.
Gotcha.
Behind the fence.
Thank
I'm
you.
just trying to imagine where each piece is, but yes.
So would the gazebo need to come up to do any of that work, is the question?
No, but here are my thoughts on that, and I think I had mentioned it to Molly, that if council decides they want to go forward with getting this removed and replaced, the contractor that I have out there doing the work on the Center Street pump station I had kind of put a little bug in his ear and said, well, hey, if we decide, or if the council decides they want this removed. Now, I did notice that I think you have it for next fiscal year or this fiscal year?
Next.
For next?
Yeah,
Not this coming?
not unless
Okay.
everybody's
But
really
if it's-
excited.
But if it's a hazard, they would be willing to remove it, but that is totally up to you guys.
I don't think we're saying it's a safety hazard right now.
Not yet.
Wouldn't we want to tie this into the kayak trail?
Yeah, at least somewhat, I mean, as an improvement.
So,
you don't-
I mean, is there a necessity for it to be a gazebo?
Not necessarily.
I mean, if we were going to put out a kayak launch area, wouldn't you need it a little more open than having a gazebo there?
Could.
Yeah, I mean, you could even do maybe some kind of a wood structure out there that had a cover over it at the kayak launch point.
Because as it stands now, what they tend to do, what the neighbors have reported is the current gazebo, it just has a concrete floor. It's just a straight, straight off the sidewalk into it. You can walk through it. As long as you're not going side by side, you can carry your kayak right through it right now. Or people will walk around depending upon how big their kayak is. But,
But when we get around to putting in the kayak
the dock-
area, that's not what we're going to want.
Probably not.
I mean, judging from the aerial view, it looks like that gazebo is about 15 feet in diameter.
That's a good estimate.
But I think your point is a good one, that whatever kayak launch facility we do could take the place of the need to have a gazebo.
Yes. I just think a nice Trex type deck out into the river with maybe some built-in benches or whatever along the sides would suffice, but that's just me.
And there are nice trees around that area
Yeah.
that are only going to get nicer. So that could provide the shade and respite that people needed if they needed to use that particular kayak as a stopping point.
Are they considering, I mean, like I know at Manatee Park, they have access for bathrooms. I mean, people stop, they want to, their consideration for that?
I have not considered that just due to the size of the space and the proximity to the condos and the residential.
I see Dr. Roberts' hands raised. If you would like to speak.
Just
You have
real
a-
quickly, because I know you all.
And if it's more comfortable, I can repeat what you say into the mic if you're comfortable there. Yes.
The concern I have is talking to residents and being familiar with that community, that some people use it as a wedding, venue, from what I understand. Also, the parking aspects of using it as a kayak venue. I'm just representing what I'm understanding from that neighborhood, but
Mhm.
they are not familiar, I don't think, with the kayak consideration, as a potential purpose for the park, but I'm just throwing that out because I know that we're sensitive to the neighborhoods, as you all mentioned, that would be impacted there.
Thank you. Yes, so I think the community feedback is that some events such as weddings, and just the awareness of using it as a kayak facility is something that we need to communicate with the community, the neighbors nearby, and talk through. Yeah, this one, this property's mentioned 3 times, it's kind of referenced in 3 projects, and I think we all agree the most important one is what Tim talked about, the flooding. And so my hope is that project, if this was a hazard issue and removing this would help that project, without preventing its current use, great, but that would be under the condition that we could, when they're done with the Center Street pump or the tidal valve or whatever improvements are needed there, is that we would be able to, restore it to whatever the community wants. And if there are no issues today, I would support, and this is just citywide, I know the paint and things like that are to freshen that up and to make any modest repairs that we could if it was a safety issue, so that folks can enjoy it. But if it's going to be under construction, I guess that was where I was going, is the access to this, will that be limited for these other infrastructure maintenance projects? Will this part be closed?
While work is going on there, yeah, to the extent that they'd have to, as part of their MOTs, they'd restrict public access.
So the public wouldn't be able to access it. That is a great time to make improvements, but you don't want to paint something that ultimately we end up going in that direction.
Well-
So,
I just would like to see a coordination between, if we're going to do the kayak trail, if that is, whatever that means for that park, that we tie that into any replacement of the gazebo,
Yeah.
if we're going to need to replace it.
And in conjunction with community outreach.
And I think Dr. Roberts' point is a good one. People go there for weddings because it's beautiful. It's a quaint little building. It's very picturesque, especially as you get the sunsets and the photos and the people gathering around that. But if you introduce this kayak launch, we don't want it to become a fishing spot where there's fishing scales everywhere there too, where people are trying to have photos for. So we have to think about the design. It still needs to be beautiful, attractive space so people can go there for that purpose without attracting a nuisance problem. And also we will be increasing usability, which is a good thing, because you got not only weddings and photos, but you got kayak people, nature enthusiasts, but we are increasing the intensity there, which is a concern for the condominium associations. We need to make sure we talk to them too.
Of course.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts, for all those comments.
thank you. Any other comments, questions? Thank you, Molly.
Okay, moving on to community garden.
All right, so the plan that's proposed here is an attempt to address the issue that is the community garden. So I currently have my advisory board reaching out to residents in their immediate neighborhoods to kind of take the pulse of the community on this program. For those that are actively engaged in the garden program, it's a great thing. It's a quality of life amenity, and it's greatly appreciated, especially by those who don't have the ability to have their own piece of land or dirt or even a planter box that they can, grow either vegetables or flowers or just even get their hands dirty. The other side of that coin is that the original concept for this community garden, at least as it was pitched to me in, I think, 2017, I wasn't directly involved with it, but my understanding was that this program was going to really be spearheaded by residents and volunteers when it came to a lot of the day-to-day upkeep of the beds and the overall maintenance support for the program. And over the years, the interest and the engagement in the garden has both waned. And there's not a lot of consistency when it comes to people doing their own maintenance on their own side of things. The other issue that's coming up is the issue of purpose. We put out a little survey. It's still open. I'm going to leave it open for a while, probably until right before the next meeting of the Culture and Leisure Services Board, so that they can sit down and kind of see what the feedback has been so far. But there's mixed feelings about what purpose the garden serves or has the capacity to serve for the larger community. Right now, our participation level is six gardeners. So if the facility's in need of, clearly, as you can see from the pictures, a lot of love. And now that you have the construction of a car wash immediately adjacent, there's the idea and the need to make necessary updates and upgrades to the garden has been kind of lingering in the budget for a few years. But now our situation has changed. And before, if it was my property, before I sunk a bunch of money into reprogramming and reworking the garden and improving it in its current space, I really want to see the actual day-to-day impact of that car wash when it's functioning. I've already seen the impact of the construction process on the garden. I hope everybody's washing their vegetables after that big cloud of concrete dust the past couple weeks. So I think that this one, we've got it programmed for this upcoming fiscal year, but it may behoove us to push it out from there and take our time, see what the community wants to do with it, see what our engagement and our interest level is with some maybe proposed changes as, driven by community feedback. Maybe we put a couple little garden patches in different locations, so it's not a single location. There's a lot of different options to consider, but as it sits now, it needs to be addressed, and we don't really have a clear path forward on that. So we're gonna look to you for a little input on that as we go forward.
And that location, if you really look at that location now, I mean, you're going down the highway, right? And there it is, and now it's got a car wash next to it. When Molly mentions maybe alternate locations or whatever, I mean, just put that picture in your head, you're gardening, and there it is along the highway, and there's the car wash, and it just doesn't seem like it's in a good place right now.
Protects.
Yeah, it's just not, when you garden, you want your mind to be peaceful.
Yeah, and you're gonna have
not-
a car wash.
Yeah,
I'm intimately involved in that garden space. My wife enjoys it, looks forward to it, but now with the car wash there, I don't allow her to go up there without me, because one, you can't see from the road what's going on back there. And two, there's a lot of dust and a lot of trash being thrown over into the garden space from the car wash
Yeah.
construction, but, that's gonna happen. I think, like Molly said, I think we need to push it out another year and see what other spaces might be available to us. There could be things in the future we're not thinking of right now. But there could be possibilities, but I don't know that sinking $90,000 into that space is worthwhile, particularly with the amount of participation and the actual yield you can get out of that space. It doesn't serve much of a purpose other than a hobby, so.
Yeah, I live on that street, and it used to be occupied all the time, and the garden was beautiful. Now I don't see anybody there, or very rarely, sorry. But I mean, it's not utilized as much as it used to be.
Some of the other staff that were a little more involved with it at the time, I remember a considerable amount of energy that went behind it. And we had a council member at the time that donated their annual council salary to help get it off the ground. And the comment that kind of came up in some of our directors' meetings was, well, then it was a new toy. It's not a new toy anymore. So the people that are invested in it currently, those people are invested in it. But the amount of people that we get that either abandon the beds or they travel so much they're not able to maintain them, it's falling on staff, and that was not the intent of the program. And now we're looking at, if we want to keep this going, it needs to make sense.
Yeah, my comments, it was Councilmember McMillan. I remember when they launched it and he did the big check.
That's what it was, yeah.
It was kind of, I remember, rest in peace, Jerry Sampson came in that same day with another big check. And Jerry's was a lot bigger. But it was a very sweet, very awesome vision that I think he had was, hey, to launch it. And I do remember the enthusiasm around it. And I did like where it was, because a lot of the, single-family lots in Harbor Heights got a little bit more space. But when you get into some of the riverfront, the views over there on the lagoon side, folks don't have the space as much. And I know there's a lot of kids back there too, and I love the idea of getting them involved. But to keep community garden going, I feel very passionate about continuing. I think that was done out of a part of charity, and I would be agreed on seeking this amount of money into it this year, but I would like to see maybe just, it's a great time to take a step back and to say, other locations, what are some other successful programs, and look at what other communities are doing to help access on the east side of A1A as well. Not one or the other. I think around Cape View is great opportunities I've thought about. Around mailboxes is another place, one of your shared mailboxes, you got this big easement, and it's like, you go every day to check your mail. Perfect little 2-foot by 6-foot standing planter box. And perhaps we can, I don't want it to, it's inactive right now, if I understand, because the construction.
Moderately active, just wash your veggies.
Yeah. Yeah, spring of the year, it should be rocking right now, February,
Oh, the
planting.
plants that are right behind, like literally, because the front part is not blocked by, the north end of the garden is not blocked by the car wash. It's mainly the south part, and that's where the most beautiful tomato plants are.
Thank you. I will, and I'd love to learn more. I've never participated in it, but I was always excited about it. And I grow stuff in my backyard and stuff, and so I always thought it was fantastic and always wanted to expand it. But I do agree, that is becoming a sliver of that property, and that new use is a concern. So maybe closer to the lagoon, a quieter place back there we can find.
Well, I think if we found several places around the city that are underutilized or something we can take advantage of, that more people might participate if it is closer to their neighborhoods. I mean, it's right there on A1A. So, and right now there's nowhere to park if you wanted to get there. So I know my wife was there this morning, but she was supposed to pick the broccoli. So hopefully she did.
Mr. Mayor?
That's awesome.
Well, there'll be a vacuum there soon. You could vacuum up your tomatoes and stuff.
Yeah, even the current design of the playground project, which is almost done out there, I actually shortened the playground space in anticipation of expanding the garden into the area that is now behind the car wash.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I was a participant when it first started, and I grew some awesome tomatoes out there. But it is getting squeezed out, and it's not in a good place right now. I had talked to Todd and Dave Dickey a while back about the lot next to Wagner Park is up for sale again by the owners. And I thought that would be a great place to expand a community garden and maybe a little playground for that part of the area on North Atlantic. There is nothing up there as far as playgrounds or a community garden. And there's condos there, there's mobile home parks, there's people that live in townhomes that don't have space to grow. It is a low area, like I was talking, I don't know how much if we would have to put more into it, but that's something I think we should look into for a location. And then that's what's there now at the garden. If we took all that out, I think that long, narrow space would be a great dog run for the Rovers West that you have. Well, I mean, it's gonna be fenced in.
Yeah, it has to be really secure.
Yeah.
I guess the one now isn't too far from AOL.
Yeah.
And I've got an update on Rovers West coming up too, so that
But I
can
think
kind of
that,
add to your thought process.
Yeah, that lot on North Atlantic would be it's in front of the oldest neighborhood in the city, and there's lots of new kids in Harbor Heights now, and it would be an ideal area to look into anyway.
Could we just add that spot with the existing today, which sounds like it's becoming not a great spot, and maybe any other ones you have ideas, and say, here are 5
Yeah.
Candidates.
10, 20 and maybe we don't got it so big, maybe it's $1, spread them out a little bit, but I think knowing through that brings new challenges. And what is the city's role with it? Maybe it's not as heavy as it is today. It's more about, the program and the management. But I would be, that'd be a good next step, is to find all the sites, and the gardeners, Paula and your wife, I'm sure that they've.
Oh, she tells me.
Okay, well, thank you.
One of the big issues with that park is that it's covered by trees, and you get all these leaves down in there all the time, and where do you go with them? I mean, I've brought a leaf blower out there several times and tried to blow them away, but where do you blow them? Where do you
That's
send them?
basically.
Blow 'em in the car wash
In
now.
the car wash.
Compost.
Compost them.
Mulching.
Yeah.
That's why they're
Don't have any,
rubber.
don't-
Yeah.
you blow them into a pile, and then they blow right back out, so
Yeah, put a
I-
thing of.
they have it, but it doesn't.
And the shading isn't always great too, but
Yeah.
yeah. Well, we all have our little green thumbs up here, yes, so thank you.
Is this a consensus, though, that I'm hearing that, Todd, that we move this thing, Mayor? We move this out a year?
That's what I'm hearing, yeah.
I
Could
think
we
we're
do-
saying
Could we
darn,
do that?
yeah.
Could we do that? Because we will adjust that.
Though anything funding, I would think that just identifying some sites in the short run
Right.
would be a good step, but nothing, I think.
So we'll show it in the budget as this, but we'll just move it out a year.
Yes, I don't think there's any capital improvement needs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. If there's no more discussion, we can move on. We're about 2/3 of the way through here, just being mindful of everyone's time. Next one is gym court dividers.
All right, so this one, not really new. It was in the budget for the previous year, except for the fact that it was planned for 24-25. So it's not new, it's just we finally reached the point where we're ready to move forward with that with your blessing. These dividers are definitely a creature comfort for the facility. They had been discussed when we were in the initial planning phases, but they didn't end up being part of the final project. So the dividers for the gymnasium will allow for multiple programs and types of users to utilize different spaces of the gymnasium without necessarily interfering with one another. And they will also allow fewer interruptions for drop-in play opportunities for regular day-to-day visitors during our summer camp programs, where participants cannot and really should not intermingle with the general public. This can provide a separation of the space so that if it's a rainy day, the kids aren't forced to just watch movies, and people can still come in and utilize their portion of the gym.
Any comments on this one? Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Next one, Ridgewood crossover and memorial pavers.
All right, this one's another challenge, and that's why we're bringing it to you. So this one also came directly from community feedback as a solution to a known and regularly reported program or problem. The walkway approaching the city's crossover that's located just north of Canaveral Sands is unfortunately now known in the neighborhood as Cemetery Row. And this is a cumulative result of a now discontinued commemorative tree and bench program. The previous memorials that we used for commemorative purposes throughout the city were basically a bronze plaque affixed to a small block of concrete. These have inherent challenges. Concrete sinks, especially little blocks of it. The bronze doesn't always do so good with our salt environment, so it requires regular maintenance. And the justification for this project is pretty clearly outlined in the CIP. The problem that you don't probably, or that you aren't probably aware of, is how the issues on this property regarding these existing memorials have escalated over the years. And in addition to the debris and what eventually, you know, it starts as plastic flowers, but then becomes litter, and it's left behind by those leaving gifts or flowers on the memorials themselves. We now have a rogue marker that someone has installed themselves. The program itself was discontinued in 2021 because it became unsustainable. The lead times to get benches varied dramatically by the day. The prices to the benches would sometimes go up after the person had already made the payment to the city, so then the city was stuck holding the remainder of the bill for the memorial benches. So we're currently working with the city attorney to find the best way to address especially the rogue memorial marker that was installed. But the alternative program, which is the pavers that we've kind of been discussing on and off throughout the Veterans Memorial Park project, we've got pavers that are in front of the community center and throughout that space. We have pavers that are throughout the front area of the Cape Center and also in the plaza. So we have another option, but the issue that we have in this particular space might require us to have kind of a retroactive component to address the problems on this premise specifically. And those are all issues that just relate to how the previous program was run and how it's kind of, you know, if you hear the phrase, it hasn't aged well, this isn't aging well. So before I go into any further description of this, and to help you guys in your discussion with this, very rarely do you get to see Molly put on her anthropology archaeology hat. Normally you see me doing Parks and Rec, and normally you see me doing websites and social media, but at the end of the day, one of my absolute specialties is cemetery preservation and mortuary culture. And one of the things that a lot of people don't really realize, because it's not something that people even like to think about every day, is that this city does not have a cemetery. We used to have one. It's now actually behind the gate up at the Space Force Station. That is Cape Canaveral's community cemetery. It is obviously no longer active. The last person that went in there was a lady who got lucky that her husband went in first, because she passed away after the government had already taken over that property and they allowed her to be buried with her husband. But beyond that, in my realm, and there's actually an academic book published on it called The Last Great Necessity, and that is in reference to cemeteries. It's the last piece of infrastructure that any of us will ever need. And it's a fact of life that the living grieve for the dead. Whether you're a penguin that lost your life mate or a person, it's a process with known steps, and part of our particular culture specifically is the concept of a final resting place. And as acceptable mortuary customs have changed over the years, and a lot of different religious denominations have loosened their restrictions on cremation and other alternative burial or end-of-life processes, the grieving process that is inherent in our culture and all the elements that are within that have not caught up with our current practices and the realities. So for that reason, you see an increased frequency of memorial bumper stickers, you see t-shirts, and there's also an increased demand for alternative memorial infrastructure in public places, because some people still want that place to go, that place to remember. Even if the person isn't there, they still need that as part of their purview. So this is not a need that will go away in this community for the foreseeable future. And the challenges created on this property by the previous program will not go away without intervention. So that is why I've proposed expanding what we were already planning for other areas to address the issues for the neighbors in that area that are lodging the complaints and that were the ones that even brought the installed personal marker to our attention.
So the program would have pavers that are memorial pavers that are paid for by the residents and installed by the city and maintained in perpetuity in this same space?
Yes. The difference to that for this particular one is that what I'm proposing is that for the existing memorials that are along that road, that the city cover a replacement as a paver for those memorials that are in bad repair and sinking and create the look of the cemetery that the neighbors are complaining
Are we
about.
talking 10, 20, 50, 100? How many?
There's like 15.
Okay. And what is the cost of a memorial paver?
Our cost would probably be in the $50 to $60 range.
Okay, but there still have to be some prep of the space done to prepare the base, imagine.
Well, the program that we're gonna use is we're not purchasing special pavers that have to go off somewhere to be engraved and then be installed. What we're using is similar to what's actually used in cemeteries today. You say you have a stone that's marked for, or prepared for 2 people. One person might pass before the other. Once that stone is set, that first person's name and dates and respective information is already engraved. They don't remove that stone to bring in the second person. They come out and they etch it there. And that's the vendor that we're looking at for that. I forget the name off the top of my head, but they are currently working with the Cape Canaveral Lighthouse Foundation, and they come out and they do theirs.
And you mentioned there are legal issues to work through with removing other markers.
Well, I wanted Anthony's guidance on what to do with the one that somebody put there by themselves, because they literally brought out concrete and everything. And then what, if anything, we needed to do in the long term, because nothing in the previous paperwork that I was privy to, because obviously this program predates me, is if there was any guarantees within those previous ones for care in perpetuity.
Okay, so the memorial paver program could go forward without having to necessarily deal with the removal of other markers and other things at this time. They can both coexist for the time being.
For the time being, but we would need to really, we would need to put out signage, and we would need to actively and if not aggressively enforce the fact that people cannot leave things out on public property that are gonna be blown into the ocean, blown into the street, blown into the stormwater system. Some people have gone so far as to hang lights in the trees. So,
Say that again, to do what?
some people have gone so far as to hang lights in the
Lights,
trees.
okay.
So it's really just about controlling our space and making the neighborhood look the way that the neighbors want it. Nobody in that area wanted to move next door to a cemetery, otherwise they probably would have picked somewhere else. And the complaints that we get are weekly when it comes to that.
Thank you, Molly.
That's a heavy
Very heavy.
CIP item, but yeah, comments? I could talk more on it, and I see Mayor Pro Tem, your hand.
Yes, I would like to talk about it. We planted a tree for my brother out there, I'm sorry, and a little memorial. And it's important for us to have some place to go to on his birthday or whatever. And I think to remove them would be terrible. I mean, we've always planted like plants that go in the ground. We also paid for the tree, and all those people that have trees in there paid for those trees.
Oh, the trees wouldn't go anywhere, just the blocks.
Paid for the markers, you know. And I understand the neighbors saying, you know, some people get a little crazy, gaudy and whatever, lights in the trees and things like that. But it is important to our family to have some place to go to. And like you said, there is no cemetery in Cape Canaveral. And it's a hard issue. I just think that going in and removing the plaques and the things that we've paid for would be awful. Maybe the ones that are there are grandfathered in with certain restrictions on, you can't, you know, put plastic flowers and all that. And then moving forward, do the bricks. But, you know,
This is north of Canaveral Sands, but south of Royal Mansions.
it's right by, yeah, Royal
Yeah.
Mansions and Canaveral Sands, the
It's
beach
one,
crossover.
it's one of the crossovers that doesn't have a parking area. And there's a big, the landmark for me where I know I have to pull over is the big Peacock bike rack down there.
Well, and as someone that lives near there, I know exactly what you're talking about with the one that has the frame around it, which I asked about that because my mother passed away suddenly in 2022. And I asked the person that put that there because we have a temporary stone at my mother's gravesite because I thought, well, this looks great for hers and all of this. She literally has said, you know, she told me about the little frame, but I know of 2 of those out there that have remains in them.
That's not legal.
Now, they're cremated, obviously, but we've switched from having a memorial beach walk to people doing what they do.
No remains of my brother.
No, and I'm not talking about yours. Yeah, back when it started, back in the day, there were very few there. And it was people that had been in this area a long time, that their families were from the area and all of this. Now it's grown to more than that. And without the Memorial Stone program, people are just like, oh, it's okay, I guess, or however they get to that conclusion. And it has become, actually, I was trying to get a reservation out there for 6 feet under and 5'7" for when I hit bite the dust, because I've been in the area a long time, but I don't want to do it that way. The problem is, just like you're saying, Molly, is that there are requirements for cemeteries. You have to have parking. There are other requirements. You and I had talked at one point about the fact that that's a entirely regulated industry. And so we have to be cautious about how we handle this. So I think, and one thing I loved was the memorial pavers over in Manatee Park. You know, there were benches that were donated. I believe, just like you're saying, because I don't get to go to where my mother is, I believe that you do need a place to be able to go to feel a sense of being with that person or being able to be near them. So I absolutely agree with that. I think it's grown from its original intent. But yes, I mean, I know because I've seen and spoken to people that have scattered remains out there. So now we're talking about a different thing.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that.
Well, no, I mean, we're talking about a different thing when we look at what are we gonna do with it? Because now we really have remains there.
Well, I know when we did it, Gustavo was here, and we had to contact Gustavo. He told us we wanted to be there,
Yeah.
and there was like 1 or 2 more spaces left for a tree. And we had to fill out an application, we had to turn in the money, whatever, and buy the tree. There was a whole process. So now you're saying that people are just going out there and
One person in 2022, and I looked up the obituary of the woman named, and it literally listed her entire family. So I'm pretty sure we can narrow down who actually physically installed it. But yes, they completely circumvented city staff and installed a memorial marker on their own, at their own expense, on city property.
well, that
concrete.
should not.
In
I think
concrete.
we approached that with
Molly, I just,
expeditiously.
make sure, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You're talking pavers like for sidewalks, correct? Doing
Yes,
memorial.
like what you saw when you walked in.
Yeah,
those kinds.
because maybe I'm wrong, but when one time we had a presentation about the Civic Hub, they talked about putting markers down and people having, for that particular reason or for
Yes.
whatever reason. So why couldn't we dedicate, different markers and then have benches incorporated into the Civic Hub land? That's the place that would be, we'd have plenty of room to do the sidewalks. So it's just a thought, because I think they did mention doing dedications, the pavers.
The Friday Fest area could be pavers, and there could be more memorial pavers among them.
And there's pavers at almost every location in all the new projects that we have. So if you or your loved one had a particular affinity for Friday Fest, you could be out there. Or you could, if you liked, the splash pad, you could be right there. You could be at the splash pad forever.
What, if somebody's put something on city property without permission, isn't there a way to, how do we
I
deal
think,
with that?
I think that's a good question, but really this is about funding the pavers. And I think we can deal with that as a secondary issue.
But the people that did the process and went the right way should be able to stay and then move forward for this.
Well, I think that the removal is largely, is weighing what we heard happened.
But it can coexist, she said.
Yeah, you can coexist with signage and enforcement.
With the trees as is today.
Yeah, I wouldn't propose removing the trees. I would just propose removing the concrete blocks. They sink, they become unsightly after a little while because of the environment, and they do require maintenance.
So that's the 10 to 15 concrete blocks with the bronze plaque. We would replace those with memorial pavers.
They're all over the city in different angles because they sink.
But some of those actually have photos of the loved ones on them.
I think preserving any tree that's been dedicated through the process with the plaque is very important.
Agreed.
And now the question is, what happens with the tree's life, right? Because I think we've ran into other issues where trees at the library have been removed that were dedicated. Do we have a responsibility, to replant that tree? Yep, I think we should probably move on past this one, but I certainly see the challenge. Did not know about that. And whatever resources I think we need to be able to make it, to respond to that issue and also hopefully figure out ways to prevent. I know that's what you're after. It sounds like it's kind of creeped up.
And everyone here, I sense, cares about being responsible and ethical and just in everything we do here. So, yeah, we all carry that burden with us.
It's a tough issue, yeah.
But we're ready to move on, Molly, Rover Space West, please.
Yes. Much happier topic. If you've ever been to our dog park, it's the happiest place in town. One of my favorite things when I come in the morning is watching little happy pups drag their owners to the dog park. So in saying that, one of the things that, since I became director of this department, I've been trying to take some really critical looks at all of our properties and identify strengths and weaknesses and opportunities for improvement. And one of the areas of improvement, if you venture out to Patriots Park, which I'm sure you guys are all going to do soon, if you haven't already, at least to check out the garden situation or the new playground that we've installed, you'll notice that there's one big strip of land over on the west side that's completely undeveloped. You've got some oak tree shade there. There is a seasonal issue with vagrancy and unauthorized after-hours use of the park. And there's not a whole lot you can do with that space with the existing tree canopy that's there. But one opportunity that we have, and anytime I visit any of our parks, particularly on the west side of town, there's always somebody with a dog off leash, no matter what. And once again, if they're gonna do it, I'd rather give them the place to do it so that there's not as many excuses or incidents or anything like that. One of the day I got the idea for Rover Space West, which was actually proposed for this upcoming fiscal year, but it appeared in the previous year's budget as, you know, a future thought. I approached one lady that was in there, and I said, are you aware that, you know, the city does have an off-leash park that you know, it's free to use and you can take your dog there? And her excuse for using Patriots instead was that she was pregnant. And I'm not sure, beyond convenience, the ability to maybe get over there, but it brought to my attention the fact that it's not as easy to get across A1A with your dog, especially if you're walking, and there's a need for something over there, an off-leash opportunity. Because you do, just like the garden thing, you do have a bunch of condos, there's not a lot of open space, and this could be easily facilitated to almost mirror the one over here, or as Mayor Pro Tem Kellum brought up, we could even, as this one over here has an area for large dogs and small dogs, we could possibly use part of the space that's behind the car wash as one of those sizes and have accessible spaces on either side of the park. One of the big things that we pushed for with the redevelopment of the playground equipment is increased accessibility. If you go out there, if you went out there 6 months ago, you would have saw a sand pit with a bunch of railroad ties, kind of haphazardly. Most of them have sank over the years, and it was not accessible to anybody in an ADA capacity whatsoever. Sand is not considered an accessible surface for obvious reasons, but the processed playground mulch is. So one of the things I did with the design out there is that instead of having the playground area chopped up into multiple areas, multiple individual spaces, I created one big accessible space. So whether you're a parent or a grandparent that has a mobility device, or whether you're a child that has a mobility device, you have access to the entire space. And so in saying that, the having an opportunity for a dog park there could potentially serve as a nice little accessory to an accessible playground, because we did install multiple accessible equipment features in the existing or new park. So there's a lot of potential there, but it will be on council to decide what goes.
Thank you. Any other comments on that one?
Thank you, Mayor. Moving on, Molly, I believe this is your last one, is the tennis courts resurfacing.
It's over already? All right, so the tennis court resurfacing. This one is another one that's been on the books for a couple years, and we've finally gotten around to the fiscal year that it was budgeted for. And what I've done with this is, if you, with all of the abundant time you have on your hands, if you pull up the Nancy Hansen Recreation Complex on either the Brevard County Property Appraiser's site or Google Maps, Google Earth, either of those programs have a little slide rule where you can actually move the date of the satellite image. And one of the things that you will see appear and disappear frequently is a depression on court number 5. The last time these courts were resurfaced was in 2016. I remember the project. I actually think I processed the purchase order for it. I was a secretary in the department at that time. And one of the things that was a known issue when they went to do the resurfacing was this problematic depression in court number 5. So if you go out there today, or you pull up Google Maps today, you'll see that the depression on court number 5 is back. And what's interesting is that when Todd and I were working on this CIP, we took the calendar on the satellite image back to 2016, and you saw the fresh, bright paint of the brand new resurfacing. When we slid it to 2017, so less than 1 year, the shadow came back. So it had already started to sink. So the previous CIP that was created for this cited $40,000. We got some estimates in, and the $40,000 would still cover the resurfacing, but it did not address anything to do with the depression. So if we moved forward with that, within a year, we would have another depression. And the problem with the depression is that it continues to sink, and when you have a playable surface where people are often walking backwards to play the game, it could result in a trip hazard if it continues to sink. So we had a company come out and give us kind of a ballpark, if you will, if we were going to actually do the work to repair what was underneath, which will require some, obviously, removal of that portion of the court, some excavation to address whatever's under there, and then recompaction of the surface, and then repouring, and then the resurfacing. So with how much use this facility gets, I've always been of the mindset to repair it once and repair it right. It's not a critical issue, because I understand the difference between, people's houses flooding and, smooth tennis courts. But if we don't address what's underneath, we will constantly have a court that has a problem.
And while we don't exactly know what it is, there's any number of things. It could be that there was a giant tree there and they just cut it down and ground the root and left the rest of it to decay. That can cause that kind of a thing. Also, there could be, perhaps there was a well at some point that maybe it's just that the head is leaking underneath there. You don't know till you go in to explore it. So obviously, one of the first things we think about is, well, we're talking about stormwater at the Civic Hub, and there's going to be a lot of earth-moving equipment out there. Could this or should this be timed to be part of that? And the answer is it could be. What we've told Kimley Horn is we don't want to target concrete or trees for stormwater on the Civic Hub, but if it makes sense to do it in this case where tennis court number 5 is, we could. That's the one that's on the southeast of the park, so the intersection of Poinsettia and Fillmore, closest to that. If there's stormwater already happening as part of the Civic Hub and it is in Fillmore and the Poinsettia areas, then it could make sense to tie it into that for that reason. So we're keeping an open mind to that, but if we don't do that, we would want to have this standalone item in the CIP.
Great. Thank you, council. Any comments on this one? Back to tennis.
And pickleball.
Well, theory is the hole in where were the pickleballers when the hole appeared?
Yeah. So I think on this one, we're going to get more and better information coming out of the council meeting in April with Kimley Horn, and that'll help us make some decisions on this one. So I think it's probably all we need to say about this one for now. If we're ready to move on, and we've got, June isn't here. She's dealing with a loss of a loved one. So Jessica is here, and Dave. Jessica, you want to come, or do you want to send Dave up?
Need to take a brief break. That's been a long, continuous. Thank you, Molly. If you don't mind, I know y'all have been patient waiting. Let's try, it's 5:30 on the dot. Try to get back in 5, 10 minutes, whatever. Try to be back in 5.
Yes, sir. And they only have
righty, it is 5:45 PM. We just returned back from another brief break. As we wrapped up Culture and Leisure Services, we are now rolling into Public Works Services. Our city manager was getting us kicked off here.
Yes, sir. We are ready to go, and Jessica Erdman's here, and she's ready to start with the beach crossover improvements.
Okay, yes, so this is an update. We do one crossover annually, and you can see here the next 5 years are kind of mapped out based on priority. So we're starting with Harbor Heights, then Washington, Johnson, Tyler, Madison. Every year, our IM department inspects them. We inspect the slope, whether it's deteriorating. We also work with FDP to see, if there's any ADA compliance that needs to be met. So next year, or starting next year, 24-25, we're gonna do Harbor Heights.
And that would actually be, like kind of phase 2 of Harbor Heights. Harbor Heights is a huge, long pathway. So the crossover we initially put in was at our max limit for that year. That's all we could do. We went ahead and spent a smaller amount of money trying to put those Moby mats in recently, which got vandalized. So since then, we've been approached with trying to get another harder piece of infrastructure in there that wouldn't be vandalized as much. And we were thinking we'd bump phase 2 of Harbor Heights into this particular time frame so that we could finish that one off completely, so it's all basically the same age, because it's the initial part that we did is only just a couple of years old.
I have a question.
Yes.
I live in Harbor Heights, so I know Harbor Heights. It did have the plastic, and it was very slippery when it was wet, and then you guys changed it to the Moby mat?
That's correct, yes. We changed it. We initially put the plastic down because that was the only thing that would fit in with our budget to do it at the time. And we were also trying a new product, which we were told was gonna last a long time. Unfortunately, it didn't. It degraded in the sun and the environment out there. So when we removed it, we had to come up with something else that we could put down there. We thought maybe Moby mats would work because they work so well out on the beach, and they've been great out on the beach for years and years. But when we put them in, some of the residents didn't like it, and they ended up getting vandalized, and a big portion was stolen. So now we gotta look at something a little bit harder than that. It wouldn't be vandalized as much.
But it won't be plastic and slippery?
It would be the same material as the decking that's already on the crossover. It'd just be like a lot longer slope that goes all the way down to the parking lot, basically. And with a couple of landings, we couldn't do it all in one giant slope. It would be, but it's a 150-foot section, and that's actually longer than the initial section that was put in. So, yeah, the materials alone, when I priced them out, is $22,000 in materials just to put that section in. So when you factor everything in plus inflation, we're probably going to be closer to the 34, which is what we're trying to bump it up to make the difference for inflation from what we used to pay for them and now what we have to pay for them.
Thank you.
David,
Yes.
I met with a couple of residents out there just after the Moby mat was stolen.
Yes.
Which amazed me that they took that much of it, but, and they were asking about a more gradual incline, because I think there was a couple of people that had mobility issues that just wanted to get out to that crossover area. But you were talking about having a gradual slope to a couple of landings?
Yes.
Would
a slope to a landing to a slope to a landing sort of thing.
Okay, so the slope won't be that steep?
No, it wouldn't be that steep.
Okay.
It wouldn't be that steep. In fact, we would even go back, we would have to go back a little bit further and redo some of the western side to make the slopes all match up properly for
Okay.
that.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
I got just a couple of questions on this one, if you don't, that's pretty much all just material cost, because it's our team gonna be doing it.
That's correct, yes.
And we like that way? Does it work well for us to
It's
in-house?
the only way that I've known since I've been here. We used to have the inmates help us out a lot with that, so now we're burdened a lot more with it with my team.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how we manage it. do sort of, it basically just extends the amount of time that we're doing it now a little bit, but we try to do it ourselves in-house, yes.
That makes sense. Have we ever gotten a quote to get it? I'm just talking openly here.
No, I haven't.
Just wondered
I
what
can
the,
go ahead and do that though and see what their pricing would be like, just,
well, at a minimum, it would help us understand the avoided cost. I mean, the time of our team is cost, but it's like doing stuff around your house. It
Sure.
takes a little longer, like you said, but you end up getting it done. So I think my general comments are this is very important to our community. The beach is the probably number one amenity, physical, environmental that we have. It's also the place where people stand to watch launches. So that experience, as I've elaborated on in the past, is really important. From the furthest parking spot at a beach entrance, I think we have what, about 20?
at Harbor Heights?
Just citywide, I think 20, oh no, I'm sorry, 20 beach entrances.
17.
17, thank
Yeah,
you.
17, and one of them doesn't have a parking, that's.
The ridge
Canaveral,
one we were,
yes.
okay.
So 16 with parking.
So 16 was parking, and they're all different parking spaces. Like
Yes, they're all
Harrison, where it has a lot more than a lot of them.
Yes.
But that experience, and I know we got some private property sometimes that goes through there, is we've seen over 10 years all the improvements happen with the sea oats. And we've just made a decision on Fillmore, I think, to really look at trimming sea grapes, which will change, things. But here, when you were talking about, hey, we did what we had within our budget, I just want the council to know that if we went anywhere, I think as far as return on investment, I think this is really important. And I hope to see us continue. My question and last is, when we're doing, for example, Harbor Heights, the second half of that one, but like Washington Avenue's the next one for next year, how long are they lasting? Was that Washington Avenue one replaced about 10 years?
That's actually one of the oldest ones.
Okay.
I don't know when they were originally put in, to be honest. But they have lasted a long time. With the new Trex decking, lumber rock, which we use actually. All the ones that we've put in since I've been here in the 7 years are they're spotless. They're completely intact. They have no issues with them. If we do have issues, it's with the wooden components of them, unfortunately. So the decking itself is good and lasts a really, really long time. Recycled product as well. I don't know the actual turnaround time though.
Are they all wood though? The walking, I guess certain it has lasted very well. And I remember when it was wood prior, just splinters and, the maintenance of it.
Yes.
But we were doing like 2 a year. Are they all to the new recycled material, or do we still have some that are?
There's some older Trex material that's been used. We don't have an actual wooden one at all anymore.
Okay.
There's wooden stringers, there's wooden posts, but all the decking is now a composite of some sort.
It was Washington. Are we removing that decking and replacing it with new decking?
It would be, you have to actually remove everything, because all the stringers underneath are completely rotten as well too.
Okay.
So it's a complete redo for each one of these things whenever we do them.
Thank
But you can't do composite stringers. You still have to do the heavy wood stringers.
Yes, still have to do the heavy wood
Thank you.
stringers, but it's mostly the decking that takes the big hit. The stringers themselves last a long time. Like the composite on Washington, if you go up on there, the decking itself is not too bad. It's a little bit bowed here and there, but it's the posts and the stringers underneath that are rotting away. So that's the reason for redoing that one afterwards. And we just sort of rotate through them, taking the worst ones. And none of these are necessarily set in stone. They're suggested because of the age of them and the quality of them at the time when we looked at it. But one may age a little bit quicker than the next one. 3 years down the line from now, we might have an issue at one that we have to sort of flip-flop on. We try to do one every year, though.
Thank you. That was all I had. Any council?
I've already ran into several times on some of the boardwalks golf carts, and some of them were bowing that deck structs out. So, as we, yeah, I actually, and I will say this, thank you, Commander Keck, because I called some in on one of those, and boy, y'all were there to find that person. Because it was six-seated golf cart, and if you're out on the beach in certain entrances, if they can come across with a golf cart and they're new here and visiting this area, they're trying it. They're, in a lot of cases, not trying it, they are doing it.
When they get to the other side, it goes down to the beach, there's steps.
No, not all of them, like the one between Canaveral Sands and Royal Mansions is completely flat. And literally you see tracks all the time from people on golf carts flying in down there. They'll take off and head up toward Sherry down. So that one is starting to bow a little bit because of the way of the golf cart. So any of those that are flat, we're gonna have to keep an eye on because we've allowed golf carts and now they're using them, using the boardwalks for it. This is true.
Where you see that happening, Dave, could you look for a strategic placement for a bollard
Absolutely, yes.
that would prevent that traffic?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Woohoo, spring break.
Mayor, if there's nothing else on the crossovers,
I'm good to go.
we'll have the update on the pump enclosure structures.
Probably gonna need Tim for this one as well. Right now, we are about 20% complete. The project is behind schedule a little bit, which Tim will be able to elaborate on. But this project was to enclose partially all of our pumps, our generator, our global pump, any type of structure that we had, any piece of equipment that we had that was outside to preserve it. And I know that it's held up a little bit for submittals and engineer drawings, but like I said, Tim can give a better update.
Yeah, so what happened with this one is that we got as you can see in the picture, we got the bins done, and then we got the SO2 building, I'd say about 90% done. They're engineering a door on there and making some fixes on it. The reason why we got behind on this SRF project was due to not knowing what was underground. So when they started digging to put the padding in, the pads, they found a lot of pipes and unforeseen utilities. So the engineers had to at that point, you have to go back to the drawing board and you have to start re-engineering. And when it comes to weight loads of, the roofs and everything else that's going around these pumps. So that's where we're at now. That's why it's really why it's this far behind. I did want to mention, though, that there is in the budget 1.560 in there. Some of that, I actually pulled this over to this fiscal year. We might end up spending some of it this fiscal year, but as of now, the contractor has not been back on site to do any work, so there will be no pay apps being, paid at this time until they start work up again and until the engineers can get what they're wanting to get done and get it approved with permits being pulled and everything else with the city, then we're unsure of when this is going to get back started again, so.
You let it sit like that too long, the pickleballers will be coming to take that over. Kind of a racquetball feel to it at least, but yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that update. In the final, it'll be a roof structure over it to cover the pumps, or is it like?
Yeah, so what it is, it's corrugated steel or aluminum, mind you, real heavy, thick gauge. And then you're gonna have, of course, your structure of your beams and your, how do I say it? I'm trying to think of how to say it. The walls are going to be, on one side it's gonna be open, but then the rest of it, I believe, goes up, leaves.
The back side's gonna be
Yeah,
completely
two sides.
enclosed, two sides halfway, and then
Yeah.
the front open so we can access the equipment.
Oh, cool.
So that way, if we do need to remove a pump or any kind of,
Piece of equipment.
we could just go in there with the backhoe and pull it right out, so.
Looks
Thank
like
you.
our 3 tennis courts there. Why do we have?
Hey, those
Right.
are Ben's,
Why not just use
man.
those as tennis courts?
Those are full, right?
Sorry, they're full.
You guys got to go before Parks and Rec next time.
All right. If there's no questions, Mayor, are we ready to
Nope,
move
I'm
on?
good to go.
Next
Good
one is
counsel.
sanitary sewer GIS mapping.
Yes, this is just another update. So this year, so last fiscal year, we got all of our sewer mains and the manholes identified, and we got all the diameters of the pipes and the conditions. And now the next phase, which will happen right now, we are having Tetra Tech do a proposal so they can go in and CCTV all of those lines and locate our laterals. So I have the proposal, it needs to get approved on their end, on Tetra Tech's end, and then we will go to bid for that. And Tetra Tech will choose a company to come in and do that CCTV.
And this is part of FDEP requirement?
Correct, this is part of the Senate Bill 712 that was passed.
This relates to the other GIS mapping we did. Is this the same?
This one is wastewater, the other one was stormwater.
Okay, thank you.
And this one is wastewater enterprise funded,
Both state and
both state mandates.
preempted,
Yes.
required, yeah. Thank you.
And Mayor, if there's no other questions on that?
Not from me. Council, good? Thank you.
New bucket truck.
All right, so this next one's for a new bucket truck. The city's outgrown the bucket truck that we already have. It's the one that we originally have that we're still using is a 2006. It's recently required quite a heavy repair to it, and we're expecting more of that as it ages a little bit more, but at the same time, now that it's been repaired, it's a good piece, but we can't reach the infrastructure that we have now in the city. The buildings have grown. We have a flagpole out here in the front that we can't get to the top of. We've already had to repair that once. The clock tower, we've had a company that had to come out and repair the gutters up there just because we couldn't reach it safely. So what we're proposing is a larger bucket truck, one that will reach everything and be used in unison with the one that's already existing. We keep them both for backup.
What is the height of the one that do you know roughly?
It's about 35 feet right now.
And this one will be the same or higher?
This one is 59 feet, I think it was. It was just under 60 feet.
Pruning palms, I've seen y'all. I've seen decorating
Yes, that's
Christmas
another
lights.
thing. Yeah, actually,
Decorating
the-
palms.
Oh, this one, the flagpole, sorry, I wrote this all down before. Flagpole's 55 feet. The reach on this one's 59 feet. So, should reach everything that we have to get to. Like the C5 building, there's a couple of lights on that on the east side that we can't get to with the bucket truck in the existing configuration. Coconut trees is another reason. They've been growing through the city through the years. And they require maintenance. We're gonna start up 2 times a year now just to make sure that we get all those coconuts down so they don't blow down in wind and create hazards for people. But now we're having to actually sub that work out to people who can reach them. So that's becoming an extra cost as well for the city.
So we keep the other one operating as much as we can.
It's operating well right now, it just doesn't reach what we needed to get to.
Okay. And this new one would extend our capabilities. Do we know what Cocoa Beach has, what their?
I don't actually know what they use.
Maybe Natalie knows. You know,
Because
you know how high it is, Natalie, or no?
We'd
I'm
use
sorry.
this.
I just thought I'd know.
Well, because you can, this may not be a good one to share from time to time, but it is something that I think we would use
Dave, in
often.
I'm sorry.
No, that was it, just the frequency of use. And I know I've spoke to Cocoa Beach in the past about, we talked about the beach rake, or we've shared with them with other things. And so this,
Well, the beach raker,
That's-
yeah.
Well, yeah, but also when there's an emergency, we're always there to share, or they're there to share for us too.
Yeah.
Dave, would you say in every instance that you're aware of where we've had to sub out to a company for a reach issue, this new one would take care of it?
Yes, in every instance.
Thank
This
you.
would definitely take care of it.
Thank you.
It's a good way to look at it every time you pay for that. And it's $260,000.
Yes, it's quite a big hit, but like I said, the original one was bought in 2006. We've got pretty good mileage on it now for the city.
Yeah, it went out at a bad time last Christmas season.
Yes. Well, everything goes down at a bad time always. It's only when you need it that it goes down, because that's when you find out about it, so.
And Mayor, this has been on Dave's bucket list for quite some time. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist
Couldn't
that.
resist.
I couldn't resist.
That was quite a reach, John.
Quite a reach. Nice, Todd. Yes. Very nice.
Mayor, if there's no questions on that, we can move on to City Hall air conditioning replacement. It's hard to believe these are coming up on 10 years old, these units.
Yeah, we need to cool off.
All right. We're clear to go on to this then?
Yes.
Yes, please.
So this next one is for City Hall AC air conditioning replacement, basically. The ones that are up there are deteriorating at such a rapid rate. It's unbelievable. We spent an awful lot of money on them over the past years, tens of thousands so far. And they have a 10-year lifespan, so we're getting on close to that. And with the amount of deterioration, we want to sort of try and get this done as quick as possible, if possible. I know everybody who comes in here enjoys the cool air when they're in here. So.
In this facility, like our other facilities, we have an annual service contract, so they're maintained properly in accordance with good practice, and the scheduled maintenance happens like clockwork. And it's a good thing that we have that, because that's when we discover these problems. And they say, there's another coil gone down. Oh, there's another evaporator. There's another belt. Oh, there's a motor went out. That's how we discover these things. And we do our best to keep up with it. But I think in probably the last 5 years, Lisa, we've never had two perfectly functioning systems yet.
Thank you. Wow, I was wondering. And all the headaches and the buckets and the email updates and
So these units, Dave, will be sourced to have more corrosion resistance than we currently have. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Is there
important.
I know that these units need to breathe air and all, but is there anything, because we live in this salty environment, that we could cover them with to help
I
maintain?
don't know about necessarily covering them, but we do go up and we rinse them off. We've got a monthly schedule for that. So that's part of our maintenance schedule, is doing that. Covering them, we can look into it. But you also don't want to restrict the airflow that's around them as well, too. And they're built specifically to be in the environment. Some of these are for more corrosive sort of environments than others. So we're aiming definitely towards those ones.
Is that corrosive protection provided by the vendor? And the reason I'm asking this, I've got 2 10-year units in a condo complex that are literally falling apart after a few years. One of my vendors is now coating for corrosive purposes here locally with a local vendor, and so far those units are by far outpacing the others. So I was curious, when you say the corrosive, how are we doing that?
Well, at the moment, the only thing we do is rinse them down. There's no coatings that we've been using, but I'm definitely going to look into that.
I can give you a vendor name locally.
Okay.
Because literally, those are turning out a million times better than the ones that are coming from.
An excellent addition to it, for sure.
City manager, can I give him the name of that
I was
company?
going to ask you, please do so. Yes, thank you very much. You don't need my permission, by the way.
I want to make sure.
I can add to the covering. I did ask the air conditioning vendor
Yeah, and when we go to purchase these, we definitely, we want to look, we want to be the corrosive conscious on this. And if we have to pay more money for that, not to spend $60,000 in the first 5 years, it's be well worth it. Because I know that technology has changed, and I believe they're making things, Kay, that they won't corrode in 10 years.
And that's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
It's a huge difference.
There's a big
And
difference.
there's some of them that have come out that are were military grade, and they're now offering them to the public to prevent corrosion. And they used it on bases and in the Navy and all of these things. But this, I know for a fact, I just spoke to a local vendor recently on this, and he is getting the equipment, and then he has a local vendor that's coating it.
I just replaced mine this past summer, and it came ready to go, coated. It wasn't any third-party anything. It was already for beachside, so.
And we can check with Southeast as well too. That's who we originally got some prices through. That's who's been doing some of our maintenance work for us on them. We can see what their actual product is and if they have coatings on them or if we can coat afterwards as well too. We're definitely gonna look into this.
I got mine replaced actually a year ago this month, and again, I had the choice of either the coating or to not go. It's a little more expensive, but it's worth so far.
And I got mine a couple of years ago, 10-year warranty, coated for corrosive, from the manufacturer, and it's falling to pieces right now, so we gotta love that. Living on the
And Dave,
beach.
when you're checking on these, let's also keep in mind that the lead times on these large units usually take more than a year to get.
Yes.
But this will make Lisa very happy. Mayor, if there's no other questions, we can move on.
The biggest economic development tool this state's ever seen is right here, the AC.
Yeah.
It is important, but no, I think my only comment was the make and model of are we getting the same one?
No, I'm not, I wasn't happy with this one from the very beginning. It was problematic. And I don't want to mention brand names, but we were told.
Too much corrosion.
We were told by the service company that, yeah, this company has a history of being problematic.
Because I think it had a very nice, at least online control capability. Will you still have that? If you want it.
Yes, they hook it, the software I use for the air conditioning.
That's nice.
Hooks into any new system we would get. And the quote that was here from the vendor, was actually for a different type of air conditioner. That's not the one that we have.
That's great. Thank you.
All right.
That's all I
move
had.
on?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Next one is City Hall office build-out. This is a repeat. It was pushed back from last year.
So as Todd says, it's definite, it's from last year, got pushed back. It's a city hall office build out to add 4 additional offices within the existing 2 floors or second floor of City Hall to accommodate anticipated future needs. Like I was saying before, the city is growing and we keep sort of running into these little things where we need more space. So it's basically just looking into the future and seeing if there's any places within City Hall that we can build out and create more office space. And we did find some areas that we can do it. The drawings were all done for it already, and the plans have been done. It's just whether it wants to be done or not.
And we appreciate the mayor moved downstairs in the last year, so that enabled the council member office to be just one upstairs, so that vacancy created a space for our new employees. So that helped tremendously as we added our IT manager. Thank you for that, Mayor. I hope you like it downstairs.
It's working. Thank you. Yes. And so this will help. It also, we talked about no offices, and so I think today it's that larger room. Like exactly what we've talked about in the past, and being used today, but it's not a productive work environment, and it's still limited on how many people you could 4 could essentially work out of there? Is that the idea? 4, or just not people, but 4 separate offices? Is that?
Big room would be 3 offices.
3.
And then we have the alcove area, which would have.
Lisa, I'm sorry, if you're going to speak, you really should be at the podium. Sorry.
Well, and I didn't help because I looked at you and asked, so thank you.
Okay, so the big area actually would fit 3 offices, and then we have the alcove area. As you get off the elevator, that would have a wall built in the front, and that would be the 4th office space. So there would be 3 in
Oh,
that
yeah.
big room, and that alcove area would be the 4th that we're talking about. Now, we currently have 1 employee in that big room. And we have another employee that's in the records repository room that it would probably be scoped to go out somewhere, and then we would kind of rearrange the storage area for that office that he is sitting in.
Yeah, we need more storage space upstairs for just storage, and that space would be ideal for it.
Essentially, we have an employee who's in a closet, kind of. And that, they got the space, but they're in a closet. It's
big
our
closet.
storage. It's
big
our
closet.
records area. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's no
Thank you.
windows. Yeah. So,
Any
And
other
is
comments
this-
on this?
Sorry.
No, that was all I had. If council, anything else? Nope.
Okay, we can move on then. Next one is IM building replacement. Jessica or Dave?
Yeah, this is another one that's been pushed back quite a few years. I think this one was first brought up in 2015. So the building, the more we push it back, it is becoming a need. It's in really rough shape. We store some equipment in there. It used to house all of his team's offices. They had like little computer area and a little break room, but now that is completely like roped off. It's just, you can't even use that area anymore. Is there anything you want to expand on?
Other than just, we're gaining more equipment as well too, and it would be really nice to be able to protect the equipment from the environment, like we're trying to protect everything else from the environment. We have 2 backhoes now where we used to just have 1. We've got the bucket truck, if we get a second one, that would go in there as well too. And if you've been to our Public Works area, you can see how wedged and shoehorned we are in there at the moment between UM and IM. The existing building that used to be the IM building, if that was to be torn down and replaced with a new building, we would make it a lot more usable space. It would be a more Bay Area, less office area sort of thing, and I think would be the way to go with it, to create more space to keep our infrastructure equipment out of the elements as much as possible and safe.
And if you haven't been out there to see this, I do encourage you to let Dave or Jessica show you around. The building is an old Butler building. It's really dilapidated. It needed replacement 10 or more years ago. It's fallen apart in a lot of ways, but we keep pushing it back and pushing it back, but it's only going to get more expensive. So at some point, we're going to have to bite this bullet.
and I'd like to just make a comment on this too, because I've been out there and like Todd says, this building's in bad shape. I know that these are estimates here, 500K the first year, 500K the second year. You know, might be a good idea just to kind of go out before we actually do the budget, hand the budget to council in July, and just see if we could get some better estimates. I know we can't nail down the complete thing, but, you know, I kind of get the feeling like this building might cost more than $1 million. So if we could get more, just get more data, okay? 500K for the first year might be fine, you know, because that's all we'll get to. But after that, let's try to nail that down, because I think, you know, we don't know where the cost will go. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on that, Mayor?
I do not have any.
All right, moving on, IM vehicle replacement.
Where are we? Which one is that third? IM2. Oh yeah, because everything's all in different order here. Okay. Okay, so this would be for a replacement of a 250 or 2500 series truck, which would be a 3/4 ton. At the moment, IM only has one F-250 that is capable of pulling the large trailer and mini excavator that we have back there. That's a 2012 vehicle, and it's pretty well beat now. I don't even actually really trust it to pull the trailer the way it is, and we've been borrowing utilities trucks to pull. And Tim's truck can pull it, but his truck is actually in the shop again right now too. So basically, it's just for the replacement of the 2012 F-250 truck with another F-250. We've only bought F-150s in the past recently. We really need the F-250 to be able to pull the larger amount of weight. And then I also think it would be worthwhile to have at least one vehicle in the city that's four-wheel drive, just in case we need it for anything after a storm, for instance, or if another vehicle gets stuck somewhere, which it happens. We've had vehicles stuck in ditches before.
This one priced as a four-wheel drive?
This one's priced as a four-wheel drive, yes, and with the lights and everything on it too, the flashing lights. This is from Alan J, the same people that have been giving us other quotes for our other vehicles recently.
Thank you.
That truck could give the Malibu a run for its money.
Mayor, any questions on this one, sir?
Just the F-150 in the past, we've usually get the 250 for extra towing. These new Lightning EVs have crazy towing power and torque.
Oh,
It's instantaneous, 10,000? Yeah, so I'd just be interested to see how that compares to, and I know there's more to factor than just that, but
we would need to be able to tow 13,321 pounds. So, yeah.
wow.
That's what we're rated at on that. With the Mini on the trailer, that's what it is. So
Great, thank you.
So an F-250 would actually, they can do 13,800 pounds or something like that.
Up to 22,000,
Oh, wow.
depending on the engine.
And the F-150s are really only rated up with a good engine up to 11,400 pounds. So we really can't do anything with the F-150s.
But the Lightnings aren't higher than? It sounds.
That is great torque for sure, but its towing capacity is still set at 10.
Towing is the same?
Yeah.
Oh,
They didn't design it to be a 250.
thank you. That was all I had.
Mayor, if there's no other questions, we're done with the staff presentations.
Yes, sir.
So you have everything at this point that we're looking at, hoping to put in the budget as we enter the budget-making season. Of course, this is the time of the meeting where we do the city council blue sky, where maybe there's those items that city council members have identified as needs that we haven't, and we should be thinking about programming in this next or one of the next 5 fiscal years. Mayor.
Thank you. Should we go to any section in our presentation for now, or?
No, we left this one purposely sparse. Just,
Where did I see? I thought I saw something.
well, there is a summary of our items towards
Yep.
the end. Okay, we can do that first. Go ahead, skip ahead. This is we started with the completed CIP items and then the soon-to-be completed items. So those are already going to be done. And the next 2 or 3 pages are all the projects that we just went through. And I believe they're alphabetical order. And you can just kind of scroll through there, Daniel.
So this is just a recap of what we've gone through
Yes.
earlier. Okay.
This is a recap. Nope,
Does
not
this
alphabetical.
total up? The
Does not total
24,
up.
25 column?
We did not total anything up because we're not also totaling up the revenues and the sources perhaps of grants, because it's not always a fair, accurate picture to look at it that way. John, you want to talk about that at all?
Well, only that, this is a list of CIPs, and like even today, council did come to a consensus that they would remove the 90K for the garden and push it out a year. So that would, but you can scroll through this now that you've been through everything. The whole purpose of this was, after we completed this, you can now go through this item for item, and then maybe there's things, as you were going through that caught your eye and said, you know, I'll be looking at this one because maybe this is something I don't want to go forward with or whatever. But we didn't feel a need to, show that column might be, $8 million or something, because next time you see this, we'll have summaries and it'll show you in the summary, what it is for wastewater, stormwater, general fund, each department in the general fund, and we'll have a list like that for you. They'll have a total under each. So for this particular workshop, we were just to give you an opportunity to go through all the CIPs and see what caught your eye and what you might be interested in. And again, depending on what council decides to do in July, when they see the overall budget, it might require you to want to say, you know what, we're going to push this one out a year and what have you.
Yeah, and that's why we want to stress we're not making any decisions tonight.
Right.
This is our first introduction into the things we're thinking about, and hope to get some future feedback in the next time we talk about the budget.
Okay, thank you. So this is the first page of the summary?
Daniel, is that the first page?
Is that,
That's the first page, yeah.
those are the updated ones, though. If you scroll down to the new, where I think you just were, it ends at 450,000. Is that the last one? This is the next page?
Yeah, there's 2 pages of it.
Okay.
1.5 pages.
It's in alphabetical order, that's
I got it. Very fast math. It is important to, just like every line item, we don't know the revenue where it's coming from, but total, just on 2.8 million? Back of the napkin? Just expenses only, non-understanding? I went through and did that as fast as I could, but that's helpful to know. Now, what happens next year? And so the reason I like to know that number is our taxes alone, I think, are going to be about $6 million in revenue.
Yeah,
Isn't that right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be, you're close in the ballpark there, but what I can do.
What is it?
She's just given an estimate too, like over 2 million.
Yeah. Oh,
Therm is over 2 million alone,
so my number couldn't be.
No.
Well, I didn't see 2 million on there, though.
What I'll do is tomorrow morning, I will send all of council what the actual total is of all those.
Therm is an
Will that help you?
Yeah, it's just good to total up the year.
Right.
That's ultimately what we're trying to decide, and I think,
Well, now that's
and
both,
I know
Mayor.
these numbers will change.
Yeah, but Mayor, remember, this isn't separated, this is just a list in alphabetical order, so this isn't separated up by general fund, stormwater, wastewater, where, notoriously council, where they go is, they know we need the wastewater stormwater, they'll look at general fund and then determine if there's things there they want to push out. But I'll give you a total by the general fund, by department, and by the enterprise fund to give you totals for each. That'll make it better, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Instead of giving a whole total, because this general fund and enterprise fund are separate.
Yeah.
And you'll want to see that
But we
separate.
can add the 3 funds together, and we still should know.
Yeah.
We're going to do $3.5 million in projects out of 3 different funds.
I will
$3
have-
million of assets are going to be invested in this community. I think that's a good indicator to understand. I think that, yes, this sheet here at the end is really helpful for me and being able to enhance it, because when you go in a project and out, especially as we take this next step, whatever this next meeting looks like, is if we can get this sheet, and thank you for all who worked on this entire presentation, putting it together. I know it was a lot of work, but it is helpful, and it's going to be very nice to go back and just get an idea of what's proposed and as many knowns as we have today. And the update versus new. So basically, new is update our prior year CIPs. Just on the, well, I'm not referencing anything in front of us. The individual projects, when they say update with the banner on the
Yes.
top, those are the same ones. Okay, updated. Yes, so those are now consolidated there.
Yeah, it just means you've seen these before.
Okay, are there any projects from last year's CIP meeting that are not moved over here?
That is something I wanted to make sure we didn't drop anything. And John, I know I stressed that to you several times. Can you say with certainty that we didn't drop anything?
You mean moving programs that weren't completed last year
Or
into
just
this year?
any CIP item that did not get brought forward to this meeting?
If we were to
Not
go
to
through-
my knowledge, no, I think everything is,
If we were to go through the budget book,
right.
every page, so like these are numbered, which will kind of tell us, I want to see, so if that's true, that's great. That means that basically these are all the ones that are continuing through this year from last year's CIP.
And updated, which means the price could have changed.
Okay, with updates. And then anything new is really the first time
Right.
we're seeing it in a formal
Right.
way. Okay. Council, any other comments at this time? Let me make sure I'm on track here. This part, you are looking for blue, is this the blue sky?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll be quick. Performance metrics is number one. As far as, I think we've talked about this in prior year CIPs. I don't know if it gets, I think, did it get cut last year or something? Did we push that? This is essential, and I think we talked about code enforcement implementing some metrics. I view this as a potential CIP because I think it requires some sort of investment. And if not, then fine. But I think the programming, the software, this is under the community engagement pillar, is a budget much bigger than ours. The city of Clearwater is a good example. I don't know if you've been to that city, but they've got a dashboard that is one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in my life. And it is the definition of excellent citizen engagement and transparency and accountability. And you can see sort of everything that's in the budget. They've got interactive budgets, but the code enforcement dashboard was really good. And that one jumped out because in a prior year CIP, I think we had talked about, hey, code, I believe our community development director said, hey, I'll start in this, take the first attempt at implementing some metrics. And I think first questions we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to invest in some sort of, we've invested in BSNA software. That was a prior year capital expense that has ongoing costs. Do we need, and I know there are trainings and things like that have costs. Do we need to invest more through BSNA? Please look at, the city of Clearwater. And I was able to obtain sort of the metrics that they define that I think are very valuable and really roll this out more as a community engagement software piece that I think will layer in nicely with some of this new GIS data for economic development, for all types of purposes, is getting the funds together to provide a better experience for our residents, businesses, and our internal city staff and the city council through the city of Cape Canaveral.gov. I know we're proud of that. Getting, again, I don't think we can compete with the budget of the neighbors across the other side of the state. But the program, I think they used OpenGov, and there's all probably different types of program, but what an impressive, expensive, I think it was like 70,000 per module per year or something. But do they have smaller versions? Can we just take a sliver of that and demonstrate it here? And it was the, instead of me talking about what it should look like, I wanted to share that today to say an investment was made in that city. It was very important because it was a lot of money to them. And I'm over here in Cape Canaveral looking, can we do something like that, similar to that? So my blue sky for the day is, again, on the performance metrics and looking at the city of Clearwater, and I can email the metrics that I think were really good specific to code enforcement. I spend a lot of time trying to figure stuff out here. And I'm going right to the pains for me as a council member, and I believe the pains for the community. And I do not, sometimes I have a hard time following procedures and why things are the way they are. And our city council has so much time. Everyone up here volunteers their time to work. Other cities have implemented internal auditors within their city staff. Some of them report to the city manager, some of them report to the council. But this is an internal control that it would be a position or an investment, or maybe it's something we contract, that they are making sure on behalf of the city council and city administration and ultimately the citizens that someone is quality control. Someone is overlooking the steps to say, hey, I'm going to focus in these areas, and they are a resource to, I think, everyone, because there's a lot of steps. There's a lot of layers of, state law, federal law, grant rules, all these things. And I see the look on my face, and our staff bogs through it and works hard. But we've seen many cases where things fall through the cracks and issues happen. And I think that this is a good opportunity for us to seriously consider in future years an internal auditor that would be a resource to the council and the city administration as a whole, that we could rely on and we could direct to say we need info on this, because that's where I'm trying to put the pieces together for an issue, and I'm essentially making sure, that things, I understand what happened, why it happened, and this is largely what a lot of these auditors can do and provide. And the city, I think the city of Titusville has implemented something like this. City, I can't remember the other one, but that was the second blue sky. The third thing is an employee handbook. This is something that we've talked about for a long time. I believe we're on the merit system here, an HR policy of some sort. I know that we have a new transition there with Natalie on board with us to help with this. But this was one of the first things that, Todd, I think you and I had spoke about, and it's something that I know citizens have inquired about. And to this date, I'm not clear on what those policies are. And I think our city staff, or our city policy, I was going through it the other day when it talked about under section 402, our personnel system, that we, the merit principle, all appointments or promotions of city officers and employees shall be made solely on the basis of merit and fitness demonstrated by a valid and reliable examination of other evidence and competence. That's okay. And then the merit system is consistent with all applicable federal and state laws. The city council shall provide for the establishment, regulation, and maintenance of a merit system governing personnel policies necessary to effective administration of the employees of the city departments, offices, and agencies, including but not limited to classification and pay plans, examinations, force reduction, removals, working conditions, provisional and exempt appointments. in-service training, grievances, and relationship with employee organizations. The city council shall provide for the establishment. So, city attorney, any help or guidance here on, do we have this? Can we strengthen this? I think this is something that if I understand, we are charged to do, and I'm not aware of us, I think, having that to the level I think we want. And so, so that I can stop, those were the big ones. So performance metrics, internal auditing, employee handbook, and I'm going to stop there. Those are the three that I think are really important to the success of this organization and for us to get all these other projects executed and done. So.
Thank you, Mayor. I have notes on performance metrics, internal auditing, and employee handbook. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for everything that was put together.
I have to give a great thanks to Lisa. She slaved over this for several weeks and many revisions and changes over those weeks, and she put together a great project, a great product under great pressure.
I want to second that. Lisa did a incredible job with this. Incredible.
Mayor, do you want to go to the rest of the?
Yes. I have some ideas or things that I would like to see happen. I believe the metrics is important, like you said, Mayor, and the employee handbook, I had asked Todd about that earlier. I think it's important for us to understand how it works and how the procedures go, and we don't have anything that we can use at this time. And then, my big thing with the budget again this year is, let's make sure we look at the projects that have been on the books, try to get them done, stop kicking the can down the road. I would like to see more quality of life amenities that are low-hanging fruit that we could probably do with not a lot of money and bring back things that we used to have here that kind of went away with COVID and other giant projects, like little things like Fido Field Day, Founders Day, a Patriot Day parade, a Veterans Day parade that mean a lot to the citizens that we've gotten away from, which improves the quality of life and makes the small town community feel. We've had Music Fest at Manatee Park. Now with the aquarium coming, maybe we could do something in partnership with them to promote arts and science and marine life and different things like that. I just think that there's a lot of great things out there that we used to do that we don't do anymore, and that don't cost a lot of money. I would like to see us remain funding the A1A, like Councilman Willis said. We started that many years, well, not that many years ago, but putting money away for that, and now we do have skin in the game when it comes to push comes to shove with Department of Transportation. And I would like to make sure that, blight, again, in our city, we've talked about multi-use or mixed use, and concentrate on land acquisition to bring businesses here or to help with the blight situation. And we're looking to the bed board for direction on that. But there's, the old pawn shop, which is up for sale now, and they're on Jackson Avenue across from Ellie Mays. There's that horrible building. Just things like that we could spend money on. I know that we have put money towards the Presidential Street Master Plan, the Civic Hub. It all looks good, but when we see the numbers, we really have to think about where we're going, where we've been, and what we need to do to get to where we want to be. That's, I think metrics, I'm glad we're hiring another person for code enforcement. I hope that helps. And the other thing is, we have a new system for the meetings. And it seems like we always have a problem with that, as far as sound or people not being able to communicate. And that was our big thing, was to make sure residents got their say. Like today, we still have a problem. And we have spent money on that, and I just want to make sure that, if we need more money, if we need a different system, let's do it so the public can hear and be part of what we do and what we say.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes, I wanted to follow up on where we are on the code, the handbook for code enforcement.
I'm supposed to be reviewing that I should receive that by close of business next Friday.
Oh, okay. But as far as Blue Sky goes, my focus has been on A1A a lot, and I want to keep that pushed along as much as I can, because I think the safety of our Main Street, I know it belongs to the state of Florida, but it may be their road, but it is our Main Street. And with all the new development that possibly can be happening on the west side here near City Hall, people are going to be trying to get across. And we need to be focused on that as well. Beyond the metrics that the mayor was talking about, I really have nothing else beyond what we have seen here, so I'm good.
Member Davis?
Yeah, I was going to say, I was thinking as well as doing A1A, that is a big project, and it's going to get worse between the port and the aquarium. So that's one of the things, as well as the flooding. That's, another focus. And I really would like to see the Civic Hub move forward. I think it's something the community wants. They've expressed that they love Friday Fest, and also if we do the Hub, there's lots of other events. It's just not limited to the Friday Fest that we could do, make the citizens could be involved in and could bring in money for the city. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jackson?
Okay, I would like to see community involvement. We did surveys before to determine what our community was interested in as far as things that we're looking at for our city. And back in the day, there was one I went through. It had no choice. That was none of the above. So it forced you, if you were going to take the survey, to fill out answers and give feedback when that may not have been something you were even interested in. Also have a desire to have a more up-to-date, I know we had a plan in 2012 that we've been working on. That's 12 years old. Our demographic has changed. And so I would like to see us get involved with our community to know what their desires are. I've spoken to people here locally, and they've even talked about, we don't have any shopping here. There's nothing, so we're looking at what we want our community to be. And if we're looking at those things, I think community involvement's important now, because we've had so many people that have sold and moved away. We have new people that have moved in from other states. And so those things could have changed. And so I think community engagement in those things are quite important, and especially right now, especially after the pandemic, with the number of places that we saw sell and the number of residents that have moved out and new ones that have moved in. Also, when we look at resiliency and sustainability, I would like to make sure that what we're doing, we're getting a bang for our buck, because there's good things like looking at how to ensure that during a hurricane, we end up with being able to protect our city, protect BCSO's operations, protect the fire department and the first responders. I think it's important in today's day and age. Zach had said it earlier. When you look at the fact that we have bridges being hit by barges, we have storms like Ian now. I think it's our responsibility as a council to ensure that the money we spend is going to make a really good bang for our buck now, not something that is projected to be a gain 20 years from now for whatever that is. Because we are looking at these things happening now. I think it's important, as I said earlier, to have a disaster recovery plan with any city so that we know what our plan is and we're not scrambling figuring it out if we had any issues. Partnership with we're very fortunate to have great law enforcement in our city. We're fortunate to have BCSO, and we're nestled between all of these bases. So we have an opportunity to work with the people that we have in our area to ensure safety and security in our city in challenging times. And the times are getting very challenging. So things that we know will give us the biggest bang for our buck for what we're doing as far as I see sustainability and resiliency and continuity of government as all going together, not having a webcam in a certain spot on the beach where you get to look at the ocean. We might want to do that too, but we need to use the tools that we have to make sure that we're doing the right thing going forward and that we can continue with our job as council and as city and city staff if we had anything happen, because there's things happening all over, East Coast to West Coast and other countries as well. So that's one of my things that is one of my blue skies. And then the other thing is making sure, and we were working on this with the EV workshop, and that's making sure that we have data so that when we do make a decision, we're able to see if trending changes, because decisions can be made today and times are changing so quickly along with technology and everything else. A decision you make today, it can be totally irrelevant tomorrow. So we need to be able to be in touch with what's going on as a council so that we can go back and make adjustments if we need to make adjustments and make the right decisions based on trending and that sort of thing. I've heard for years as a citizen how we did this. Y'all tell me what the name of it is. I'm having a brain freeze here at the last minute, but the thing that we did in 2012 to see where did we want to be, thank you, the visioning. And 2012 was a long time ago. Are we seriously looking 12 years ago?
No, we did that.
Yeah.
Changed it.
Yeah, but when it was changed, just like I said before, when we gave feedback, there weren't sections where you could give say, I don't think any of these are important. And we have a different demographic. When was it changed? What day? 2 years ago. 2 years, that's even better. That's good. That makes me feel better. But I still think we need to look at those things and staying plugged into reports, numbers, costs, cash inflows and outflows on any of the things that we decide to fund, purchase, and buy.
Thank you. We'll capture all these in the minutes to make sure we get them right. And we'll have a chance to review those minutes. Council will have a chance to review those minutes, and we'll record all these blue sky items. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Where do we go next?
The only other thing is the informational item number 4. City Council looked at the updated employee defined contribution agenda item at the March meeting and said, let's just bring it back to the CIP meeting so we can keep it current, keep it in front of us and where we are. But the council also asked for some additional information which Natalie will talk about, and she did reach out for some more additional information, and she's got that here. But this is not presented again for action. This is just an informational item. Mayor, if it's okay, I'll ask Natalie to present what she found.
Yes, please.
Natalie.
Oh, okay. Hello, Natalie Harmon, HR Department. After the meeting, we did do a very quick reach out to the East Central Clerks Association. It went out to 74 area municipalities per your request, but due to the fact that we only had from Wednesday to Friday to get information, we only had 11 responses. Out of those 11, 4 were in defined contributions, and that should be in your packet. The one that was in closest relation to us was the city of Fellsmere, and they did immediate vesting with to enhance their employee retention and attract employees.
John, can you show Natalie the screen so she can
Oh,
help
I'm
direct
sorry.
that?
Yeah, you should have, that would be attachment 3 in your packet. The others were all part of FRS, or they had defined benefit plans.
Can you scroll to the bottom of attachment 3, Daniel?
This is the last page.
Correct. So the ones that did respond were Satellite Beach, Port Orange, City of Fellsmere, and Winter Park. So the average vesting for all 4 of those combined came out to 4 years. And then we did provide you the actual percentages and then the rounded, which came out to 9% on the 401A with the match of 4%. And
That's kind of in that whole area where council was talking about, maybe we come in at a compromised position, not go for the full ball of wax at this point, because we don't want to have to pull something back later. So you can see with the areas around us, what they're doing when they have defined contribution, they're around 9 and a 4% match, which is smaller than what we had proposed, but it's certainly an increase and an improvement. So it's just something to file away when we bring this item back to you. And
right, and since it was just a discussion item, or not discussion, but informational, we did originally prepare those numbers for you, and I did bring them if you wanted me to hand them out afterwards. But the impact on the 10%, 3% contribution was a $92,000 budgetary impact, and then also with the 401A at a 9% contribution and a 4% match was a $90,000 impact budgetarily. And then just some other additional information that I had pulled together from a Vanguard study. It did show that there was 49% of defined contribution plans nationwide do not have vesting schedules.
That do have?
They do not. It's immediate vesting, because it just showed that the majority of employees would leave an employer just for retirement benefits alone.
so Mayor, I think a good way to move this item forward might be, if you all approve, rather than present a resolution, represent this as a discussion item with the various scenarios. So we've got the scenario as it is today, the top max, what we talked about before and what the impact would be. There was a proposal thrown out at the last council meeting, maybe we consider this. There's also this information. So there's 4 different scenarios we can look at and bring it back, showing the impact to the budget and all of those scenarios. And then from that, we would hope that council might give us some direction, what the council wants to do based on knowing what those impacts are. And after that, we would follow up with a resolution to confirm at a future meeting. So if it's okay with the council and mayor, we would just, could you get that ready for the April agenda, or is that a May thing?
Whatever you guys prefer.
I think if we can do April, that'd be better, because John's got more
Good with that?
data
Y'all like
sooner.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and finish that as a discussion item for the April agenda.
Yeah, if council makes that decision, then of course, we'll incorporate that into the budget. Whatever decision you make will be incorporated into the new budget.
Forever and ever, amen.
Amen.
I mean, it is an ongoing liability,
It
right?
is, but-
That is, hey, I can think of a lot of other places I'd rather,
But if you do decide on a 9-4 or an 8-4, or whatever you decide, Natalie and I could incorporate that right into the budget, because then on 1 July, when you're handed your book, all these things we discussed that affected whatever we wanted, they're already done, and then you could start looking at some other stuff on 15 July.
But if I may, like just talking to some of your very dedicated employees, their rent is very expensive. And I did find out that one of them cashed out their PTO to pay student loans that they're carrying to work. And, I mean, they love working here. So if you keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I might, John, what's the next time we expect to formally talk about budget with the council at the dais here? What's the
At
next?
the dais, well, the normal, if council decided that they wanted to talk about the CIPs again,
We could schedule something.
it probably
for
could
that.
be done, it should be done before 28 May. Because once we talk about it, if there's recommendations made to remove something or whatever, we got a lot of work to do to get the budget done by the 17th, 18th of June, so then we could go through it with the city manager and hand it to you on 1 July. So if you want to do something else, I would say sometime in May. But as far as the budget, the budget goes to council July 1st.
Okay, so
The entire proposed budget. Okay, I won't have a proposed budget for council prior to that.
So I think
Never
what we're
do.
saying is, since we've got that July next workshop, when we officially look
Oh,
at the
yeah, the
budget.
workshop in July is
If,
when,
if we want to do another look at the CIPs and have some more discussion on them, as long as we have it by what date?
I'd say, no later than like 28 May.
Okay.
Because by that time then, and I've got a new accountant and we're putting together a budget for the first time with my new accountant, so,
That's where we are.
yeah.
And I would like to do that and take another look at them since I'm new at this. Because I learned about them today. And there are some that, are new, some that are from last year. So it would be helpful for me so that I can weigh in more fully.
Didn't we do that last year? We had another meeting and
We had the strategic plan retreat, then we had the CIP workshop. So there were two. This is only one this year, so having a second one would be kind of consistent with that. So Mayor, maybe we could get consensus from the council to shoot for, if council wants to have a second one, shoot for maybe 30 days out, 4 weeks out, something like that.
I just want to, have we seen the full CIP yet?
Yes, we don't intend to produce anything new.
We have been sent the CIP.
Those are the CIPs.
What we're looking at now.
Yeah.
Well, of course, I know, but I mean, in the form, like we've done in the past, where, see, this is the strategic planning meeting, and we're calling it enacting as a CIP meeting, but the CIP usually comes before the budget.
Right,
Yes.
and that's what we're doing now.
Today's meeting was the first presentation of the
Yes,
CIP?
yes. This is the first CIP.
I don't think
meeting.
we've been delivered, though, a full CIP in the funds, like in the past.
Oh, what we'll do is, what we can do now that we have this meeting, because this was the strategic,
Yes.
this is like the strategic thing with the CIPs attached. Now, what Joey and I will do for you now is, we will get you the CIPs in the format like this book with the summaries, and you will receive that, because we know where that's at now. We'll get you that. I'll give everybody a little binder with that. And then if you want to meet again to discuss that in May, name a date, and then we'll go ahead and discuss that. And then the next thing you get, of course, is on 1 July, is you get a proposed budget, which will contain the CIPs that I gave you. And if you decide that you want to change any of those, I will incorporate that in at the beginning of June. And now 1 July, you got the most up-to-date CIPs with the budget.
Thank you. So
Okay.
that first CIP, this was sort of prior, we got introduced, and I've appreciated because they've involved, in the past, the CIP just came out. We didn't even have this meeting. And so I understand that it's sort of slowed things down on your side, but it really has engaged us and involved us. And so my thought was you'll go back, do as you get the CIP over to us. We definitely should meet on that.
Right.
And then I think we can roll into the budget. But we have today's information. We've never had that really before going into that meeting, which I think is, you'll sort of formalize, if I understand, today.
Right, you'll get a book that's complete. You know, prior to us a couple of years back having a strategic retreat, the only thing council would get would be in April or May. They would get a little book that had all the CIPs so you could see the capital projects. There would be no discussion, and then I'd put the budget together, and then on 1 July, you get this book, right? And say, okay, this is for the council meeting, right, in July, and then there's a workshop before that council meeting. That's how it used to be. It's a lot more, it's more informative like this. I think y'all got a really good feel for what the projects are. There's not gonna be any more surprises in here. This is, what you looked at today will only downsize unless council decides that they wanna add something.
The very hands-on process. I'm sorry, you've got a hand down there, Mayor.
Mayor, or yes.
I have one question or request of John. Can you follow up with the Brevard County
Yes.
property appraiser, and let's find out exactly the impact of the new legislation on homesteading, how that's going to impact us?
Yeah, I'm gonna send a message tomorrow and ask the Brevard Property Appraiser, do they have, and I believe it's called a 403V, do they have that form updated for the cities? And if they do, please send it to me and I'll give it to all council. As long as they got it, as long as they have it complete.
Whenever.
Yeah, okay. Because I know they're gonna be feverishly working in May on the gross taxable value of for all the cities, and they got their hands full because they're changing. Mayor, the state is changing the reporting system for each rim, and it affects mostly the property appraiser's office. I attended a 2-hour class this past week, and it really affects the relationship between the state and the property appraiser's office on the forms they fill out and how they report their stuff. It doesn't affect the cities too bad. My stuff stays pretty much the same, but there's gonna be some new stuff, and it'll start affecting them in October when they're doing their stuff in October. Yeah, so a lot of new stuff out there.
I have one request, Mr. Morley.
Yes, ma'am.
As we look at the power banks for solar at C5 and what we could potentially use that for in disaster recovery, is there any way that we can find out what is already in place and being utilized at the precinct building?
For battery storage?
No, I know for a fact that they will have a plan for what happens if there was power outages, all of that. The reason I'm saying that is when we look at power and solar banks for power at C5, if we're using it in case this building lost power, we would have to look at all the technology that needs to run down there. And we were talking about 4 hours, so I think it'd be good to investigate how they're set up here so that if we're ordering any equipment for that type of purpose, we're making sure we're doing it what we need to and covering ourselves.
I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. because we're also going to be looking into a battery storage system for BCSO, we want to make sure it integrates with their continuity of operations plan.
Well, we had gone back and forth, and we said that C5 could provide a location for BCSO to run operations if they had a problem here. So we would need to know or look at, in a case of a disaster after a hurricane, which building is going to provide primary backup for BCSO and for the fire department or anything like that? What kind of systems do they have in that? Because we have to power those systems. They have to be online. They have to be up and running. If that wasn't the precinct office, what would it take to do it down at C5?
The battery size at C5, is it sufficiently sized to meet the load and the demand of BCSO?
In accordance with their continuity of
Whatever
operations
limited
plan.
operations we absolutely need these 10 things to stay powered.
And they will already have that defined for their current building. We just need to know so that as we look at what we're purchasing power, solar battery backup for, we would know we're putting it in the right spots.
Understood.
What if we just ask Commander Keck to supply us with their response and we fill it in by what are the holes?
And that's good.
Here he comes.
Now?
Well, he doesn't have to now. I know he's ready for dinner. But I mean, just to, yeah. Well, I mean,
Always
they
welcome,
they have certain procedures, they have certain places they're going to do this. Let's see how we marry up to that.
And some of that's confident, the safety is confidential.
Absolutely.
But I love it. I love where our head is. Thank you.
My note on that, Mayor, if I could read it back, is evaluate that what we're sizing for C-size storage meets BCSO continuity of operations plan. Just do the evaluation and present that information. Okay. And for next steps, as I understand it, then, John, make sure I've got this right, you're going to produce the CIP document? And
CIP and send it to council tomorrow. That gives the summaries with the totals in each department.
tomorrow?
Yeah, it's done.
Okay.
Right in front of us.
And then
Just gotta do the summaries and do the.
then the council will just meet to review that again at another workshop. We could just pick the normal workshop reserve date that's between the council dates. I don't know what the date is.
Well, I'll be out the first week in May. I gotta go to Cabo.
Oh.
Cabo.
My niece is getting married in Cabo, and I'm really mad about it because you know how expensive it is to go to Cabo.
So we'll have to coordinate an alternate date for that.
No, I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna love it.
So you'll let us know?
Yeah, the city clerk's office will work with you to schedule. Amy,
Okay.
you've got that?
Yeah, I think that's a great plan.
So we're going to schedule a workshop sometime after John gets back from Cabo. Well,
Absolutely.
from Cabo?
We fully support. From anywhere in the world, you can participate in the city of Cape Canaveral.
This has been a very helpful workshop today. Thank you, council.
Yes.
Thank you, staff. Everybody, great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I know a lot of work went into it, and we got a lot of other things on our plate, so keep rowing. Doing good. Thank you again, Lisa.
Emily has a handout for you based on those.
The calculations?
Sure, you can hand it out.
Thank you.
And I gave one to the city clerk.
And I think it's June 30th, John, not July 1, right?
Oh, because July 1st is a Saturday?
No, just the code.
Oh, June, yeah.
I think it says on or before the 30th day. I have it.
I do. Thank you.
But
I see it's somewhere in the book it says, oh, it says July.
I've never, well, I don't, I feel like July 1st is just, it's fine.
You'll have it 30 of June.
I wasn't saying it. It was more of a, just so we know. Any other comments or reports? Final? Seeing none? We can adjourn.